at the heart of the city of Colombo, here at the Singalese Sports Club grounds at Maitland Crescent. It's the 10th of March 2016, the start of 3 epic days. It's the 137th Battle of the Blues, the clash of the Titans, to commence between Royal College Colombo and St. Thomas's College Mount Lavinia here at the Singalese Sports Club grounds. Start of 3 epic days, the 137th Battle of the Blues. And we'll just go into the opening ceremony. At the start, the two teams would be introduced. We'll just go into the opening ceremony right now.
Hundred and 37th Battle of the Blues, sponsored by Dialogue Rasiata for the 11th occasion. And first on the agenda would be the flag hoisting ceremony. May we cordially invite our chief guest for the ceremony, Dr. Hans Vijay Surya, the Group Chief Executive of Dialogue Rasiata, the proud sponsor, to kindly raise the national flag. Can we have a round of applause, everybody? Thank you very much. We are joined today by two distinguished individuals. Mr. Eardley Levers, on behalf of Royal College, he captained the side in the big match in 1969, and Mohan De Silva, on behalf of St. Thomas's College, the captain of the Thomian team in 1975. We also have the respective school heads and also the co-chairman, Dr. Hiran Vimalaratna of Royal College and Mr. Iransaka Pereira of St. Thomas's College. Ladies and gentlemen, we take this opportunity to cordially invite Reverend Mark Bilimoria, Warden of St. Thomas's College, to hoist the St. Thomas's College flag, followed by the Thomian school song. Abhiratna, the principal of Royal College, to hoist the school flag, followed by the school anthem by the Royal College band. We would now take the opportunity to cordially invite our chief guest, Dr. R. Vijay Surya, Group Chief Executive, Dialogue ASEAN, are the proud sponsors of the big match, and a distinguished old boy of St. Thomas's College, Barcelona, in the company of the warden of St. Thomas's College and the principal of Royal College, to be introduced to the two teams and the match officials and a host of other distinguished invitees who are here. First of all, the Pregame team will be introduced, led by Sajid Vijayathalanga, National Youth Cap, and hosting a few outstanding all-rounders, including a few national caps at youth level, and enjoying a relatively good season this year, coached by Dinesh Kumar Singh. The boys from the school by the sea at Mount Lavinia would be brimming with confidence. The match referee is Wendell Lebroy, and the Kottachi brothers Rohit Ravi and Kapila are the officiating umpires. Next, the Royal team will be introduced, Royal captain by Peter Patakana, who had a wonderful season. They also have first bowler school cricket to something 100 meters, and the two top batsmen who have made a lot of runs, really confident. And a proud occasion for the two teams to be called, the joint organizing committee who have had a lot of preparations. We'll be hoping that this will be a tremendous opportunity for everybody to enjoy 3 days of excellent cricket and camaraderie, as is the case. Surandhu Vijayanagar is coach of Royal College. Thank you very much. After being introduced to the two teams and the match officials, next on the agenda is the official photograph. Maybe request the distinguished invitees and
Thank you. Back once again to the Sinhalese Sports Club grounds, the venue for the 137th Battle of the Blues, the Clash of the Titans, here at the Sinhalese Sports Club grounds in Colombo. And the two teams are here warming up. Just before you saw the opening ceremony, the two teams being introduced, and the two college songs being sung. The 22 Lions ready to battle here at the Sinhalese Sports Club grounds. And just before, we had a talk show to see what the two teams are going through at this moment, and we'll just go through to the talk show. We'll hand it over to the talk show.
Hello and welcome to ThePapare.com as we bring you the pre-game discussion of the much-awaited mother of all big matches, the 137th Battle of the Blues, the Royal Thomian here at the SSC ground. And to talk us through this pre-game tension is two gentlemen from Royal and St. Thomas's. It gives me great pleasure to welcome Andrew Fernando and Ashan Fernando. Ashan Fernando from St. Thomas's, third year colorsman, played in 2006, 7 and 8. And Andrew Fernando, of course, from the Royal teams of 1999, 2000 and 2001, ended up as vice captain. Gentlemen, welcome to the Papare pre-game show.
Thank you, Shanika.
Well, I'll ask you both, and you can take this in turn. What's going on now in the camps? I mean, you guys have played for 3 years. You know exactly, you've gone through the ranks from fresher to senior player. What's going on, Ashan, in the dressing rooms at this very moment?
Well, I guess now's the time that all those nerves kick in. For the freshers, the first day they put the blazer on, and I'm sure it's that time of day that you actually absorb all that pressure in, and just the art of the game. I know it's just crunch time now, and all of that pressure, everything you did within the last few seasons, now's that time that it actually kicks in, and I'm sure everyone is looking forward to this game. And obviously, I'm sure Andrew would agree, it was a dream, during our school time to get to this day, and now that they're here, I'm sure they're raring to go for it.
Andrew, you put that blazer on, and this morning, Thursday morning, I mean, not too much of a crowd, so is it the time for the cricketers, really?
What happens, Shanika, is that the day is so overwhelming, right? Especially in the morning, there's so much of, traditional things that you do. You have to go meet the principal, you have to go, it takes some time actually to settle in, because you have to take your photograph, you have so much of, formalities. And then suddenly you realize you have to warm up and you have to get ready for the match. So actually at the moment, I would think the teams are, doing all these formalities, but eventually, you suddenly realize that you're about to go in for the game. And then, you suddenly have to start settling down. And then now I'm assuming now is the time that the teams are talking about what they've been talking about the whole season, to go into the game, discussing the nitty-gritty of what we need to be doing. And like Ashan rightly said, it's something you look forward to the whole season. And then you come here and then you're like, we are here.
Exactly.
And, it's a great feeling. It's an amazing feeling. And, it's like Ashan very rightly said, it's a dream come true for a schoolboy who's a Royal Thomian.
Is it harder, Andrew, to be a senior player, or is it harder to be a fresher in this environment?
It's, I guess, situational. Say if you're the captain, Shanak, there are different types of pressures that you have to deal with. So you're thinking about the team, you're thinking about what you need to be doing, what are your plans. On this other side, you're a fresher, you don't know, you haven't been here. Suddenly you've been playing in front of schoolboys, and then you suddenly come in front of a 20,000 crowd where you can't even speak to the next person, you can't hear. So I think for a fresher, I think it's a whole different experience. But I won't say that there is no pressure for a captain or a senior player, because the Royal Tournament is a completely different game altogether.
Yeah, exactly. And like Andrew mentioned before, see, for a fresher, I guess the first hour or so kicks in right before the match. It just flies by because of all the formalities. And then all of a sudden, once you're put in there, you're like, oh, you know what, this is it. So as a pressure, I guess the initial part of it is, I guess, to be weathering that whole storm of pressure. And once you're at the game, once you're actually doing what you're supposed to do, I think it kicks in. And obviously, as a captain, you know, every game is a pressure game. And when it comes to the Royal Tournament, it's on another level, I would say. But it all depends on how he bears it, and I guess staying calm, because if you give in to the pressure, I'm sure everyone else will crack under you. So it depends on the captain on how strong he is. So it's pressure all along, trust me, yes.
So you guys clearly are very rare. Your memories are very vivid of that first morning at the Royal Tourments whenever you all played. But tell me, it's been almost 20 years, Andrew, since you made your debut at the Royal Tournament. It's been almost 10 years, Ashan, since you did. How has your outlook on the Royal Tournament itself changed?
Well, I don't think the game itself has changed. I think everything around it that has changed. You know, it has become so commercialized, which I don't know if it's a really bad thing. I mean, every event, a big event you see in the world today, Shanaka, is becoming a lot more commercialized. And I think you can't stop that, because there's so much opportunity for sponsors and so much around the game. But I think the match has become a lot more technical, a lot more technology has come in so that you can analyze more of your game, more of what you're doing. So other than the technology and probably the game itself being a lot more advanced, I think the pressure and the game that you're actually playing there, like Ashan said, once you just go in there, you know, it's all about character. It's all about more than letting the pressure get you. It's all about actually embracing that pressure. And some people actually perform better under pressure.
Exactly.
And that is where real true character comes into the equation. So you see people who are brilliant cricketers coming into a Royal Tournament and just not being able to perform. And you get guys who have not performed the whole season just step up to the crease and play a brilliant knock or take 5 wickets. So it's all about character. It's all about the opportunity for a team to do well, for an individual to do well. So it all comes down to that. So it is overwhelming. It will continue to become more, because I think they've just launched a brand of a Royal Tournament.
Exactly.
So it's going to continue to grow from a commercial aspect, but I think the match itself is what it is, the Royal Tournament, you know.
Ashan, in the last 10 years, what has changed, what hasn't?
I think the key factor that, in my opinion, has changed within the last 10 or let's say 12 years is that, see, back in the day, we had to wait 10, 15 years for a result. And within the last 10 years, it's been 4 results. So I guess it's the way the boys look at it, or the way they go at it. I'm sure the whole global conception of cricket changing as a T20 has affected in such a way, but still, it's good, you know. End of the day, people fly down from abroad for a result, end of the day, right? That's what you want. So I guess that's the main part, in my opinion, that has changed, the approach to the game. And that's why obviously it leads to a result, and now you play to win. And from a schoolboy's perspective, see, it's a privilege, I would say, that only a royalist or a Tomian would know how it is to play for 3 days, being a schoolboy. So it's a totally different thing on how you gauge your performance or the match, rather than every other match during the tournament. So I guess the main thing, in my opinion, that has changed is the approach to the game, on how they play it.
Andrew, you spoke about commercialization, and this is something that I've been talking about for a while now. Do you think it's become just a little bit too hyped for an 18-year-old schoolboy's game?
Well, Shanak, it's like this. I think it has become very hyped over the years, and like I said, it's just going to continue to grow based on the opportunity for everyone to get involved with it. But I think it's again for an 18-year-old boy, regardless of how hyped it is. The Royal Tournament starts not on a Thursday, it starts on a Sunday when you go into camp.
Yeah.
And then starting from that day, you're just so involved with the cycle parade, the assemblies, the dinners. So automatically there is anyway hype created over the years and through tradition and all that. So I think an 18-year-old, or maybe more than an 18-year-old, sometimes you get 15, 16-year-olds playing. Again, it comes down to that boy's character. It all comes down to whether you want to embrace it or whether you want to let the pressure get to you. So I personally feel that it's an opportunity to build character, because that's what life is all about. These are great opportunities for students to, when once you get involved the first day, you think, could I have done more could I have done more at the match? So I guess it's a matter of learning and, learning, and like I said previously, it's all about character. The people who can really take that pressure on and perform will be people who also will do well in the future in their lives. So it's all about wanting to do that, and
So
that's personally what I feel.
Okay, and do you agree with that, Ashan? Do you think that
well-
it's more than just a cricket match?
It is, say, Shanaka, just how you introduced the whole show, saying it's the Royal Tomian. It's not like any other big match, and everyone who's played it would agree with me. And like Andrew said, it's the whole overwhelming part of everything surrounding the match, rather than the match itself. And any Tomian who's played for the last 10-15 years, I mean, the atmosphere has only grown, and they'll be more than happy to say, you know what, they've had that exposure of playing under tremendous pressure or that crazy atmosphere all around than even an under 19 player would say, because I don't think any one of those players have gone through this sort of situation where we were actually discussing saying, listen, if we're the slip cordon, I have to scream for Andrew to hear. That's the sort of atmosphere that you get out there. So getting over it, I think, is a big thing. But at the same time, like Andrew said, it gives that schoolboy the added advantage of, dealing with that and trying to not crack through that pressure. I think develops the personal aspect of it as well. So in my opinion, it has its ups and downs, but I guess it's a good thing. It's a good thing because it's an opportunity.
Well, there you go, two gentlemen telling us exactly what the cauldron of pressure is like out there, and how if you come through it, it's not 3 days of a cricket match, it's pressure for life that you learn how to live with. So we'll be back in just a moment. Keep going.
I want to kick you, Mata. You've known me all my life, and you call me Andrew Fernando.
Okay, here is the toss. Gishant will toss. Tails is the call. Royal captain has won the toss. Gishant Panditratna, how important it is. Congratulations and good luck to you.
Thank you very much. We will bowl first.
Any particular reason?
I think we have very good pace attack, and we are hoping to get the best out of them in the first session. There is always something for the paces in the first session, so we are hoping they will do well.
We understand statistically you have had a good season. You are leading a very competitive side against a competitive outfit as your opponents. How do you feel coming in leading Royal?
Oh, it's a really great privilege to lead the Royal side, and we have a really good side this time, and the youngsters are doing really well, and I'm hoping to have a win this time.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
That was Gishant Panditratna, the captain of Royal. Now it's Sachit Jatilaka. He is a wonderful sportsman, also in his third year captaining the Tomians, and with national youth colours on his shoulders. Congratulations, and any particular thoughts about that particular toss and the result?
First of all, thank you, and we were going to bowl first as well, but we can't control the toss. Nothing to do, tough luck.
You are leading a superb side full of good all-rounders. You've had a tremendous season. How do you just assess the opposition on this important occasion?
I'll never underestimate any team. Royal, they have a good side, and I hope the better team wins.
Being the top sportsman you are, I think you have really made a tremendous comment. But looking at the pitch itself, this last question, how do you think you would cope up?
It's like a pace wicket with grass on it. First hour, 1.5 hours, the ball will move and all, and after that, it's a batting wicket.
I hope you can inspire the Tomians and have a good game on behalf of the team.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
That was Sachit Jatilaka, the captain of St. Thomas's. And the result of the toss at the 137th Battle of the Blues is that Royal have won the toss and they will be bowling first.
Hello, you're on the pub.
Okay.
Welcome to the SSC cricket ground for the 138th Battle of the Blues, and I got the honor to do the pitch report to see how the wicket looks like. This is a typical SSC wicket, and I've been having a chat with the head ground boy, and he has told me that this wicket has not been used for some time this year, so it looks a very fresh track, lot of green stuff on the top of it. So obviously I think with the look of this, with the slight cloud cover, I would probably say that whoever wins the toss will probably put the other side in. But having said that, knowing the SSC history, this is normally settles down after like lunch or so. If the batting side that batting first, if they keep their wickets in the shed in the first session, I'm sure they will settle in by the second session, and it will be a hard task for the bowlers. Obviously, whoever bowls first will try to bowl the length that will help on this track in the first hour. And like I said, from the look of it, whoever wins the toss will probably put the other side in. Thank you very much.
That was the toss won by the captain of Royal College, Gishat Pandiraratne, and they've elected to bowl first. Such as Jayatilaka was also looking to bowl, and they'll be taking the first leash of this wicket. And we'll just go into the second half of the talk show at the 137th Battle of the Blues.
Hello, you're on ThePapare.com. We're in conversation on the morning of the 137th Battle of the Blues with Andrew Pereira, the former vice captain of Royal in 2001, and Ashan Fernando, third-year colorsman from St. Thomas's in 2008. Gentlemen, we talked about the Royal Thomaian. Let's talk about this particular Royal Thomaian. Ashan, 7 outright wins for St. Thomas's. Are we carrying the favourites tag into this game?
See, it's a difficult call to make because it's how you perform as a team on that day. And previously, like Andrew said, we have players who haven't performed up to their standards throughout the season, who come up blazing during the Royal Thomaian. So it's a tough call to make. And end of the day, let's not forget that it's 3 days. You know, for these boys, playing 2 days all along the season, it's a different game. The fact that it's the Royal Thomaian, and it's another fact that it's 3 days. So it's a difficult call to make, and I wouldn't label anyone as favourites given the past how it has gone about. I guess we'll have a better call within the next 1.5 days, so to say.
Ashan's hedging his bets there, Andrew, but what do you think? 4 outright wins for the Royalists this year. Obviously that form book goes out the window, but do you think Royal will be more motivated this time, going in as underdogs?
Well, generally, at Royal Thomaian Shanaka, it's always the underdogs who tend to perform. But at the same time, like I agree with Ashan, I don't think there's really a favourite for this Royal Thomaian. Both teams are good. Both teams are very balanced. Royal has had a bit of a tough run in the last couple of games, but if you look at the season itself, they've done very well. There have been some outstanding performances. So again, Ashan is correct. You know, we have seen this over the years. You can have the best side in the season. You can be the tougher, the better side. But the Royal Thomaian is a completely different game. 3 days, so much can happen. One session can lose you a game. One session can win you a game. So, but like I said, the teams are evenly balanced. I would say I won't say there's a favorite, but it all comes down to the first day or the first 1.5 sessions, which sometimes can define the whole game. So I think, Ashan, I agree with you. I don't think there's a favorite, but it's all going to be what they do today, tomorrow, and day after.
Royal have quite a few top performers this season. 2 batsmen over 1,000 runs, 1 bowler or almost 120 wickets. And Thomases don't have that much on them, but as a team, they really have performed well. Sachit Jayatilaka on almost 80 wickets, and we have 2 batsmen on 800 runs as well. So Ashan, looking at the individuals, who do we have to look for in the St. Thomas's camp?
That's right, you made a very valid point, Shanaka, because I understand the Royal, the captain, the vice captain and the spinner, they've performed really well throughout the season. But the key factor for St. Thomas's is that they've performed well as a team. And if you would see, we have 4 players over 700 runs, and Sachita as the captain, I think has played a very vital role in this team, because over 700 runs and 70 wickets, so that's a true all-round performance for you, and he himself is carrying that on him, and obviously that's one guy to look forward to. And the other important factor, given the fact that it's the SSC and knowing the SSC pitch, the openers are crucial, and these 2 guys know each other so well. They've played for 2 years alongside each other, and the combination they've built, Johan and Opata is more of an aggressive guy. You know, he carries a strike rate of about 80 within the season, and Johan is the more moderate guy who would rotate the strike, etc. So in my opinion, it's a start that those 2 openers give St. Thomas's that will be valid for them, for then Ravindu, Sachita and the rest to come and play along. And I guess one key factor that I have to make is actually Tilakaratna. He was left out last year and he's back this time. So he's obviously motivated to perform, you know, and show what he's made of. So I think those are the key players to look out from St. Thomas's.
Yeah, that's also a new fresher that we had to look forward to. Dinendra Gunitilaka also scored quite a few runs. So
and it's not easy being a keeper at the same time and scoring as a fresher. So he's done that. He has a century under his belt within the last 2 games. So he's full of confidence, and let's see how he performs today. It's going to be a test.
Andrew, you've been a keeper, you've been a fresher, you've scored runs, so it's all possible. But who are this Royal camp going to rely on this time?
So Shanaka, this year I think we have, Ashan said, I mean, we have had some great performances this year. I think Tiran Dhanapala has scored 1,115 runs. Then you have Gishant, who's the captain, who has scored 1,000 runs. Then you have Naveen Vidana Patirana, who scored 800 runs, and 2 other batsmen, who's this basically Suranga and I think it's Pasindu, who have scored 600 runs. So you have a batting lineup who has scored a lot of runs in the season, 4 centurions, 4 at least cricketers who have scored centuries. And then you have Lassi Timbutini, who has taken 118 wickets in this season. And it's a shame that he has actually not been a part of the Sri Lanka under-19 side, which I don't want to contest here. But so I would say it's great for the captain and the vice captain to have scored 1,000 runs, because obviously they are the ones who are going to give leadership to the rest of the team. So I think those are the 5 guys to really look forward to, but end of the day, it's a team effort. The 11 guys have to really rally around, get together and make it happen on the day. So I think end of the day, it comes down to what the team makes on the day. So I think both teams are going to be strong coming into the match. It will be good to see guys after the first 4 games, or the last 4 games, sorry, coming back and, you know, really pushing pedal to metal and making it happen. So 5 guys to look forward to, but it will be a team effort.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a team effort if we are going to force a result in this game. But part of the team, also the coach, Ashan, Mr. Kumarasinghe, Khadia as we like to call him, he's back after a stint away, and he knows exactly what to do in a Royal Thomian. And Royal have a new coach. So is that going to make a difference? Ashan, will you take that one first?
Well, the key factor in my opinion, I mean, I've been with the team and then I've been basically playing under Mr. Kumarasinghe as well. The key factor is that, see, these boys are talented anyway, right? And he's guided them and molded them into those individuals as players. But what I feel is within the last 2 years that he's taken over and actually been involved, the best thing that he had actually done is build the mindset of the players, you know. I've realized within the last 4 or 5 years, you can actually say it from their body language that they don't have that tenacity, you know, you can actually say it. But this team, if you actually look at it, they're hungry, you know, they want that shield back, and that's the best thing that Mr. Kumarasinghe has actually done, was build that mindset of wanting to win, that hunger to win, and that putting along with basically the individual performances will drive a good team, and that's what he's managed to do. That's a very good thing.
Andrew, first time butterflies for your coach?
Well, it's difficult to say, Shanaka, because I obviously Royal Thomian is a different game altogether, right? Obviously, Mr. Kumarasinghe, even when I was playing, was coaching St. Thomas's. He knows what the Royal Thomian is all about. It's 3-day game, how to plan yourself out, how to plan the sessions. But I'm sure Royal has obviously looked around and got one of the best coaches in the country to come and coach us. And like Ashan said, Shanaka, when you come to under-19 level, you have the talented team. It's all about mindset. It's about coming into a match positively, being hungry to be positive and wanting to win. And if you come with that mindset, like I said, you will embrace the fact that you want to be there, you want to play well. So it's all about mindset, and I think Suranga, that's one thing that he has done with the team. He's a guy who has come from, I think, Prince of Wales, so he knows, he's also hungry, and he has brought that mindset into the team, and I'm sure when they come in today, they'll be very hungry to make sure that they keep that shield, or maybe even not give St. Thomas to even get a glimpse of it. So I think there will be a bit of butterflies because it's a whole new experience of Suranga, but I'm sure he would have prepped up for it, and he's ready for this game. So I don't think it's going to be a problem as much.
Royal won last under Devin Padmanathan 2013, and Ashan actually played in the last time St. Thomas's won back in 2007. Last question for you, gentlemen. Ashan, you've played in a win, a loss, and a draw. Andrew, unfortunately, you've been telling me for a while now that you haven't had the opportunity to win a Royal Thomian, but you've played in a few as well. What are your best memories to take away?
Yeah, Shanak, like you said, I take that as a privilege. Even though we've lost, it's an experience, and to be a part of a team that drew the match, and more importantly, a team that won the match. You know, it transformed us as individuals, because the year we lost under Nadun Punchiheva's Royal team, the very next day we went for practices. The next season, one of our teammates called Ruchira, he brought this board to the dressing room, and he actually pasted it saying the shield will be back. You know, that was the first thing we saw every time we opened the dressing room. And trust me, that motivation, no other game mattered to us. You know, we really didn't care. Even when it came to our academics, we weren't, not that we fair tried it, we did a good job. But see, the only thing that mattered that year was winning the Royal Thomian. And we came back and did it in what, 2 days and an hour. So it was an amazing turn of events for us, amazing year. And obviously memories to cherish a lifetime, you know, and that feeling of winning a Royal Thomian, I don't think it can ever be replaced, you know, that whole cycle of going through it, crazy feeling, and obviously want to relive it every time I can.
Andrew, what's your parting message for the teams today?
Well, all I can say is that you look forward to the whole season. Some of them their whole lives. It's a short, although it's a 3-day game, it finishes so fast, Shanaka. So all I can tell them is get in there, play positive cricket, enjoy your time here, because it finishes so fast, and you always, one thing you don't want to do is look back and think, I wish I could have done a little bit more. You don't want to have that regret. So I hope the teams will come positive, play good cricket. Like I said, the mindset of I think Ashan put it very clearly, the approach has changed completely. Teams are not coming to draw the matches, they're coming to win. They want a result, and that's what the spectators look forward to also. So I think the most important thing is to come, play positive cricket, play good cricket, and end of the day, let the best team win, and let's hope it's Royal College.
Andrew Pereira and Ashan Fernando telling us their thoughts. Looking forward to the 137th Battle of the Blues. We hope you will too on ThePapare.com. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
Shanaka.
Thanks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You're here with us, ThePapare.com, to witness the 137th Battle of the Blues at the SSC. Welcome to everyone watching this live broadcast from around the world. My name is Asala Tendukon, and I'm joined with Harun Mawjood, former captain of Royal College. Good morning, Harun.
Very good morning, Asala. It's indeed lovely to be back at the SSC. And indeed, to witness the 137th Battle of the Blues, I think it's a privilege and an honor to just come to this event. It's not just a game of bat and ball. I think it's much more. There's much more to it. It's in terms of the players, I think it's a battle of skill, mindset, and team spirit. I think when they go into the middle, it's all about playing as a unit and not letting the team down at any given time.
And Harun, Royal winning the toss. How important is that?
I think that was expected, Asala. That is what they were expected to do, to actually put St. Thomas's in. They have a decent pace attack, and I'm sure they will want to make use of whatever that is in offer, especially in the first one and a half hours of your first day's play at the SSC. Just it's lovely to be back. If you see the atmosphere itself, you see the tents all decorated and colored in blue, gold, blue, black. I think it's sort of a one-time thing that takes place every year at the SSC. It's sort of a gala event, which not many big matches actually have this, SLF.
Yeah, Arun, and getting back to your point of Royal College winning the toss and going in for a bowl, they have a very strong bowling lineup this time when you compare with St. Thomas's. But it's basically the first time, or one of the few times that we've seen the first five batsmen of both schools having 650 plus runs. Very good feat indeed.
Yeah, in terms of our batting, I think the top five have really performed this well. Only issue for all has been the middle order actually. When the top five have not actually come out on top, they found it a bit difficult. And also, as well as the other point is, Royal coming to the Royal Thomaian have not had the best of form. I think if you take the two schools, St. Thomas's are holding a upper hand, if I'm not mistaken, because. I'm told that they have qualified to the semi-finals in the league tournament. Royal have been knocked out, and also Royal are coming from a loss against Trinity, where they lost by an inning. So in terms of confidence, I think St. Thomas's hold the upper hand. But then again, in terms of form, most of the Royal seniors have put their hands up many a time this season. They've scored a lot of runs. The captain, vice captain, both scoring 1,000 plus, and you have one bowler taking 100 plus wickets. So I think Rasit Ambuldeni with 118 wickets to be specific. And the other issue I see in the bowling department, it has been only Lasit that has got 100 plus. The rest have just contributed. We have Ganit Sandipa with 40 plus wickets. But in terms of the pace bowling, from what I've observed, they've been a bit unlucky. Probably due to a few fielding lapses, and there are again no assistance from the wickets, especially considering the conditions. It's very hot, humid, the wickets aren't very supportive to the fast bowlers. They've toiled hard, but then again it has been difficult for them to reap the benefits.
And they've played a few matches here before. They played, I think, Prince of Wales a few weeks back, and the Anand and Nalanda took place last week. So especially with those matches, the outcomes, we've seen a lot of runs being scored, and that's the generic norm in SSC. But here, Harun, I see a bit of difference. I see a small tweak in this wicket. You see a greenish kind of wicket that we are using for the 137th Battle of the Blues, and hopefully during the 3 days we could end up with a result.
Yeah, hopefully, but the issue is, especially at Royal Thomaian, the green has always deceived the two teams. Sometimes the decision has gone wrong just because of the wicket. I think that's the initial outlook that they have. But if you play post the lunch session, you just see that greenness vanishing just like that. So I think the conditions play a very big part. And I think after the SSC wicket had been relayed, probably the initial 2 years there were tendencies of getting results. But then again, you see the SSC track back to its normal condition where you get the flat batting track and a lot of runs to score.
The Thomaians will be banking on their top five, as Harun said, and the highest run scorer for them, Rashmik Opatha, who has scored about 830 runs at an average of 32. He has scored 2 centuries and 5 50s at a strike rate of 88, so he's in super form. So continuing with the top 5, he'll be partnered with Ravindu Koditwaku, who has also scored 700 plus runs with 4 half centuries and 1 century. Coming in at 3 down, Rashmik Opatha. The opening partner for Ravindu Koditwaku would be Johan Mendes, 770 runs with 4 half centuries and 1 century. And then you have Dilendra Gunatilaka, who is a fresher and who is the keeper for the side. So he's playing a very important role for the Thomaians. He too has scored 691 runs. So good stats up front, then followed by the captain Sachit Tilaka, who has been in top form with both bat and ball, an amazing sportsman. He's playing first 15 rugby, he's in the water polo team. So a good talent, good find for Sri Lanka, and he has been performing in the top stage. So that's good news for St. Thomas's.
And what's interesting to note is that as well most of the Thomaian batsmen seem to be very aggressive up front. If you see the boundaries and 6 tally, Dilendra Gunatilaka, I think, is exceptional. He's got 116 boundaries in this season, so he seems to be a hard hitter. Same applies to Sachita and Rashmik. I think probably very aggressive batsmen, which Royal will have to look out for.
I think for them, as he spoke about before, Arun, for them to make some sort of result out of this match. The first few overs will be critical, so they'll have to watch and play. But after that, the first five over batting will have to take it to the Royalists, especially since they've got the chance to bat first. I think it's kind of what Coach Dinesh Kumar Singh wanted, and if they go hard at it, I'm sure that they can put on a good score and keep the fight going.
Yeah, definitely, I think the first 1.5 hours will be very crucial for St. Thomas's. If they do manage to survive that, if they manage to hold on to their wickets, they should be able to score big. Looking at their performance and their consistency throughout the season, I think they have been one of the most consistent side that have been performing very well during the season. Royal not so much, but you never know. It's on the day you'll see who performs better.
And one area that is most vital in a big match is the fielding. The outfield looks amazing, but it's up to the fielding team, especially starting with Royal. They should be right. So everyone's excited, waiting for the players to come out. Royal College, the flags right beside the dressing room. A few minutes away from the start.
It's just another thing that has sort of mesmerized me is the development in technology as well. I think back in the day, probably a decade ago, when we played, I don't think you had students holding on to these large cameras, taking photographs. But you see now the two schools, they have their own media unit, and they bring in the equipment. They put in so much of effort just to bring the pictures and the telecast around the country, which is, I think, an exceptional feat. I think the support they get from the college to schools itself is great. So it's absolutely encouraging. It gives them an opportunity to pursue a different career, and also just to show the entire nation and the world what the Royal Thomaian is about. I think is the key highlight of their work.
The prefects obviously responsible for keeping that hype going with the schoolboys. So they're starting off with the traditional flag. There's always an argument, Harun, about whose flag is longest. And I think every year they try to add a few meters to the flag. By the looks of things, I think Royal has about 10 meters more.
Yeah, I'm sure, but the competition would mainly be focused on bat and ball.
So the teams are finally out. Led by Royal Captain Gisha Pandiratna. Hoping to see a big crowd within these 3 days.
It's indeed a big event for these boys. There will be a bit of butterflies in their stomachs as they come out of the ground. But as time goes on, they might settle in and indeed want to show what they are capable of. It's a as I said earlier, it's a battle of skill, mental ability, a battle of pride as well. As when it comes to Royal College versus St. Thomas's, it's a big deal for the players at their age. So it's going to be a keen tussle, I think, and it's very good to see two evenly balanced sides this time. I think both schools have performed well, all-round team. So it's going to be a very, very keen tussle. Everyone's expecting it to be a draw, but I don't know. I feel that the team that feels well will always hold up ahead.
What a lovely picture that was. The two flags together just beside the dressing room. The media all geared up, ready and waiting. What a wonderful sight. The media units of both teams, both schools, ready to capture these moments, these valuable moments of this big match. There you can see just beside the dressing room. So while the flags are out, the umpires also make their way to the center. A big occasion for them as well, Arun. The outcome of the game can also be decided by the two men in white in the middle. So it's as pressurized as the players. So they also have butterflies in their stomach. It's a big occasion for both these two gentlemen and also the third umpire and the match referee.
I think the unique feature of this Royal Tournament is that the three umpires are brothers, SLR. So there are three Kotachis, the two head umpires and the third umpire. So the entire family is into the umpiring field, and surprisingly, I don't know, for some reason the three brothers are having the privilege of doing the duties at the 137th Battle of the Blues. So the Royal team has made their way. Kishan Panditratna leading this side. It should be Himesh Ramanayaka to take the new ball. He has been the bowler spearheading the Royal attack. A very tall, lanky lad. Has a very good bouncer, hits the deck hard. As I said earlier, he's not been very lucky this season. The wickets not supporting him that well, but an SSC track early morning should for sure do something for him.
So Arun, St. Thomas's College starting off strong. They're going in with their best two. Johan Mendes and Rashmika Opatha. They'll be opening the batting for St. Thomas's. The highest scorers for the season. Rashmika Opatha with 830 plus runs and Johan Mendes with 770 plus runs. A positive move by the Thomian coach.
I feel Asala Johan will be the key that holds St. Thomas' batting together. He's a more moderately aggressive batsman, if I'm not wrong. He tends to hold the innings up at one end. So if everyone can bat around him, I think that would be the ideal case for St. Thomas's. In the first 1.5 hours, I don't know, unless Ronuka is able to produce something, they should make the change pretty soon, SLF.
I'm sure they'll want to trial Ronuka for a few overs, and if nothing's working out, I think they'll go back to the usual bowling.
So it's going to be the aggressive Opatha to take strike. I'm sure he wouldn't mind a bowler like Ronuka coming to bowl to him up front. That's a better ball on a length, watchfully defended there by Opatha. He's known to be very aggressive, Asala.
Yes, I'm sure he's also a bit surprised with this move of bringing Ronuka Jayawardena for the opening over, so he'll have a look at Ronuka for a few deliveries and then take it from there. Both these batsmen have very good strike rates. Rashmika Opatha especially with 88 for this season. Again, very good line and length.
So
pitched up, goes for a bit of aggression. The Royal team would mind that Arun, because the more he tries to attack, he'll bring the slips into play, and exactly I think what the Royal camp wants, because they've left a big gap on the offside and they have two slips and a gully in place. They know the aggressive nature of these two batsmen, and they're trying a few things differently here. and hoping it will work. Again, good channels, good bowling by Ronuka Javadana.
Yeah, looking at the style of his action, he seems to be having a natural away swinger, a bit open-chested, so automatically the ball tends to swing away. If Opatha is smart, he will be able to pick that up, unless Javadhan has another delivery that basically varies his swing and sends one in. But naturally, he seems to be having something going away from the right-handed batsman.
Well struck to mid-off. So that's the end of the first over. St. Thomas's 1 run for no loss.
Yes. So I think apart from the first delivery, which was a full toss, the rest were very decent deliveries. He managed to complete a very good over. So something that Royal would be happy. It's just that one wonders whether is it the right move that Royal makes. How has Royal made to be? So now we see the brother of Hashen Ramanayaka. Himesh Ramanayaka, the tall, lanky lad, has had a pretty decent season.
Himesh Ramanayaka has taken 32 wickets. Very tall, fast bowler. He'll be able to use a bit of his height as assistance to get that bounce, because he also has a short leg in place. To Johan Mendes. Again, they've left the extra cover area open. 3 slips and a gully in place. Aggressive field placing, aggressive start by the Royal team.
Yeah, Himesh can get that ball to bounce. With his height, he naturally does tend to have a higher bounce than the rest of the other fast bowlers. He hits the deck pretty hard, so therefore he should get movement off the deck pretty early at the SSC.
So Himesh ready to bowl his first ball for the big match. Well played by Johan Mendes. Just fends it off from the offside. Good start though by Himesh.
Yeah, very good start, good length and line, and that was very well played as well by Johan. So it seems the both batsmen seem to be having a very good defense. I think that's a key when you open batting, Asala. A good defense means that you are capable of watching that new ball, and your chances of getting out is minimal.
Especially, I think during a big match, your technique has to be sound. You're not only fighting with the bowler's ability, but you're also fighting a mental battle, because so much of pressure, so much of expectation for the people in the middle. So you have to be mentally tough as well. So the technique, as Arun said, becomes that much important, especially when you're playing against the fast bowlers. The new ball moving around. So it's Rashmika Opatha. Very well played. A bit too full by Himesh Ramanayaka.
I guess he's still loosening himself up. Probably with 1 or 2 overs he should be in full swing. He can bowl that ball to 130, 135 notches up. So it's good to see Royal attacking with 3 slips and a gully. That's what they will want to do early on in the day, with wicket offering a bit of green. And wonderful shot there. Lovely stroke by Opatha as he opens his tally with a boundary.
What a brilliant shot by the opening batsman Opatha. Pitched up by Himesh. And there was a massive gap between mid-off and cow point. Right through that gap.
He seemed to hit that with ease as well. Not much of, he was in trouble at all. So a lovely shot, hit on the up.
And one
pass
thing
on
I
the-
noticed, Harun, both these batsmen, they look very confident. Even from the first ball that they face, they don't look shaky at all. Looks like they're ready to go from the start. Himesh, this time outside the off stump, well left by Opatha.
It's a good response there by Ramanayaka, not being put out by the boundary that was hit in the previous ball. I think the number of runs the two batsmen hold behind them is actually helping them to be confident at the Royal Thomond. I think when you're coming after a very good season, generally, especially as a batsman, you need a lot of runs to back yourself at the Royal Thomond. I'm sure a lot will agree. Most of those who have been successful at Royal Thomond have done pretty well during the season as well.
Ramanayaka runs in. Again closer to the stumps. That's better bowling by Ramanayaka. And equally well left. You see a bit of inward movement from Ramanayaka, so trying to vary his deliveries. That's always good to see. You see a bit short, but well left by Opatha, read it well.
I think that's the ideal line, the corridor of uncertainty. That's where you want to bowl always. Create that doubt in the batsman's mind.
Again, very well bowled by Ramanayaka. Negotiated. That's the end of the second over. It's 6 runs for no loss.
So we've not seen much, but from the little that we have.
From Nestle.
So they're continuing with Ronak Jayawardene. Again, same field. Ronak runs in. Fuller length delivery negotiated well by Johan Mendes. So they'll be sticking with Ronak Jayawardene for a few overs just to see what he can do with the new ball.
Probably they want to see what kind of purchase he can get off the wicket. Still, it's pretty early in the day just to give him one over. And so probably they might give him about 3 or 4. And then see if things aren't going the Royals' way, they might make the immediate change as well.
Very well struck, straight past the bowler. It's running away to the boundary. That's the second boundary for Rashmika Opatha. Well struck on the back foot. What good timing by the right-hander.
Lovely shot there. Lovely shot by Opatha. As you can see on your screens, the replay. He goes back. He had ample of time as well. I think he just had to punch that down the ground, past the mid-on fielder and running. It ran away for 4. So he seems to be a batsman brimming in confidence as well. Looking at the signs, I think Royal will have to make a change and create some kind of aggression in order to stop his run scoring. Once again, shot and cut away. Lovely shot by Opatha. This is poor bowling from Jayawardene. He doesn't have the pace. He has to pitch it up. Here again, he had ample room. If you look at your screens again, they are short and wide. Plenty of time for Opatha to smash that past the cover point and extra field cover for 4.
From a Royal College perspective, that's the last thing you want. Both these batsmen to ease on and settle into their batting styles. And Rashmika Opatha certainly has got into his groove. 2 boundaries. Ronak Jayawardene, as Harun mentioned, not the fastest bowlers. So anything which is loose, anything which is short, just sits up and easy pickings for both these batsmen. Once again, full. That's a better delivery. Good comeback by Ronuka. Just outside the off stump. Well left by Opatha.
That's a better length, Asal. I think that's a nagging length. There's nothing much Rashmika can do. You will have to keep it somewhere there and there about. Margin for error, especially when Ronuka is bowling, is very minimal. He cannot afford to drop it short. Opatha will have ample of time to put it away to the boundary, so he'll have to be a bit smart, I think, Javadan, if he is to trap Opatha.
Straight away, the Royal skipper puts the fielder to the boundary on the offside. A precautionary measure, I think, Haroon. Just to be on the safe side. They don't want any more boundaries to go during this over. And I'm sure after this, Ronuka will have to change. They'll have to go with the front line seamer. Well played.
So
that's the end of the third over. St. Thomas's 15 for no loss.
Easy Cash ලොවපුරා පිළිගත් මුදල් යවන ආයතන රාශියක් සමග එක්වේ. රට සල්ලි එවලේම ඔබේ මොබයිල් ෆෝන් එකට ලබාගත හැකි නවීන හා පහසුම ක්‍රමයක් හඳුන්වා දී. රට සල්ලි ඕනෑම වේලාවක ඕනෑම තැනකින් ඔබට ළඟම Easy Cash මධ්‍යස්ථානයකින් අරගන්න. වැඩි විස්තර සඳහා 7111 අමතන්න. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ විශාලතම ගනුදෙනු ජාලයට පාරිභෝගික සම්බන්ධතාව ඩයලොග් එටිසෙලත් හච්. Easy Cash මොබයිල් එකෙන් ගනු සහ දෙනු.
Good morning and welcome. Welcome to the Sinhalese Sports Club grounds. One of the longest standing battles in the history of Sri Lankan cricket. Just getting underway here at the SSC grounds for the 137th Battle of the Blues, where Royal taking on St. Thomas's. Royal won the toss and they decided that they would try to negotiate the early movement of this well-known SSC track. Asked St. Thomas's boys to take firstly to the wicket. We've currently seen St. Thomas's progressing to 16 for none with Johan Mendes on 4 and Opatha on 12. If you're just logging on to us from whichever part of the world you're in, it is a very good morning to you on ThePapare.com. Joining me this morning is Navoda, a former St. Thomas's lad, obviously has been part and parcel of this big match ever since he's known.
Absolutely, Kosala. Wonderful day, a lovely day. The sun just creeping through the clouds here at the Sinhalese Sports Club grounds. The 137th Battle of the Blues, live and exclusive on Sri Lanka's #1 sports hub, ThePapare.com. As Ramanayaka once again bowls short of length, left alone by Rashmika Opatha, who is on 12, and all 12 runs have been boundaries. That's the start that Opatha loves to have. He has a strike rate of 88, the highest run getter for St. Thomas's with 832 runs at an average of 32, 200s and 550s for him. He loves to open the batting. He's been moved up and down the order quite a few times. He has been given the opportunity. Ramanayaka once again, ball down the leg side.
Well, I think Ramanayaka is generally straying in both areas. He's not been able to bowl on one line, and that's been why the Thomian batsmen have found him much more easier to negotiate. Coming from a cricketing background where his father, who played for Sri Lanka, and obviously his elder brother, who played in I think the last year's big match or the year before, and then obviously still going on very strong in the frontline cricket in Sri Lanka, will definitely want to get into a better stride, a better length, and try and make some inroads into this Thomian batting. And very cheeky, but Opatha will take it nevertheless. It's a boundary down to the third man region, way over the slip cordon. But I like the line that he bowled. He invited the batsman to go for it. Go for that stroke. And if you see the replay, there you go. That's a better line, inviting the batsman to go for it. But I just a fraction wide and giving too much leeway for the batsman to free his arms.
Absolutely, that's the way Rashmika Upatha plays. He is an aggressive batsman, as his strike rate says. When he flashes hard, and that helped the ball to scoot away over the slip cordon and get his fourth boundary. Thomians moved on to 20 now. Ramanayaka once again, this time short of length.
That's a very good comeback by the bowler. Very aggressive approach, D'ing it short. The perfect body language by a fast bowler. He is a tall, lanky guy, so he will definitely want to use his height on this wicket. But if you really look at it, the Thomians, or the Royalists rather, have not really pressed on the advantage of winning the toss and putting the Thomians into bat. The Thomians have had relative ease in getting runs so far.
Yes, I thought it was an interesting, a surprising decision to open with Ronuka Jayawardena, who hasn't bowled any overs during the season, and he gave away 2 boundaries, and now down the leg side, worked away by Upatha, the ball running down to the boundary. Brilliant fielding, but no.
Good effort, but all in vain. Another boundary. That's his 5th to Upatha. He's moved on to 20, and St. Thomas's marching along quite merrily. They moved on to 24. Again, Ramanayaka straying down the leg side. Easy pickings for Upatha. Thank you very much. And he plays it through the mid-wicket region for another boundary. He's 5th. The 5th in the Thomian innings, which is 24 for none at the end of that over.
I think now the Royalists need to bring in their main fast bowlers. Their experiment with Ronuka didn't work, and also with Ramanayaka giving away quite a few runs on the other end hasn't helped them. And looks like bowling change as we expected. It's Helitha Vitanage coming on to bowl for Royal.
Well, I don't see the strategy behind the Royalists here to have 2 overs from Jayawardena, as you mentioned, who has not bowled in the inter-school season. And then you suddenly see him turning his arm around and not coming into good effect. Now they've gone back to their main stream bowler in Helitha.
Vitanage
will be bowling to Johan Mendes. 3 slips a gully, quite attacking field with a point and a mid-off on the offside to a square leg, a fine leg and a mid-on on the onside. Good crowd in for day one. Obviously the boys' tent's gone full straight on from the word go, and the other stands gradually picking itself as that's a better delivery, and a good bit of cricket from Johan Mendes, a push and a run. Upatha responded very well, and they are home comfortably. Now this is the good thing that Johan is doing right now. He knows that Upatha likes to get on with the game. He's a more free scoring batsman than Mendes. Mendes seems to be the more, there you go, playing it very soft hands. A push and a run was always there because the mid-off was fairly down. And they were comfortably through. So I think Mendes is doing the correct thing by playing the anchor role. He's working the ball, working the single around, and making sure that Upatha has most of the strike.
Absolutely, and your communication needs to be on the spot. Your calls need to be loud, because even at this point, even first slip communicating with the second slip needs to be very loud. As Ashan Fernando, a guy who has played 3 big matches, said the ThePapare band and the noise coming from around the ground is way too much, as Helitha Vitanage bowls wide outside the off stump, inviting Rashmika Upatha once again. 3 slips and a gully in place for the stylish, aggressive Rashmika Upatha.
Well, Rashmika Upatha missed out on last year's big match due to injury after touring with the Sri Lanka under-19 team. So he'll definitely want to make a mark this year and ensure why he is in the Sri Lanka under-19 squad.
Yes, last year he had the opportunity but missed out on the Sri Lanka under-19 squad for the World Cup. And talking about Helitha Vitanage, if now any player coming into the big match opening bowling, you have a bit of pressure. Now it's added on because the other two bowlers have given away quite a few runs as well.
Yeah, because we are into the 5th over and we've seen 25 runs being leaked in a 3-day encounter. I would say that's a little bit too much, and especially when you send the opposition into bat. You need to make sure that you curtail the runs, put the pressure on the batting side. Another fuller delivery.
Vitanage got a hand to it, otherwise it would have been another 4 for Rashmika Opatha.
Good running on the part of two batsmen. They complete another 2. So 1,500 runs between these two in this concluded inter-school season, with Opatha making over 830 runs and Johan Mendes making 770. Both of them have gone past the 3-figure mark. Opatha going twice and Johan making it once. 5 half-centuries to Opatha and 4 to Johan Mendes, with a very good strike rate from both of them.
I think both these two batsmen complement each other really well. Johan Mendes just anchors the other end while Opatha goes on the attack. As it ends another over, Helitha Vitanage is first. St. Thomas's 26 for the loss of no wickets at the end of 5 overs. As I was saying earlier, Johan Mendes had faced 1,400 odd deliveries during this season, the most by Thomian. Next in line is Ravindu Koditoakko, his other opening partner, who will be coming 1 down today as Ramanayaka comes into bowl his 3rd over.
No, this is a better line from Ramanayaka. He needs to be consistent on that line. He needs to. His intent is to bowl the away swinger to the left-hander, and what he needs to do is maintain that line, invite Mendes to go for the drive outside the off-stump, or maybe start fishing around that area. We call it the corridor of uncertainties, and definitely that's where he should be targeting. There's 3 slips waiting with a gully, a point and a mid-off on the offside.
The Royalists need to curtail the run flow, and it would be a wise thing to keep Johan Mendes on strike, because the longer you keep Rashmika Opatha out of strike, he'll get a bit anxious. He's a guy who wants to get on with things.
Yeah, definitely, because he, by the looks of it, he looks a person who really wants a strike. And he would want to be in the thick of action on many occasions. So the way things are going, Royal need to make sure that they have Mendes on strike more than Opatha.
Ramanayaka have been bowling well just outside the off stump to Johan Mendes this time.
But Mendes equal to the task, tucks it away on the offside and picks up a comfortable single. 28 for none, the Thomians. It's always interesting to find out, like say, when a side is put into bat, what their approach is in a big game. Because these boys haven't played a 3-day encounter prior to this in this inter-school season. So how do they get about a 3-day game is something that they need to really calculate when you're put into bat.
Absolutely, your plan A needs to be on the spot, and you need to have quite a few plans in place like Royal have, because their plan A didn't work. Ronak Jayawardene coming on to bowl, giving away quite a few runs and letting St. Thomas's off the hook early on in this 3-day battle at the 137th Battle of the Blues. Vacant offside in place for Opatha. Down the leg side once again, brilliantly tucked away. Running down to the boundary, another for the 5th one for Rashmika Opatha.
In fact, it's his 6th boundary. He's made 24 with 6 fours. Well, you see, now Ramanayaka needs to adjust his line against, you can see again, it's a good line to the left-hander, but definitely not to Opatha. He's very strong off his pads. He says he just flicks it away. Bottom hand coming into play, but very effectively. Rolling of the wrist, perfect. And down to the boundary for 4. He's 24 with, he's how much?
27?
26 with 6 fours. St. Thomas's are 32 for none.
The right hand left hand combination of Opatha and Johan Mendes proving a bit tricky for Ramanayaka once again.
Again, you can see it's the angle that Ramanayaka bowls. He's trying to getting it into the body. He's bowling around a middle and leg to Opatha, who's very strong in that area. He needs to adjust. He needs to go a little bit towards the off stump, maybe middle and off line, maybe even outside the off stump, because he's bringing it back to the right hander. So he needs to make sure that he doesn't allow Opatha to really work him away on the onside. Because he feels he's on the off. He's got 6 men on the off and only 3 men protecting the leg side. So he needs to adjust his line tremendously.
And as an experienced bowler, your frontline fast bowler needs to step things up this time.
That's
Jagging
better.
back in.
It's better. And also a little bit change of pace, if you can really notice that he just held it back a little. He didn't bowl it really fast. He was not bending his back on that occasion. End of the over. It's 32 for none.
Just half an hour gone in this match. Already drinks are on the pitch. The umpire is having word with the water boys.
Well, 45 minutes and you have water on your field. And the batsmen have not done many running down in the centre as well. It's been boundaries that has come on. 6 to be precise. I just can't understand the strategy. And these are the times where you get delays coming in terms of, we have a half an hour to play and we've just managed to have 6 overs. We should have been normally bowling 8. Helitha continues. Oh, Mendes very lucky on that occasion. He was playing with soft hands. That's what saved him. Pushing it away on the onside, falling just a fraction short of the square leg fielder who fields on his fields on the first bounce.
The extra bounce there, Helitha Vitanage, guy who hits the deck hard. That extra bounce, almost carrying it to the fielder. Nervy moments for Mendes.
Oh, this is good. This is very good from Helitha. He's generating a fair amount of pace and he's troubled Mendes a bit. And Mendes doing the correct thing, just tucking it away on the offside and going through for a single.
Equally well played by Mendes with soft hands. And the pressure released once again as Mendes goes to the opposite end and gives it to his strike partner Opatha.
So the field now changing for the right-handed Opatha. Still 3 slips for Helitha. He's picked up 22 wickets this season. And again, this is good cricket from the Thomian pair. Pushing and running. They're not been overshadowed by the boundaries that have been flowing. They're very keen to take the possible single as well. 34 on the board.
Absolutely. The Royal fielders are on their heels when Opatha is batting. And Opatha and Mendes taking full advantage of getting those easy singles, dabbing it to the offside and the leg side to get those singles. That's what you need. Mix things up. 34, and of those 28 have been scored by Opatha. A bit more pressure on Johan Mendes now. Fielders coming in close to prevent that single.
Good line maintained from Helitha. Johan Mendes just letting it through on the offside. He did well to let it go. It's a cat and mouse game now, Oda. And I think Helita is bowling at a good area to Mendes, and Mendes needs to be equal to the task.
Mendes will take his time. He's a guy who likes to bat long innings, and he has done so for St. Thomas's during this season. Bit of confusion.
But I think Opatha doing the correct thing. Going back to the traditional saying, say, don't run on a misfield. Get back to your relevant places. 34 for none. If you're just logging on to ThePapare.com, it is a very, very good morning to you. Coming to you live from the Single Sports Club grounds. The Battle of the Blues, the 137th encounter. Royal won the toss and elected to bowl first.
Danagay bowling his final over, the 7th. Tiki shouts adage towards Gully, and that's the end of the 7th over. Ball here, it's 10:35 here at the Single Sports Club grounds. 34 for the loss of no wickets. St. Thomas's off to a flyer. Rashmi Opatha on 27. Johan Mendes, he's on 7.
අපේ සිංහයන්ට සුබ පතන්න ඩයලොග් වෙතින් ක්‍රිකට් විශ් ඇන් වින් SMS Facebook Twitter හෝ ඩයලොග් වෙබ් අඩවිය වෙත පිවිස ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම පහසුවෙන් එවන්න SLC හිස්තැනත් ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම් පරිවිඩේ හිස්තැනත් ජාතික හැදනුම්පත් අංකය සඳහන් කර 23:43ට ඕනෑම ජාලයකින් හැකිතාක් SMS කරන්න ජැට් ග්‍රාහකයන් 77 දෙනෙකුට සියලු පහසුකම් සහිතව ආසියානු හෝ 2020 ලෝක කුසලානේ නැරඹීමට වරම් තවත් වටිනා තෑගි රැසක් ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ සානම්බර අනුග්‍රාහක ඩයලොග්.
Ramanayaka will continue from the commentator's box end. This time Opatha is working it down to final leg for a comfortable single. Moved on to 27, 28. And 3 bowlers used so far by the Royal skipper in Jayawardena, Ramanayaka, and again none of the bowlers been effective. Jayawardena going for 10, Ramanayaka has gone for 19 in his 3 overs, this is his 4th. Vitanage has been the more economical, he's only given 5 from the 2 overs that he's bowled.
But I thought Vitanage bowled good in his 2 overs, troubling the batsman, especially Johan Mendes with the bounce. Mendes now tucks it towards a fine leg, looking for 2.
Now what I realize now is that Royal have come up a plan with Mendes. They're going to bowl him the short delivery more and try to tuck him up. They might have realized that Johan Mendes is not the best player on the back foot. He's struggling to get away with it. So again, you can see that Ramanayaka was banging that one short against Johan. But Mendes very neatly tucked it away for a single.
Absolutely, and from what I've seen of Johan Mendes, he's not a guy who likes to pull and hook the ball that much, because when you're a short guy and when you get the short deliveries, normally the short guys loves to hook and pull. But sometimes the plan doesn't work because they are not cutting off the singles and giving again the strike to Rashmi Opatha, and they go on the defensive once again.
That's better. Now that's the line that he should be bowling at Opatha, inviting him whether to play or not, whether to leave, because Opatha will leave a few, but will intend to play him on the outside.
Good teasing length and line just outside the off stump when you're having 3 slips and a gully. All bowlers have been guilty of not bowling to their field, especially. Like I said before, 3 slips and a gully, they've been bowling quite very full down the leg side, quite a few fours.
This is good. This is very good cricket. Playing with soft hands again, pushing it into the gap, picking up a single. He's 29. The Zomians are 37. So into over number 9, 8. Decent run rate been maintained. A shade over 4 runs and over. There's the field now changing over for the left-handed Johan Mendes, but even the body language by the Royalists seem to be very down and done, because you can see we only had half an hour, 40 minutes of play, and still they're taking a lot of time to turn around, move around, and taking things very lightly. They need to keep the pressure on the batting side. They need to attack. They need to show more aggression at the moment. That's not happening.
They show a bit of proactiveness when Johan Mendes is batting. Field coming in close. Once again, Ramanayaka.
Now they had a change in the field. They've stopped Johan Mendes' push to the off and taking off a single by bringing in a short extra cover. They've taken a slip out. So it's only 2 slips in a gully now for Ramanayaka.
Crowd still gradually building up, but the boys' tents are almost packed here at the Sinhalese Sports Club grounds.
This is good from Ramanayaka. Definitely settling into a better line, but umpire calls it over. It's 8 overs done in the Thorman innings after they were put into bat. They're 37 for none. It's time for a change in voices.
Hello, Amma. Where are you?
I'm almost there. Give me 5 minutes.
Outgoing and incoming calls restricted to 4 parent-approved numbers. No SMS or internet, SOS emergency button, location tracking, and many more security features. Secure your child's world with Dialog Suraksha.
It's such a relief to know that he's always safe with Dialog Suraksha.
Available at all Dialog customer care centers island-wide. Dialog, the future today.
Good morning, viewers. Good morning, Tirina.
Good morning, Amita.
Royal have won the toss and put the Thormians into bat. And Thormians in 8 overs have got 37 for no loss. Opening batsmen Opatha and Johan Mendes. Vitanage coming in from the SLBC end.
Yes, Thormians are flying start here. At one stage they were almost scoring run a ball. Rashmigo Opatha 29 runs, Johan Mendes with 8.
Very well driven past mid-on and beats the fielder. And that's 4 more runs for Opatha. He started off the innings with 5 fours and he's continuing from there on. Very powerfully struck to the mid-on region. Beats the fielder. St. Thomas has moved up to 41 for no loss. And that's the replay.
Yes, Royal need to carve early inroads here. Get that vital breakthrough.
Rashmi Opatha has played 21 matches, 832 runs, an average of 32 with 200s and 550s as he takes strikes to Vitanage. Wide outside the off stump, left alone by the batsman. Johan Mendes on the non-strikers end has played 21 matches, 770 runs, 33.48 with an average, 1 century and 450s. As we see the crowd coming in for the 137th Battle of the Blues.
Yes, with the bird's eye view from here.
Once again a beautiful off-drive pass to mid-off fielder. Opatha seeing the ball very well from the start itself and making his intentions very clear. Vitanage using up to the pitch the ball and drove past the mid-off fielder. Powerfully hit. 4 more runs and the score moves up to 45 for no loss.
37 runs in 35 deliveries. Rashmi Opatha.
Opatha has moved up to 37.
Yes, the crowd gradually filling, getting filled at the SSC.
Opata in his 37 has got 8 fours. His first 20 runs was 5 fours to the boundary.
To our left-hand side, you can see the two boys' tents are already packed. They are separated by the small grassy knoll where the giant scoreboard is there. Giant number scoreboard, and to our right-hand side, the grandstand, the dressing rooms.
Utanage once again coming in from the SLBC end. Left alone by the batsman.
This iconic venue is the 7th venue.
Introducing the Ultra 99 postpaid package from Dialog. Say everything you want to say with the ultra benefits of extra talk time, extra SMS and extra data at a monthly rental of just 99 rupees only. Dialog, the future today.
Poster Royal Tomian, first posted in 1975 as Maitland says, and constantly hosting it from 1994. Of course, it's very famous as a batting paradise. In 1996, Anushka Puranovich and Lasas Dharmaratne, the captain and vice captain of Royal, recorded the highest partnership for any wicket at the Royal Tomian, 254 runs between them. They scored in 1996.
There is a change of bowling from the commentator's box end. Duvindu Hettiarache going away from us to the left-handed Johan Mendes.
Duvindu has taken 12 wickets for the season.
Very gently put away onto the fine leg boundary, and that's 4 runs for Johan Mendes.
Not the best start for Duvindu. The Tomians laying a solid foundation here, 49 runs between the opening pair.
As we see Hettiarache going away from us. Once again to the left-handed Mendes, straying down on the leg side. He's not got his line right as yet. Second ball of his new over. Probably he can try one more ball and probably come round the wicket, which will help him to get a better line to the left-handed Johan Mendes. Johan Mendes is on 8. Now taking strike to Hettiarache.
I believe Johan Mendes is playing the anchor role here, rotating the strike, and Rashmika Opata in that aggressive mood to score runs.
Yes, and I think Johan Mendes generally is a slow starter, but then thereafter, once he gets his eye in, he keeps the scoreboard ticking.
So the 50-run partnership for St. Thomas's, a good start for them on the first day. Royal winning the toss and deciding to field first. Still searching for that first breakthrough.
So Tomians have got 15, their 10th over. Good run rate to start off on the first day. Once again he pushes it to the fine leg area and batsman crossover for a single.
Surprise start from Royal using Ronuku Jayawardene, a part-time medium pacer, to open the innings. Of course, son of the famous Rohan Jayawardene, who played in 1983, recorded one of the best all-round performances at the Royal Tomian. He scored an unbeaten 145 and took 9 for 73. his father was actually a genuine all-rounder, but Ronuka is generally considered as a batsman, but surprisingly Royal using him for the opening over here. He bowled 2 overs, conceded 10 runs.
I think that could have been, as you said, to surprise even the Thomians, and probably with that to unnerve the Thomians and try and get an early wicket for Royal, but probably didn't happen. Opatha.
Yes, Thomians were careful not to fall into that trap or whatever the plan the Royalists were trying to do there.
Opatha tries to cut, probably a little too close to the body.
This encounter rich in history and tradition, and if I'm not mistaken, Amita, your father played exactly 75 years ago in 1941.
That's
he took 9 wickets in that big match. Ovila Benayaka.
As we see Tiarachi once again going away from us.
I believe 1941 was the peak of the Second World War, but then still that couldn't hamper or stop the Royal Thomian.
St. Thomas has put into bat 52 for no loss, 10 overs completed.
So the Seranaka Shield is residing at Royal at the moment. Royal winning it in 2013. Of course, the longest stay at one institution was 19 years. The Shield resided at Royal from 1969 to 1988. In 69, they won under the captaincy of early leavers, and in 1988, until they lost to St. Thomas after 24 years, when the Bulankulam side convincingly beat the Royalists by innings and 72 runs in 1988, when Royal had a pretty young side. They lost after 24 years in 1988. The longest drought for St. Thomas's. And here the bowling change, Lassit Ambuldeniya, the 100-wicket taker for Royal.
The main strike bowler this year for Royal.
He had taken 118 scalps at an average of 17.72, 3 10-wicket hauls and 9 5-wicket hauls to the left-arm spinner. He broke the Royal record for most wickets in a season, previously held by Manisha Tantrigoda during the 2009-10 season, and he had taken 226 first 11 wickets for Royal, nearing the all-time record set by A.R. Jayaveera. When he took 237 wickets during his 5 years at Royal.
Johan Mendes now on 11, taking strike to Ambuldeniya, who's coming from the SLBC end.
He's their star bowler, Amita. If they need a breakthrough, Lassit Ambuldeniya need to strike at this moment, because I feel that they're desperate for a wicket here. So many bowling changes.
Very nicely put away, pulled into the vacant area, running down to the square leg boundary, and that's 4 runs for Johan Mendes. He moves up to 15.
And at the same time, I believe, Amita, that they should not overuse Lassit Ambuldeniya.
That's right, and I think also Ambuldeniya should at this moment use a little bit of flight, make the batsman come out and even try and go for a shot or two. and try to get him out on the line.
Yes, and I believe that they need to use him for small spells like 5-6 over spells and rotate him, not to overuse him.
And that's the end of the 11th over. St. Thomas's 56 for no loss, put into bat by Royal this morning.
And I believe with the start they had, and after losing the toss, and with the start they've had, I believe that now they have put that behind the fact that they have lost the toss, because Royal won a good toss to bowl here, but so far they haven't.
Yes, then I think the wicket also hasn't created that 45 minutes, 1 hour normal SSC wicket being very difficult to bat on. That hasn't been there today. So the Thomian batsman, especially Opatha, has capitalized on that and has gone about with his stroke making, hitting 5 fours initially to start off to get to 20 and thereafter consolidating. So at the end of 11 overs, St. Thomas is 56, scoring at 5 runs per over.
Yes, Samita, the usual wicket which gives you, which favors the bowlers in the first couple of hours, we haven't seen it today. And usually SSC is considered as a batsman's paradise.
That's probably why the Royalists put the Thomians into bat to get an early wicket or 2, and they are also giving a surprise by Ronak Jayawardene opening bowling from one end. Those two strategies haven't worked so far for Royal, so they'll have to come up with new ideas. Once again, the batsman crossover for a quick single. Wicket has had no terrors, these two batting very comfortably. As we see, my co-commentator has done a lot of homework. Tilina has compiled all the Royal Thomian statistics over the years. The tally of 34 matches each, 68 matches drawn. And let's discuss the 100th match where St. Thomas's were on the verge of losing in 1979, where the Thomian partnership of Mahinda Halangoda and C.P. Richards saved the day. And as Tilina himself has put it, the Thomian will prevail for a memorable draw.
Once again, that memorable centenary encounter was also played here at Maitland Place, where Ranjan Madugalle captained the Royalists and Johan Piris was the captain for St. Thomas's. Johan Piris, of course, hailed from a famous family as well.
Score moves up to 57, 12th over in progress. Govindu Hettiarachchi runs away from us to the right-handed Opatha. A fuller delivery. Tries to guide it long but misses, and Royal wicketkeeper Dhanapala picks it.
So the highest first wicket stand at the Royal Thomian was made in 2006 when Sukita Senaratne and Malinga Maligaspe scored 218 runs for the first wicket, which stands as the highest opening stand for the two sides at the Royal Thomian.
That ball was a good ball. It came in, but very safely left alone by Opatha, going over the stumps. But there was a bit of movement in that ball, probably a little bit of bending his back by Hettiarachchi.
Tiran Dhanapala doing the wicket keeping duties for Royal. He's also the vice captain and the highest run scorer for them in the season. More than 1,000 runs scored.
Once again driven powerfully, beating the mid-on fielder and running down for 4 runs. Opatha continuing his dealing with boundaries.
That was from the moment it left the bat, Amita. Superb timing from Rashmika Opatha. He moves into 42.
Got to the pitch of the ball, played firmly, beating the mid-on fielder, and he moves up to 42. St. Thomas's 62 for no loss. put into bat this morning by the Royalists at the 137th Battle of the Blues. Johan Mendes taking guard once again to face up to Ambul Denia. Coming in from the SLBC end. Also, Tilin, I think as per your statistics, and as we all know, Sumitra Varnakula Surya for Royal in 1980 has got 197, and that's the highest score by a Royalist at the Royal Tomian match.
Yes, Amit, and for a 2-day encounter, the record stands at 184 made by Dulit Mendis in 1972. He also made a century in 1971, one of the 4 batsmen to score more than 1 century at the Royal Tomian. He, together with his nephew Manoj Mendis, also scored 2 centuries in 1992 and 93. The first being Neil Joseph for Royal in 1925 and 26, and the fourth being Piris, their captain, in 2007. He scored 2 centuries in 2005 and 2007. Both resulted in Tomian victories.
And the father-son record, Sumitra Varnakuria's son represented Royal in 2007. And also the 2013 captain where Royal beat St. Thomas's, Devin Padmanathan's father, Guy, represented Royal in 1975 to 77.
Yes, and his brother, late Gajan Padmanathan, was also a famous cricketer for Royal. He went on to play for Cambridge as well. And famous names at the Royal Tomian. No short of history in this 137-year-old tradition.
And Buldenia now giving a little bit of air and flight. That's good to see. Mendes very watchful. Once again pulled into the vacant mid-wicket area, and ball should run down at 4 runs. 66 for no loss at the end of 13 overs. We go in for a commercial break and it will be change of voices.
අපේ කැමැත්තටම බෑනේ. රට ඉන අයියගෙනුත් අහන්න ඕනේ.
ඩැඩි. IDD. මේ ඩයලොග් IDD ඩැඩි. දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි.
අනේ ඩැඩි.
ඉතින් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න වැඩියෙන් hina වෙන්න. වැඩි රටවල් ගානකට වැඩියෙන් සම්බන්ධ වෙලා වැඩි විස්තර දැනගන්න. වැඩි වෙලාවක් වැඩි දෙනෙක් එක්ක වැඩක් ඇති ගොඩාක් දේවල් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්නත් පුළුවන්. ලෝකෙ ඕනම රටකට වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න ඩයලොග් IDD දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි කළා. වැඩේ හරිද ඩැඩි?
Rings on the field. St. Thomas's going at almost better than run a minute. 66 without loss. Chasrika Pusakola, this is a great start for Tomians.
Yes, a very good morning to all the viewers around the globe tuning into the live broadcast from ThePapare.com, the 137th Battle of the Blues, as we have just stopped play for the first drinks break of the 137th Battle of the Blues, with Tomians have moved on to 66 for the loss of no wickets, with Rashmiko Upata on 42 and Johan Mendes on 20. Very good start here by the Tomians, Haritha.
One gets the impression that the weather conditions in the morning was misnomer, and this was a very good toss for Sajid Jayatilaka to lose.
Yes, Arthur, but as far as I'm concerned, the Royalists did a very tactical error by opening up with a doubly medium pacey up front when they had the resources of 2 tall, lanky, fast bowlers.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised. I mean, when you have, okay, if they didn't want to give Ramanayak that particular end, and if they wanted to start, surely, really the Vitanage doing to HRHC were the sort of options. I mean, totally surprised. I'm sure the Tomian batsmen themselves were surprised. Ron Pujara was opening the bowling in the 137th Battle of the Blues.
Indeed, Arthur, but the end wouldn't have been an issue at the start of play, because the captain has the option of selecting whatever the end the bowler needs to bowl from. But I really don't know what happened there. Maybe a surprise that the Thomians did not expect, but definitely backfired on the Royalists.
Yeah, seeing Gishant Panditharatna, he's a good captain. I mean, I'm sure it had to do something with Suranga Vijayanaga's advice. I don't think Panditharatna decided that particular move on his own. Anyway, Rashmi Gopatha batting on 42. How many fours so far, Chintakan? Gopatha 9-4. And brilliant stuff
Yes, Sartha, we are about to commence play here at the 137th Battle of the Blues. The drinks break is over. The Royalists have retaliated. They would have planned for certain things during this session up to the lunch break. As we see Vithanage continuing. Vithanage, the relatively tall, lanky fast bowler who hits the deck hard.
John Mendes has played a very good supporting role, not out on 20. He's palmed the strike to Rashmi Gopatha, which is the right thing. I'm sure the last couple of overs, the Thomian openers played for the break. The weather is good. So there is a tendency that the Royal bowlers will bowl well outside the wickets to sort of get the batsman playing a ball stroke.
Very true, Haritha. As you can see, the field is relatively defensive as well, as we see a sweeper cover, more of a deepish cover there as well. The Royal skipper applying a more negative approach at the moment. So the field, two slips, a gully, deep cover, extra cover mid-off on the offside, as we see. Carnegie. That's more of the area he needs to be, Haritha. I mean, there and there about outside off stump, letting the batsman make any sort of mistake that they would, especially being an aggressive batsman.
Yeah, doing the Hettiarachchi, 12 wickets through the season, you wouldn't expect him to really make a huge impression. But the fact is that he's bowling a little bit loose outside off stump has helped St. Thomas's immensely.
So 3 balls thus far indicate something. The skipper has certainly instructed something into the bowlers. I'm sure he would have said, keep it outside off stump. We'll have a defensive field for you. The batsman is being aggressive. Let's see what he's got to do, being patient. I mean, especially Opatha, a batsman who likes to go for his strokes. This is a good test for him as well.
Massive crowd watching the cricket. It's very noisy now, as you would imagine. This is a good tactic. Keep the batsman quiet a little bit. Bordering on negative on that particular occasion. Too far wide. He was lucky not to be called wide. Yes, I think it's a good option on the part of Panditharatna to bowl on to one side, and he's bowling on off stump and inviting Opatha to take a few liberties. And he took the liberty on this occasion.
Well, as far as Opatha is concerned, patience is a very small word for him, because he went after that, hit it right over extra cover. A very aggressive approach here by Opatha as he moves on to 46. And the score up to 70 for the loss of no wickets.
10 fours in his 46. I mean, he's into a dream start. Rashmi Opatha. Thomas is sitting very pretty and really dictating terms.
Bit of invariable bounce there. As we conclude the 14th over, Thomians have moved on to 70 for the loss of no wickets. So the crowd building up here at the 137th Battle of the Blues.
You give me data sim.
Massage?
No, data sim.
Massage, very good.
No, data sim.
You are Sri Lanka? Why you no use dialogue data roaming? Unlimited data, $5 a day.
Unlimited data for just $5 a day?
Yeah. Unlimited, same massage you want?
mean?
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with dialogue roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
Thompsons go at this rate. This evening is going to be huge. You know, there's probably a world record. Kottachi brothers officiating in this match. Rohita Kottachi, Ravi Kottachi, the on-field umpires, and then Kapila Kottachi. The other one is the third umpire. Wendell Lebroy is match referee. I'll tell you about the Kottachi brothers a little bit more.
Imuldinia continues. Good delivery outside of stump. Johan is once again very watchful. He knows where the fielders are. He just pushes it into a gap and crosses over for a single and gives the strike to the more dominant Opatha, which is very important. I mean, I said it before as well. The key thing that Johan is doing at the moment is rotating strike. He's not getting bogged down in one end.
And he's doing it to almost perfection every over first ball.
Very true, very true. I mean, I don't know how he does it, but he definitely has the art and the skill of putting the ball into the gap, which is a very skillful thing to do.
Sashrika, you are also a good stroke player. I think the key here is Mendes. If he plays a sheet anchor role, the rest of the batting can easily. Do not worry about one end which has been closed up, and so far that has been the case.
True, I mean, he has to focus on that. He has to, think of batting out throughout the innings, as we see. Buldenia, short of a length delivery. He's timing it very well, Haritha. I mean, even that ball slightly short, but then punched off the back foot.
I think Opatha has been advised and he has decided he's not going aerial. And it's a very good thing for him.
Well, I wonder how far he would resist, because the fielders are right up, mid-off, mid-on, close in. He's a batsman who's naturally aggressive and he's on 46. He would love to, bring it up with a boundary.
I have no problems with the boundary. It's just that if you hit in the air, you get into a mood of hitting in the air. Oh, he's very well focused. This is good for St. Thomas's. Yeah, the Kottachi brothers, 7 of them. And the first one played for Holy Cross Kalutara. 6 others played for Kalutara Vidyalaya. That's brilliantly struck. That's 50 for Rashmik Opatha with his 11th boundary. Massive 6.
I think my predictions were true there, Haritha. I mean, I assumed, him being such an aggressive batsman would step down the track and loft him right over the mid-on boundary for a 6, and that brings up his 50.
Never mind 100 wickets for him. Tossed up in the slot, out of the crease, out of the boundary.
Very clear intentions, Haritha. Very clear intentions by Rashmik Opatha. So, a dream start for the Thomians, I'd say. The score on 77.
I hope they are alive to the reality.
Let's hope so.
This should not be a dream for them. This game is over 3 days of intense cricket.
If you go back, Haritha, if you go back for the last 10 years, I don't think that there has been a start like this in a Royal Thomian.
I don't know.
Not for a while, at least.
Yeah. This guy, Rashmik Opatha, is national potential. That he didn't make the trip together with his captain for the Youth World Cup was somewhat of a surprise to me. And we talk about Rashmik Opatha so much that we must due credit to Johan Mendes for the role he plays.
Equally important role, Haritha. I mean, you can't have 2 players having the same approach from both ends. So, Johan Mendes has realized his role. He's sticking to his game plan, and he's doing the right thing.
You know, he scored only 104 50s in making now almost 800 runs. Johan Mendes. You know that he's been very consistent.
Yes,
with
I mean
that sort of thing,
I would assume
over 30.
His style of play would actually suit him being a player who would actually drop down and can bat throughout the innings. That line is not going to bother him at all. I mean, he'll leave that ball all day.
The only botheration is that the rate of scoring will probably drop because it's too far wide. He's trying to do the right thing, trying to angle it across the left-hander, but he's spraying it too far wide outside off stump and too short. He's not a Rashmi Kopatha. He's not going to rush. Johan Mendes will wait for the right ball to score. It's a better leave. Must give credit to the joint organizing committee, the co-chairman Dr. Hiran Vimalaratne and Iranseka Pereira and the rest of the gang. So much of hard work. Now it's on. And what a start for the 137th Battle of the Blues. The 11th time it's being sponsored by Dialog Asiada. Ooh, played well away from his body. That's what Royal wants St. Thomas's to do.
Well, very uncharacteristic shot there by Johan. I mean, that's not his natural game. But I'm sure the positive aggression that Opatha has shown has rubbed down to him a bit as well.
You know, he's trying to reach out. The ball is being sprayed too far wide outside off stump. So he has to flirt with a little bit of danger in order to keep the scoreboard ticking.
Very true, Haritha. I mean, the easy singles are not coming in this over. That is more of his comfort zone, Haritha. I mean, the straight deliveries are what he's expecting.
77 without loss. I can't recall a batsman scoring 100 before lunch, but I'm not too sure whether he actually got there. But Jagat Bhattacharya got very close to getting 100 if he didn't make 100 before lunch that particular year. Like Opatha, he opened batting for Royal and was a right-hander.
History is your thing, Haritha, not mine. I mean, I'm not so good with
I
this
know.
statistics and, you
Long
know,
time ago.
I would believe whatever you say.
No. I saw the match, but I can't really remember. This year is important for another set of Thomians led by Sasi Ganeshan. 40 years in 1976, 40 years ago, they were the best team and played a superb side. There were the likes of his brother Aji Ganeshan, who played the late Dalan Subramaniam, late Gaidi Alvis, late Lalit Ratnayaka. Brilliant stuff, superbly controlled, massive six.
Haritha, that's a very hard stroke to play. I mean, against the spin coming down the track, there's a bit of risk involved in it as well, but this SSC track, as we know, has no spin on offer. So, as we see the replay coming up, I mean, you would see, I mean, since there is no spin coming up, as you see the replay, there's not much turn and hence allowing the batsman to go across the line, sort of.
That is controlled aggression. 2 sixers, 9 fours. He's really taken the attack to the Royal bowlers. 83 for no loss. He's 58, Rashmi Kopatha. The field is on the offside. So
That's
concentrate outside off stump.
Much better trajectory as well, Haritha. I mean, ball flatter and outside off stump. Ball spinning a bit as well. So that is more of where Buldine should target.
That should be a couple at least if they are really interested. No, they aren't. Royal are leaking runs now.
it's not that they have any control of it, because the batsman is very exceptional. I mean, the talent that he's showing right now is exceptional talent. I mean, you rarely see this from a schoolboy, Harith.
Yeah, I mean, now their full focus is on Lasith Ambultenia Royal, their top wicket taker. He has all kinds of records, but all those things don't matter if you don't perform here in this match.
It all comes down to this, Harith. It all comes down to this, the Battle of the Blues, the biggest thing for a Royalist or a Thomian. I mean, what more can you get?
He's playing a superb second fiddle role, so that's the end of the over. St. Thomas has put in about 84 without loss, 21 to Johan Mendes, 58 to Rashmi Gopal. The time for us to take a break. Kosala and Harun will be talking to you after.
Devil kala daya ben daya porak eliyata eno make up settala devil dana kamare make up settala devil dana kamare daya wendu Maggie devil kannu
From Nestle.
Good morning to all our viewers once again. As you see, Duedu Hetiarachi, the top of his mark, will be bowling to the scintillating Opatha. Once again, beautifully struck. It's running down to the mid-on boundary. And stopped by Ramanayaka. The batsmen have easily crossed over for 2 runs. So Opatha looks in full swing, seems to be stroking the ball very cleanly. Does not seem to be rattled at all.
Well, I think that's his one of his strong zones. He's been playing through the mid-wicket position very comfortably. The Royalists have been doing the cardinal mistake by bowling to him in that area. He looks very comfortable. He's played a very calculated innings to really take for count. He's played the good ball on merit. Put away the bad ball.
Exactly. He's actually brimming in confidence. It's very good to see an aggressive opener in this nature, especially at Royal Thomian. I think in the past you haven't seen much of many openers, going all guns blazing at the start. They've been pretty cautious and very careful at the approach. But Opatha is completely the opposite of what one would expect. He has gone after Royal bowling, and also Royal also has contributed to his cause by bowling very, very loose in this session.
There again, similar result, because again, straying down the leg side, you can't give Opatha the room. He's very strong on his wrist. He comes there, he turns his wrist very quickly, and the bottom hand comes into play very effectively, and the result is the maximum. So Royal, decision to send the opportunity to bat really key, because I don't think they've exploited the conditions. Their disappointment, I don't think that this SSC wicket offered to them.
Exactly. I think once again the green on the SSC track has deceived the Royal captain. I think what the initial thought would have been is to make maximum use of the first 1.5 hours to get the ball moving, but then again we see the 2 Thomian batsmen countering that pretty easily. Kosala. Fuller delivery. There is movement in the air, but then again it's been very well watched. It's been very well played actually. This is smothering the swing. Hetiarachi has not bowled that badly. It's just that he's been bowling to a batsman that is actually very high in confidence. He takes that one in short. Good bouncer by Hetiarachi. So that's the only variation that we've seen from the Royal lineup. Not seen many bouncers bowled in this particular inning.
Well, I think I like that aggression by Hettiarachchi. Try and ask the batsman to do something different. Because you really noticed the batsman is playing more comfortably on the front. We haven't seen any cuts off. They've not really tested the Thomaian openers with that.
Exactly, it's been surprising the strategy that has been deployed. He's gone with he's stuck with the same plan. He's not tried anything new as in the next delivery. So he seems to be very swift at the crease, Kosala. He seems to be moving around, moving his feet. So that's a very good sign for a batsman. You know a batsman is batting well when his feet is moving well.
It's the end of the over. St Thomas 90 for 9.
Easy Cash ලොව පුරා පිළිගත් මුදල් යවන ආයතන රාශියක් සමග එක්වේ. රට සල්ලි එවලේම ඔබේ මොබයිල් ෆෝන් එකට ලබාගත හැකි නවීන හා පහසුම ක්‍රමයක් හඳුන්වා දී. රට සල්ලි ඕනෑම වේලාවක ඕනෑම තැනකින් ඔබට ළඟම Easy Cash මධ්‍යස්ථානයකින් අරගන්න. වැඩි විස්තර සඳහා 7111 අමතන්න. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ විශාලතම ගනුදෙනු ජාලයට පාරිභෝගික සම්බන්ධතාව ඩයලොග් එටිසෙලත් හච්. Easy Cash මොබයිල් එකෙන් ගනු සහ දෙනු.
As we come back to the SSC, we see Ramanayaka to bowl from the Torrington end. There's been a change in bowling. Ambulveni has been taken off from that end. So the tall, lanky fast bowler will be bowling to Johan Mendes, who's been very watchful. He's been sound in his technique and played second fiddle to Opatha's blistering innings so far.
Well, I think that's the correct way to go about it, Mauthu. Like I say, when you know that Opatha is getting runs very frequently, why not play the anchor role, work the single around, get more of the strike to Opatha, because he's a person who likes to get on with the game. He doesn't like to be kept quiet for a while. I think Mendes has done a fantastic job in playing the supporting role. He knows his limitations, he knows his capabilities, and he's doing exactly what I think the coach Dinesh would have wanted him to do.
I think what St Thomas's has been doing is they've been playing smart cricket. They're not just gone after the bowling. They have taken the ones, the twos, and put away the bad balls when needed. We'll see what Ramanayaka can do from the change of ends. First ball, a good delivery, bang on target. So Ramanayaka has that ability to get the extra bounce and is also able to move the ball off the deck. He is spearheading the Royal fast bowling attack. Royal not equipped with the best battery of fast bowlers, but then again, one would have to expect something from a former under-19 national bowler. Ramanayaka has played Sri Lanka under-19. He has represented the nation at that level. So he should have some experience to put out at this 137th Battle of the Blues.
This is a better line by Ramanayaka. He's trying to invite Mendes to do something outside the off, but he needs to get a little bit closer to the stumps. He's going a little too far away. He's giving Mendes the opportunity. No, I don't want to play that. Let it go through. He's given that idea to him. He needs to get it a little more, whether to keep Mendes, whether I need to play or whether I need to leave. Bring that uncertainty.
Absolutely right, Kosala. It's all about getting that ball in the corridor of uncertainty. Creating that doubt for the batsman, where he thinks twice before playing, as we see. Watchfully left alone, I think. So he's been his forte. I think he's been leaving the ball exceptionally well. He's watching the ball right from the hand until it passes the bat. So that's an essential component when it comes to opening the batting for any side. So you have to watch the swing, watch the movement of the deck, and play as late as possible. 90 runs on the board, 18th over. St Thomas scoring at a very, very fast rate. At this rate, they should easily cross over 150 plus runs when they come into lunch. The next delivery, pokes.
Now that's what I was talking about. He needs to bowl in that area. Mendes playing and pulling away at the last minute. I don't think he pulled out enough in time. He was beaten completely for that. Let's take a look at that. This is good stuff. There you go. He played and pulled it out. He was lucky not to get a touch. The pulling out came very late, but they were really lucky not to get a touch.
Exactly. I think that was a lovely delivery. So that's where they have to be consistently nagging the Thomaian batsmen. Because I feel Royal have not made good pressure. They have not bowled many maiden overs where we have not seen St Thomas going to a shell. It will be interesting to see if they can bring them into a shell and how Thomaian batsmen would react as we see the next delivery.
That is a little too fuller. Mendes was at ease playing that down the offside. And the other thing, Marjorie, if you notice that the Royal over rate has been pretty slow. We have almost 1.5 hours of play in the morning, and we have only seen 18 overs. Normally we want to see about 20 overs done by this time.
Exactly, I think that will be another cause for concern for the Royal captain. I'm sure the match referee also will be looking at this pretty specifically. I think that's very important because at the Royal Thomin, it's not the usual 90 overs. They play 100, 100 and 105, if I'm not mistaken. That was a very decent over from Ramanayaka. Good comeback as the change of ends has helped him a bit. He's got a bit of extra bounce on that end. The end of the 19th over, St. Thomas's 90 for no loss. Yet there are no signs of Royal penetrating the Thomian batting. They have been there and thereabout. Ramanayaka has been by far the most impressive bowler out of the entire lot. Ambulvenia, yes, did bowl.
දින 60ක්ම ක්‍රිකට් උණුසුම නොමිලේ අත්විඳින්න. ඔබත් අදම ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන් සම්බන්ධතාවයක් ගෙදරගෙන යන්න. සෑම නව සම්බන්ධතාවක් සමගම සියලුම ක්‍රීඩා channel දින 60කට නොමිලේ. පසුගියුම් සම්බන්ධතාව රුපියල් 3990ට. per day TV සම්බන්ධතාව රුපියල් 4990ට. මෙම දීමනාව මාර්තු 31 දක්වා පමණයි. වැඩි විස්තර සඳහා 1777 අමතන්න.
Once again, shortish delivery.
Well, I think the other disappointing part where the Royals might be concerned is their leading wicket taker, Lasit Ambulvenia, who's taken 118 wickets this season, has scored 4 overs. He's gone for 21 runs.
Exactly, I think not the ideal wicket to bowl, especially on a first day track at the SSC, where there is the least contribution to spinners.
All right, Maljud, I would like to pose a question to you. Like, say, I know you've been in this situation. I know you've been in the centre. Like, how is it feeling like when you're playing in a big match? Compared to a normal game, like, say?
No, it's completely different. I think the big match it's a totally different ball game. It's an enthralling, scintillating. It's just you cannot explain it in words. Actually, you have to be there to actually experience it. Yes, indeed, there are butterflies in the stomach when you initially take the field. But then again, as time goes on, you get used to the crowds, the atmosphere, and then the focus lies more on the game. It's very important you make that shift, the transition from focusing on the out interior and then coming into the game. Very, very important because most good players have that ability, and you see certain players not being able to perform at a Royal Thomin merely because of that fact.
Because I can remember because the Royal is banked a lot, I think, on last year on their leading run scorer. When it came to the big game, he really struggled to get things going. So I think you sometimes intend to add more pressure on him, saying it's big, and you don't intend to play your game. That makes you downfall.
You're absolutely right. I think you hit the nail on the coffin there. That's what most of these players experience. They think, especially in terms of the schools that they represent, you know, the students, the amount of expectation that they have on these players, that actually increases the pressure of these guys.
We've been talking all this because nothing much out in the centre is happening. Johan Mendes has played 3 dot balls in this over. 4 dot balls of Tiarachi, so it just gave us time to run back to how the feeling would be out in the centre. And Maljud, obviously when you're the captain of the side, more pressure.
Definitely, I think the changes that you make is very critical because you're playing against time as well, and not much that you can do in terms of thinking, especially with the atmosphere, with the loud noises. You have to be very smart on your feet and have to be on the ball if I'm correct.
Johan Mendes works away for a single on the offside. He will take his personal 23, 22. This is what St. Thomas has made up. They were put into bat at the end of that over.
We see those pictures coming live from ThePapare.com. ladies with their pom-poms dancing away. By the looks of it, they seem to be supporting Royal. The blue and gold pom-poms. We see Ramanaka getting ready. By far, he's been the most penetrative bowler of the Royal attack.
I like the line that Ramanak has started bowling since he was brought on from the Torrington, and he's trying to bowl a fraction outside the off stump to Johan Mendes, who might intend to fish around. If he's continuing to go on this now, this is what I don't like. Is he going to change to go around the wicket? No, he's sticking to over the wicket. He still stick to over the wicket because that angle that you create by bowling over the wicket is very crucial.
I think you're spot on. I think if you look at his field also, it's set in a way where he can bowl over the wicket and get the ball across the left-handed batsman. He has two slips and a gully and a sort of a fine-ish cover point. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes about.
This is good. You can see Mendes not bringing that bat right in straight. Came at an angle. Was lucky that it didn't take an inside edge. Royal needs to add pressure. We're about 25 minutes away from lunch on day one. If the Thomians go into lunch without losing a wicket, then obviously the decision that to send the opposition in has not worked for the Royalists.
Exactly. I think for the Thomas that will be 100% execution of plan. Ideally, that's what they will want, not losing a wicket and getting 100 plus runs on the board. As we speak, I think Ramanaka has made the change. He's come around the wicket.
They hurry through for a single, but this is I thought this is poor cricket on the part of Ramanaka because bowling around the wicket, it's hard to get it across the left-hander. So I just don't know why he intended to change angle with your field outside on the off stump. He has the natural in-swinger going in. He doesn't bowl the out-swinger. So I just can't think, I can't just take it from Ramanaka at the moment.
I think it's the sheer frustration and the desperation to get a wicket that is causing them to make so many changes in terms of the variety that they're trying to do. Bowl over the wicket, around the wicket, short deliveries, Yorker. So Royals trying to pull out all the tricks that they have to get the first wicket of the St. Thomas's innings in the next. Oh, brilliantly fielded there. That was a good half stop.
Definitely saved the boundary.
Not to take the fact that that was a lovely shot.
I think everything was good. It was a fairly decent enough delivery, well executed by the batsman, and as you said, a half stop, but definitely stopped 3 runs for the side.
Good all-round cricket at that situation actually. So I think the skipper making a valiant attempt to save the boundary. All these things count. I think in the end, if you go to see at the end of the match. Oh, that's a poor delivery, too short, especially to a batsman of Mendes' stature. That's very, very short.
And it's been called a wide quite correctly by the head umpire. So, well, it looked like a more of a tennis ball bounce that came in.
I think that's something that has been evident if you take the past 3 years at SSC after they relayed the track. We've seen this tennis ball bounce, especially on the first day. It has that spongy effect. I think. It's probably because of the moisture early on, but then again, as the day goes on, probably post lunch, it just changes. It becomes a lovely flat batting track.
The good thing that the Thomian batsmen have been doing is, even though the boundaries have come very frequently, they've been rotating the strike, they've been taking the singles, they've been pushing it around, they've worked it around, and they've done tremendously well to pick up the singles.
As I said earlier, that's smart batting. They've been absolutely smart. You know, they're not just gone all guns blazing, looking for the boundaries. Especially Mendes has always looked to take the ones and the twos. Opatha equally, after scoring a boundary, ideally has been looking to rotate the strike, which is exceptional batting. I think even the Royalists also can take a leaf or two from the Thomian book of batting if you see the way they have gone about this innings.
A dot ball to end the over. It's 96 for Nunn, 23 to Johan Mendes, 67 to Rashmika Opatha. It's time for me to make way for Shaminda, and one of my counterparts during my school days in the field of cricket, Gamini Perra, to take you through for the next 20 minutes.
දයියා වෙන දයියා පොරක් එළියට එන මේක අපි සෙට්ටල ඩෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ මේක අපි සෙට්ටල ඩෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ දයියා වෙන්න මැගී ඩෙවිල් කන්න
From Nestle.
Very good morning to you, to our loyal listeners. Joined here in the commentary box with my former coach, ThePapare. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, Shaminda. Good morning to all of you, wherever you may be watching on ThePapare.com. It's a beautiful place to be here at SSC, and yeah, Royal are battling hard already, having put St. Thomas's into bat. So far, dominated by Opatha in this partnership, 96 runs without no loss. And it's a beautiful wicket, and it's a beautiful ground. SSC, one of the, if not the best ground in Sri Lanka. I can remember in 1992 when Alan Border came to SSC, Shaminda, he said this is the best ground he has ever played cricket on. And quite a nice place. As back to cricket, I think Royal opted to go with a surprise packet early, first up with Ronuka. That didn't work. And so far, St. Thomas's batsmen have been playing brilliantly on this track. I mean, Shaminda, you played on this track a couple of years ago. It's quite a good batting track, a lot of bounce. When you play on tracks that has bounce, then you have a variety of shots on offer. Sometimes the schoolboys play on very low tracks these days, but this is quite a different one. And Royal have picked St. Thomas's back quite a bit in the last 2 overs. This might actually lure into a foul shot, so we'll have to wait and see.
But definitely credit should be given to the Thomian batsmen. They've been batting brilliantly, and they've dealt with the paces and Lasith Ambuleni as well quite decently and quite well. They've been quite successful in scoring runs. They've been fluent in their runs. Opathas seem to be in good nick, and we definitely seem to have a game on our way, sir.
Yep, and as Johan Mendes takes a single, dropping on to the leg side. He's the other good part of this partnership, Shaminda. Johan Mendes has rotated the strike. He has realized his partner is in good nick, and Opatha is quite a fluent, natural, free-flowing batsman, and he missed out last year, I think, because of injury. He had made the maximum of it this time, and if Royal don't make any inroads with this guy, Opatha, he had a couple of stints in the under-19, so he has experience on his side as well, and he's set. So Royal will have to come up with some plan to hit the beast stumps. And this one is quite a straight delivery. Huge appeal, maybe just going down the leg side by the looks of it. If you go to the replay, you might see wicketkeeper also moving towards the leg stump, so that means that's how he saw it. So maybe the umpire saw it the same way. Maybe just missing leg stump on that one.
Opatha seemed to shuffle to his off, and yeah, most certainly drifting down leg, or maybe even clipping leg stump.
Yeah, that's the other thing on this track, Shaminda. If you want to get an LBW, you need to be quite full. There's a lot of bounce, so you try to find that 5 meter, maybe 6 meter mark. If you go shorter than that, definitely the ball is going to go over the stumps on this one. And but like I said, Royal, because of the last 2-3 overs, this time was a beautiful shot from Opatha. That shot clearly says how good a batsman he is. I mean, this one. Ball was pretty much straight on him, and the balance got him there. Beautiful balance, Opatha. Because of his balance, he's able to maneuver his hands and the other parts of the body. Batting is all about balance, and that particular shot is a perfect example of it.
So St. Thomas's one short of 3-digit mark.
Wish and win SMS Facebook Twitter හෝ Dialog web අඩවිය වෙත පිවිස ඔබේ සුබපැතුම පහසුවෙන් එවන්න. SLC හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ සුබපැතුම් පරිවිඩයේ හිස්තැනක් ජාතික හැදනුපත් අංකය සඳහන් කර 23:43ට ඕනෑම ජාලයකින් හැකිතාක් SMS කරන්න. chat ග්‍රාහකයන් 77 දෙනෙකුට සියලු පහසුකම් සහිතව ආසියානු හෝ 2020 ලෝක කුසලානේ නැරඹීමට වරම්. තවත් වටිනා තෑගි රැසක්. ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ සානම්බර අනුග්‍රාහක Dialog.
St. Thomas's College 1 run short of the 3-digit mark, and a milestone for the two openers as well, as they put on
what seems like a century partnership. It's one short of it. Very important.
It's quite a lengthy break, this one. Royal already had a water break so far. I'm sure the umpires also must have spoken about having 2 water breaks. I mean, the very hot and humid conditions. And you need to hydrate yourself if you want to be out there for a long time, to keep yourself mentally fit as well as physically fit. A lot of water required, and when you don't take a wicket for 1.5 hours, you get more thirsty.
Thirsty for wickets, thirsty for runs, and thirsty for water. And of course, we have a half day's play left, and also 2 more days of intensely fought cricket here at the SSC, all courtesy of www.thepapare.com. Bring you beautiful pictures. We also have a concurrent streaming going on. We have pictures from the Jaffna Peninsula as St. John's take on Jaffna Central in the 110th encounter. Battle of the Goals. Bit of miscommunication in the middle. No harm done. The communication has been quite good between these 2 batsmen.
It has been. That's what good about this partnership. Not only it was power play, there was some touch play as well. And Mendes is a good example of it. He drops the ball in front of him and calls the other non-striker for a single, which is the right thing to do because Opatha is in full flow. Opatha has scored 69 with help of 2 sixes as well as 11 boundaries. So he's been the prolific stay in this one. As Ashin Ramanayak comes from a very good pedigree. His father is the national bowling coach, fast bowling coach, so obviously he must have taught him a few tricks here and there. So far he has not been able to work any of it, but he's into his second spell. He's one guy, Shamin, on this track. He has a bit of pace, he has a bit of bounce, so he needs to come up with a plan how to vary maybe his length, maybe getting batsmen to think by setting a field. So maybe he's settling in well in this spell, coming from the other side.
There doesn't seem to be much doing off the air. He had some swing in the morning. He had some nice curve in the morning, but then that's clearly died down, and the conditions definitely not helping him. Very warm. He's putting it all out.
Yeah, when Royal both bowlers opened the bowling, even Ronak Jayawardene and a surprise introduction this morning. Both had slight shape away from the right-hander, but as you mentioned just before, there is nothing on that sort anymore, so bowlers will have to really think how to get wickets on these good tracks. Good test for these Royal boys.
Still St. Thomas's edgy for that 1 run to get to the 3 figures.
Again, there was some width on offer for Mendes, and unfortunately he couldn't clear the offside play. If you look at this guy, Johan Mendes, as he comes on the screen now, if you look at his grip, Shamin, he has a very strong bottom hand grip. So he'll be very strong sparrow wicket, I would say, with that grip. The ability to have the bat speed to play square of the wicket, but he doesn't use his top hand much. But that's the beauty of all these cricketers. They're all different. And Mendes is different, and so is Opatha. Opatha is a bit more power and high backlit player, but Mendes obviously uses the bottom hand hell of a lot.
Introducing the Ultra 99 postpaid package from Dialog. Say everything you want to say with the ultra benefits of extra talk time, extra SMS and extra data at a monthly rental of just 99 rupees only. Dialog, the future today.
change in bowling. Malik Karyavasam to start from the tennis court end. Malik has had a decent season thus far. He's bowled 87.4 overs, conceded 334 runs for his 10 wickets. The best bowling of 2 for 31.
You all have two off spinners in there, Scott. One is Karyavasam and one is the bowling all-rounder Ganit Sandeep. So they have opted to go with the Karyavasam first up. His contribution they are expecting is with the ball more or less. So so far the left arm spinner have been tried. There is not much a turn. So it will be interesting to see Karyavasam operating from the tennis court end, whether he will get any purchase on this track.
Straight away, giving it some air. Pitched up. Quite an orthodox field. Beautiful, beautiful use of the feet. A shimmy down the track and a big six by Rashmi Gopatha. Definitely taking the game on to the Royalists.
He is, and yeah, you can clearly see, when the off spinner came, Royal started with a long on, but Gopatha brought his 50 with a 6 and St. Thomas have brought the 100 with a 6. What I was going to say before was that when the off spinner started his spell, Royal started with a long leg and a long on, but that didn't stop Gopatha from going over. He took the fielder on and cleared it with a big 6. That's probably 100-yard hit then, and you can see how naturally free flowing this batsman is. He was not capped just because the fielder is there, he got underneath it, and that's the beauty of batting Gopatha. He was after shimming down the track the previous ball, he stood on the crease this time and rocked back on the back foot and worked for a very good single. Very good batting by Gopatha.
Definitely showing class here, Rashmi Gopatha. So that's a 100-run partnership for the openers. They've laid the foundation for the St. Thomas's inning. Crowd starting to move into their respective tents, given that it's a Thursday. Corporates would close down almost for a half day, at least today, and for sure tomorrow. Mendes on the back foot. Smart cricket by Mendes. He's definitely using the width on offer, and given that the field is pushed rather back for him as well. Drops the ball in front of the wicket and is quick to change ends. It's very smart cricket by the Thomians here.
Yeah, this is what you call a brilliant partnership. Other batsman is helping the other one, and this time again a very poor delivery from Karyavasam. He's got 3 boundary riders on the leg side. Valiant effort by the Royal fielder, but couldn't make anything out of it. Another boundary. Gopatha is going very strong. Again, coming back to the point, off spinner Karyavasam is bowling with 5 fielders on the leg side. Shaminda and 3 on the boundary line, and that was a very poor delivery, giving width outside the off stump, where he didn't have fielders to back him up.
Gopatha had enough and more time to get back on the back foot and play it in the vacant point region. I think the fielder's done some damage at the boundary. Hopefully it's nothing serious.
Yeah, you can give A for commitment. Quite a good effort by the fielder.
Lasit Tambuldenia. It's going to be costly for the Royalists if they lose him.
Gee, 111 for no loss. You don't want that guy to get injured.
Be the worst thing that could happen for college.
He's walking be gingerly, Tambuldenia there. Obviously, mentally also, he must be not feeling really well so far as has failed to take a wicket. All these things will work in the younger boys' heads, Shaminda, as you would know. When the things are going well, mentally you're up there and you're very chirpy and cheering up and down. Obviously Royal have not done anything so far to their credit, so mentally also they are not very accomplished so far. You can see from the body language, walking gingerly, Royal boys.
The boys definitely seem quite tired. Just one session of play.
It's quite a strange field for Opatha. Again, 3 boundary riders. There is no fielder in close to stop the single. That's exactly what he did, Opatha, then playing with the turn towards mid wicket and very easy single. I think Royal will have to think deeply with their tactics here. If they...
Where can I get a data sim? Bah. I say, old chap, where might a fellow find a data SIM card? Kiannako.
You're from Sri Lanka, right?
How did you know?
Why don't you use Dialogue Data Roaming? Unlimited data for $5 a day.
Unlimited data for $5 a day and...
Data unlimited, my patience isn't.
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialogue Roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
Thomas's going over there, Nelson. Could have run in their minds, but so Himesh Ramanayaka continuing from the Jointon end, pacing in. Beautiful cricket by Rashmika Opatha, lofted it over the bowler. Straight past the bowler. Beautiful batting here by Opatha.
Yeah, I mentioned this before. Opatha uses his top hand this time to go through the line, and that's a very good shot. That's the beauty of batting on these tracks. Shaminder, there's a lot of bounce, so you can see both his feet on the ground and move his hands through the line. Perfect cricket shot over the bowler's head. And Opatha is doing with confidence. And I like to see how many guys have got 100. The first session of a Royal Thomian. Opatha will go very close if he bats the next 15 minutes.
Definitely has the chance. Could be one of the fastest centuries by a Thomian at a Royal Thomian.
Yeah, Ramanayaka changing his length this time, but one thing that we haven't seen from Opatha is trying to play the shorter length. So obviously he has made up his mind how to play on this track, and it has worked perfectly so far. He will probably wait to hit through the line, use the pace of the deliveries, but shorter ones obviously is going to let go. Not one batsman has so far thrown the bat at the shorter one. So that might be one area Royal can work with their mind.
It also shows the maturity of Opatha. He knows his strengths, he knows his weakness, and he's playing to his strengths. Once again, duck. Bit of trouble there collecting by the wicket keeper Tiran Dhanapala. Probably some late swing he couldn't pick up.
Yeah, that ball swung after it passed the wicket actually. That got Dhanapala confusing. He was lucky that ball didn't hit the helmet, Shamin. As you can see the replay, it was very close to the helmet then. And not that Royal are happy with giving another 5 penalty runs as it is. They are struggling to stop the run. Ramanayaka has changed his angle. He's coming round the wicket to Opatha.
So the record partnership for the first wicket was established in 1936 by N. Schiffer and W. Jayatilaka. They put on 136 runs, an unbeaten opening partnership for the first wicket. So the two batsmen, they might not know it, but then they definitely want to go into history. Two senior campaigners. It will always be amazing to get into the records. Once again, quite masterly played by Johan Mendes on that occasion. Rocked on the back foot, cut in front of point for 3 runs.
Yep. Ramanayaka opting the same length to Mendes as well, but Mendes is, like I told before, he's got a very strong bottom hand grip, so he'll be very strong square wicket, and which he exactly did then, just helping the ball with the pace on the back foot. But Opatha is quite a different player. He uses his top hand a lot, and it's through the line. So maybe Ramanayaka needs to bowl 2 different lengths to these batsmen.
Johan definitely seems to be a touch player, whereas Opatha is free-flowing and a more attacking and aggressive batsman. Again, that short delivery, he's very happy to let it go. So St. Thomas's College on 122 for no loss after the end of 25 overs.
අපේ කැමැත්තටම බෑනේ. රටින අයියගෙනුත් අහන්න ඕනේ.
Daddy. IDD. මේ dialogue IDD daddy. දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි.
අනේ ඩැඩි.
ඉතින් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න වැඩියෙන් hina වෙන්න. වැඩි රටවල් ගානකට වැඩියෙන් සම්බන්ධ වෙලා වැඩි විස්තර දැනගන්න. වැඩි වෙලාවක් වැඩි දෙනෙක් එක්ක වැඩක් ඇති ගොඩාක් දේවල් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්නත් පුළුවන්. ලෝකෙ ඕනම රටකට වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න dialogue IDD දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි කළා. වැඩේ හරිද daddy?
So the final 15 minutes before the lunch break, Johan Mendes continuing to play in the manner that he's been doing, playing the anchor role in this innings, playing the most sedate part. Oh, this is poor. Very poor fielding on the part of the field at cover point. There was no run on that occasion, but it went right through him and down to the boundary for 4.
This is the scoreboard pressure on Royal. I mean, when you keep doing this sort of cardinal mistakes on the venue, usually good fielding side would make an ordinary bowling side exceptional. But in this occasion, if you are making that sort of mistakes and giving free runs to the opposition, when you are definitely under pressure, Kosala, you're going to end up with a lot of problems on the field.
Well, I think the Royalists will definitely have to come out with something quite different after lunch. Johan Mendes has played a very intelligent innings. He's worked the ball around, he's worked the singles, he's made sure that Rashmika Opatha had the bulk of the strike.
Yeah, and always maintained he scored over 800 runs with 1 century, and the vice captain is a very important cog. He's playing the sheet anchor role, and everybody else around him can really go for the shots. You know, this venue came into the big match scene, the Royal Tournament in 1975, and the centenary was played here in 1979, and ever since 1994, the match has been played at the SSC.
But Rashmika Opatha has been totally a different kettle of fish out there in the centre. He's really put the bad ball away where it really needs to be done, and he's worked the singles, and he's played the bowling on merit. Any good ball, he has given due respect.
Yeah, that he's not gone very aerial is a significant factor. A few shots he has played, he has cleared the boundary.
That's a better delivery. Karivasam.
Karivasam is under pressure.
But I also like the approach by the Royal captain. He's attacking a little bit with Karivasam. And that one coming in with the arm, that one not turning. And he's playing for the turn. No chance of a run. The over comes to end. STC are 127 for now.
දයියා පොරක් එලියට එන මේක අපි සෙට් කළ ඩෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ මේක අපි සෙට් කළ ඩෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ දයියා වෙන්න මැගී ඩෙවිල් කන්න
From Nestle.
Let's continue the story about the venues. Most Royal tournaments have been played at the Pisara Oval. That numbers 40 games.
it has also been played at Golface, Gordon Guns and NCC when it was part of the Victoria Park, the CCC at Campbell Park, then at Maitland Place, NCC, and of course the SSC when it was part of the Victoria Park. These are our oval. So 7 venues.
It's been played around Colombo.
Yeah.
And it's also the longest standing encounter between two teams in Sri Lanka, and it's the second longest standing encounter in the world.
You know what is unique about this big match? It's uninterrupted.
There you go. Coming from the man who's been part and parcel, he's been involved with the Royal Thomian from I think many years. I don't think he can have a count of the years.
I'm not that of a statistician, but most of these statistics come from a young guy called Thilena Galappatti. He is the nephew of Prabodha Karyavasam. Prabodha Karyavasam led St. Thomas's in '69. He lost the match to the Royalists led by Eardley Levers. Brilliantly played.
Very well turned
around. Look for 3. Oh, Opata, you should. Oh, they have given 4.
How could he do that?
I was trying to find fault with Rashmik Opata for not going that second run quicker. And all of a sudden, the Royal fielder, I thought that was Hettiarachchi. He did a lot of running. And then, I feel sorry for him.
133 is the St. Thomas's total.
This is getting close to a record opening partnership for the Thomians.
38 to Mendis and 88 to Rashmika. Should be interesting to see if Rashmika gets 100 before lunch. It will be the first time in history that a person is going to make 100 most probably.
No, I don't know whether it will be the first Thomian, but there are 2 Royalists who have made 100 before lunch. The second was Ramit Ramukwalla on the 3rd day, but the first one came from Jagat Fernando. I had earlier said Jagat Patyarachchi, whether he had made it. No, Jagat Fernando made a record score of 116 not out and 100 before lunch with Gajan Padmanathan in partnership. 184 runs for the first wicket. I saw that match.
And Opata comfortably runs it down to long on for a single. He's 87.
So not only is slowly getting close to 100, Rashmik Opata, I think he's played a very responsible knock, and he's closing up shop for lunch.
Yes, you can see that. And the other disappointing factor where Royal is concerned is that their main strike bowler, their leading wicket taker has not been able to really trouble the Thomian batsman.
Yeah, over the last 2-3 matches, he's been under pressure after making 100 wickets.
It's been a very slow over rate also by the Royalists, maybe taking account the number of boundaries that have been scored by the Thomians.
135 for no loss.
Easy Cash ලොවපුරා පිළිගත් මුදල් යවන ආයතන රාශියක් සමග එක්වේ. රට සල්ලි එවලේම ඔබේ මොබයිල් ෆෝන් එකට ලබාගත හැකි නවීන හා පහසුම ක්‍රමයක් හඳුන්වා දී. රට සල්ලි ඕනෑම වේලාවක ඕනෑම තැනකින් ඔබට ළඟම Easy Cash මධ්‍යස්ථානයකින් අරගන්න. වැඩි විස්තර සඳහා 7111 අමතන්න. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ විශාලතම ගනුදෙනු ජාලයට පාරිභෝගික සම්බන්ධතාව ඩයලොග් එටිසෙලත් හච්. Easy Cash මොබයිල් එකෙන් ගනු සහ දෙනු.
100 overs to be bowled. They have just completed only 27.
So the captain decides to bring himself on just on the stroke of lunch. Ishan Panditaratna, the Royal skipper.
Not that he can't bowl.
And also another significant thing in this game, Haritha, is that the 3 officials, the 2 on-field umpires and the 3rd umpire or the standing umpire, and that's taken on the full and driven handsomely towards the extra cover region. It's a single only to Opata. Are 3 caught touches.
Yes, I mentioned about it. It could be a world record. They are part of a clan of 7 brothers who played cricket in Kalutara. 6 of them for Kalutara Vidyalaya. The eldest one played for Holy Cross.
Holy Cross, and I think they also played some cricket for Panudhur SC.
Yes, and of the 16 Premier Panel umpires, the 3 brothers are a lot. This must be a world record.
Definitely.
Surely.
Tossed up delivery, and Mendes gets it into the gap, beats the diving fielder at short extra cover. Ramanayaka down to the boundary. For the last 2 to 3 overs, it has been Mendes who has been getting him on the runs. He's moved into 43.
This is a record first wicket partnership for the Thomians in the big match, and that was brilliantly played. I mean, all grace. Johan Mendes has played a superb supporting role.
Obviously, his grassroots levels have been good. That's why.
I know. You've been his coach when he was at prep school.
Good comeback delivery from the captain. Most probably we'll see one more over before the break, but 140 runs on the first session is the record itself.
Yes, it will be. They could well get up to 150.
And again, a misfield. The Royal fielding has been really poor. They have definitely faltered on many occasions out there in centre. That's not helped their cause.
I mean, especially when you're a leg spinner, you expect your fielders to support you very well. It's not happened. The bowlers have let the captain down. The fielders have let the captain down. What can you do? You're as good as your team, any captain.
And this time Opatha comes down the track, takes it on the full and puts it into the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. Beautifully executed boundary to end the over. St. Thomas is marching along here at 145 for none at the end of the over.
Hello, Amma. Where are you?
I'm almost there. Give me 5 minutes.
Outgoing and incoming calls restricted to 4 parent-approved numbers. No SMS or internet, SOS emergency button, location tracking, and many more security features. Secure your child's world with Dialog Suraksha.
It's such a relief to know that he's always safe with Dialog Suraksha.
Available at all Dialog customer care centres island-wide. Dialog, the future today.
The Royal Principal, Mr. B. Abhiratna, his first big match. The Royal Thomian was a former principal of Anand and Thurston.
Ambudenia will bowl the most probably the last over. 94 to Opatha, 44 to Mendes. One of them can reach a milestone. Mendes playing at a very wide delivery.
St. Thomas's will rethink their strategy for the second session, that's for sure. But not much. When they had scored 145 runs in 135 minutes of batting, there's very little that a coach can do as far as adjustments concerned, unless of course you play 20-20 cricket.
Yes, I think. But then when you're playing a 3-day encounter, I think the Thomian coach and the captain will want the flow to go on how it's, at the moment the way it's going.
Yeah, 100 overs for the day. I mean, if they go at 4 runs and over, after 75 overs they would have a handy 300. They want to declare at that time fine.
This time Ambudenia goes left arm round and drops it on the offside. Defensively played.
Story about Eardley Levers. Eardley Levers was today distinguished invitee on behalf of Royal, the captain of 69, victorious captain. And his opposite number, PLD Karyavasan, it was his nephew who is giving us some of these statistics. Tilina Galapati, he's done a good job actually. Brilliant cricket by the Thomian openers. Johan Mendes 44 not out. Rashmi Opatha 94 not out. 3 sixes, 14 fours for Opatha.
Well, it's a dot ball to end the over, so we are going to have one more over before lunch. St. Thomas is 145 for none.
අපේ සිංහයන්ට සුබ පතන්න. Dialogue වෙතින් cricket wish and win. SMS, Facebook, Twitter හෝ Dialogue web අඩවිය වෙත පිවිස ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම පහසුවෙන් එවන්න. SLC හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම් පරිවිඩයේ හිස්තැනක් ජාතික හැදනුපත් අංකය සඳහන් කර 23:43ට ඕනෑම ජාලයකින් හැකිතාක් SMS කරන්න. chat ග්‍රාහකයන් 77 දෙනෙකුට සියලු පහසුකම් සහිතව ආසියානු හෝ 2020 ලෝක කුසලානේ නැරඹීමට වරම්. තවත් වටිනා තෑගි රැසක්. ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ සානම්බර අනුග්‍රාහක Dialogue.
Live streaming from Maitland Place, the SSC grounds. First session of the 137th Battle of the Blues between Royal and St. Thomas's. And there's a live stream coming in from Jaffna up north, the Battle of the North, the 110th encounter between St. John's, Jaffna and Jaffna Central. All Tamil streaming.
Yes.
History making. Sri Lanka's #1 sports hub, ThePapare.com. Well done.
Hats off to ThePapare.com, definitely, Haritha, for the wonderful services that they've been doing. And with that, also the enthusiasm that they're giving these youngsters and the opportunity, the exposure that these cricketers have been given is quite immense.
Well, that one spun quite a bit.
The Jaffna encounter has also been played over 3 days.
Yeah, 110th big match.
So it's after 100 matches that you intend to go into getting the third day status?
I don't know, probably the Trinity Anthonian will become a 3-day affair from next year. There's a 3-day game down in Matara. St. Thomas's and St. Servatius. Over 100 years, that one too.
So Rashmika...
So definitely playing for lunch, Kosi.
Definitely, without a doubt. He thinks that he can wait for his 3-figure mark after lunch.
Oh, he's
good,
batted,
sensible thinking.
Batted brilliantly.
He's worked the next one. Missed out on the big game last year after an injury. After he toured with the Sri Lanka under-19. So definitely wanting to make his presence felt.
That's why we are trying to tell. I mean, Sri Lanka didn't make use of this talent. Sri Lanka struggled. Half-fit all-rounders, out of form, top-order batsmen. It didn't work for the under-19.
Mendes leaves the next one outside the off stump and umpire Kottachi calls time on the first session with St. Thomas's on 146 for no wicket, with only 29 overs been played in the pre-lunch session.
Yeah, superb 95 not out for Rashmika Opatha. With him, Vice Captain Johan Mendes has played a superb secondary role, 44 not out. Full bowling card on the giant scoreboard, and the 146 run record first wicket partnership for St. Thomas's in the big match. Royal will have to do a whole lot of work after winning the toss on a cloudy morning, and it has been a superb wicket. Michael De Souza usually prepares wonderful wickets, and you can't blame him. Royal have missed a trick on this track.
Yeah, definitely, it's always an even chance when you put the opposition to bat with a fairly green top, but now the Royal bowlers exploited that condition, and the Thomian batsmen, due credit to them, they batted extremely well. They put the bad balls away perfectly and put the pressure on the Royal straight away, and the Royal also didn't bowl well.
Yeah, 8 bowlers have been bowled in the first morning in 30 overs, as it appears. 8 extras. And this is not going to be an easy task for Royal to contain the Thomians. We thank you for being with us on ThePapare.com. Anything else before we take a break?
Well, I think Royal will definitely have a lot of talking going in their dressing room. So we'll wait and see with the game plan they come out with. The 137th of the Battle of the Blues as we come to you live on ThePapare.com, the leading sports hub in the country. We'll be back with you as soon as play resumes after lunch.
Introducing the Ultra 99 postpaid package from Dialog. Say everything you want to say with the Introducing the Ultra 99 postpaid package from Dialog. Say everything you want to say with the ultra benefits of extra talk time, extra SMS and extra data at a monthly rental of just 99 rupees only. Dialog, the future today.
දෙවිල් කාලා දයියා වෙන දයියා පොරක් එළියට එන මේක අපි සෙට් කළ දෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ මේක අපි සෙට් කළ දෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ දයියා වෙන්න මැගී දෙවිල් කන්න
From Nestle.
Here we are, can I get a data sim? Bah. I say, old chap, where might a fellow find a data SIM card? Yannako.
You're from Sri Lanka, right?
How did you know?
Why don't you use Dialog data roaming? Unlimited data for $5 a day.
Unlimited data for $5 a day?
Data unlimited, my patience isn't.
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialog roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
Sawadee-ka! Can you give me data SIM?
Massage?
No, data SIM.
Massage, very good.
No, data SIM.
You are Sri Lanka? Why you no use Dialog data roaming? Unlimited data, $5 a day.
Unlimited data for just $5 a day?
Yeah. Unlimited, same massage you want?
Me?
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialog roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
අපේ කැමැත්තටම බෑනේ. රටින් අයියගෙනුත් අහන්න ඕනේ.
Daddy. IDD. මේ dialog IDD daddy. දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි.
අනේ ඩැඩි.
ඉතින් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න වැඩියෙන් hina වෙන්න. වැඩි අතවල් ගානකට වැඩියෙන් සම්බන්ධ වෙලා වැඩි විස්තර දැනගන්න. වැඩි වෙලාවක් වැඩි දෙනෙක් එක්ක වැඩක් ඇති ගොඩාක් දේවල් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්නත් පුළුවන්. ලෝකෙ ඕනම රටකට වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න dialog IDD දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි කළා. වැඩේ හරිද ඩැඩි?
ඩයලොග් සුරක්ෂා ජංගම ආරක්ෂක උපාංග සමගින් ඔබේ දරුවාගේ ලෝකය සුරක්ෂිත කරගන්න.
ඩයලොග් සුරක්ෂා නිසා පුතාගේ ආරක්ෂාව ගැන මට බයක් නෑ.
සියලුම ඩයලොග් පාරිභෝගික සේවා මධ්‍යස්ථාන වලින් ලබාගත හැකි. ඩයලොග් අනාගතය ආදායි.
Hello Amma, where are you?
I'm almost there. Give me 5 minutes.
Outgoing and incoming calls restricted to 4 parent-approved numbers. No SMS or internet, SOS emergency button, location tracking, and many more security features. Secure your child's world with Dialog Suraksha.
It's such a relief to know that he's always safe with Dialog Suraksha.
Available at all Dialog customer care centers island-wide. Dialog, the future today. Introducing the Ultra 99 postpaid package from Dialog. Say everything you want to say with the ultra benefits of extra talk time, extra SMS and extra data at a monthly rental of just 99 rupees only. Dialog, the future today.
දෙවිල් කාලා දයියා වෙන දයියා පොරක් එළියට එන මේක අපි සෙට් කළ දෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ
Isn't.
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialog roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
Sawadee-ka! Can you give me data SIM?
Massage?
No, data SIM.
Massage, very good.
No, data SIM.
You are Sri Lanka? Why you no use Dialog data roaming? Unlimited data, $5 a day.
Unlimited data for just $5 a day?
Yeah. Unlimited, same massage you want?
Me?
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialog roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
අපේ කැමැත්තටම බෑනේ. රටින් අයියගෙනුත් අහන්න ඕනේ.
Daddy. IDD. මේ dialog IDD daddy. දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි.
අනේ ඩැඩි.
ඉතින් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න වැඩියෙන් hina වෙන්න. වැඩි අතවල් ගානකට වැඩියෙන් සම්බන්ධ වෙලා වැඩි විස්තර දැනගන්න. වැඩි වෙලාවක් වැඩි දෙනෙක් එක්ක වැඩක් ඇති ගොඩාක් දේවල් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්නත් පුළුවන්. ලෝකෙ ඕනම රටකට වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න dialog IDD දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි කළා. වැඩේ හරිද ඩැඩි?
Easy Cash ලොව පුරා පිළිගත් මුදල් යවන ආයතන රාශියක් සමග එක්වේ. රට සල්ලි එවෙලේම ඔබේ මොබයිල් ෆෝන් එකට ලබාගත හැකි නවීන හා පහසුම ක්‍රමයක් හඳුන්වා දී. රටසල්ලි ඕනෑම වේලාවක ඕනෑම තැනකින් ඔබට ළඟම easy cash මධ්‍යස්ථානයකින් අරගන්න. වැඩි විස්තර සඳහා 7111 අමතන්න. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ විශාලතම ගනුදෙනු ජාලයට පාරිභෝගික සම්බන්ධතාව ඩයලොග් එටිසලත් හච්. easy cash මොබයිල් එකෙන් ගනු සහ දෙනු. අපේ සිංහයන්ට සුබ පතන්න ඩයලොග් වෙතින් ක්‍රිකට් විශ් ඇන් වින් SMS Facebook Twitter හෝ ඩයලොග් වෙබ් අඩවිය වෙත පිවිස ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම පහසුවෙන් එවන්න. SLC හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම් පරිවිඩේ හිස්තැනක් ජාතික හැදනු පත් අංකය සඳහන් කර 23:43ට ඕනෑම ජාලයකින් හැකිතාක් SMS කරන්න. චැට් ග්‍රාහකයන් 77 දෙනෙකුට සියලු පහසුකම් සහිතව ආසියානු හෝ 2020 ලෝක කුසලානේ නැරඹීමට වරම්. තවත් වටිනා තෑගි රැසක්. ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ සානම්බර අනුග්‍රාහක ඩයලොග්.
කොහෙද?
මම මේ ළඟ විනාඩි 5ක් උතන.
ලබා ගන්නා සහ ලැබෙන ඇමතුම් දෙමාපියන් අනුමත කළ අංක 4කට පමණයි. SMS සහ ඉන්ටර්නෙට් නැහැ. හදිසි ඇමතුම් සඳහා SOS බොත්තම සහ දරුවා සිටින ස්ථානයේ දැනගැනීම ඇතුළුව ආරක්ෂිත පහසුකම් රැසක්ම. ඩයලොග් සුරක්ෂා ජංගම ආරක්ෂිත බාංගය සමගින් ඔබේ දරුවාගේ ලෝකය සුරක්ෂිත කරගන්න.
ඩයලොග් සුරක්ෂා නිසා පුතාගේ ආරක්ෂාව ගැන මට බයක් නෑ.
සියලුම ඩයලොග් පාරිභෝගික සේවා මධ්‍යස්ථාන වලින් ලබාගත හැකි. ඩයලොග් අනාගතය ආදායි.
Hello, Amma. Where are you?
I'm almost there. Give me 5 minutes.
Outgoing and incoming calls restricted to 4 parent approved numbers. No SMS or internet, SOS emergency button, location tracking, and many more security features. Secure your child's world with Dialog Suraksha.
It's such a relief to know that he's always safe with Dialog Suraksha.
Available at all Dialog customer care centers island-wide. Dialog, the future today. Introducing the Ultra 99 postpaid package from Dialog. Say everything you want to say with the ultra benefits of extra talk time, extra SMS and extra data at a monthly rental of just 99 rupees only. Dialog, the future today.
දෙවිල් කාලා දයියා වෙන දයියා පොරක් එළියට එන මේක අපි සෙට්ටල දෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ මේක අපි සෙට්ටල දෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ දයියා වෙන්න මැගී දෙවිල් කන්න.
From Nestle.
Here, where can I get a data sim? Bah. I say, old chap, where might a fellow find a data sim card? Kiannako.
You're from Sri Lanka, right?
How did you know?
Why don't you use Dialog data roaming? Unlimited data for $5 a day.
Unlimited data for $5 a day and...
Data unlimited, my patience isn't.
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialog roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
Sawadee-ka! Can you give me data sim?
Massage?
No, data sim.
Massage, very good.
No, data sim.
You are Sri Lanka? Why you no use Dialog data roaming? Unlimited data, $5 a day.
Unlimited data for just $5 a day? What?
Yeah. Unlimited, same massage you want?
Me?
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialog roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
අපේ කැමැත්තටම බෑනේ. රටින් අයියගෙනුත් අහන්න ඕනේ.
Daddy. IDD? මේ ඩයලොග් IDD daddy. දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි.
අනේ ඩැඩි.
ඉතින් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න වැඩියෙන් hina වෙන්න. වැඩි අතවා ගානකට වැඩියෙන් සම්බන්ධ වෙලා වැඩි විස්තර දැනගන්න. වැඩි වෙලාවක් වැඩි දෙනෙක් එක්ක වැඩක් ඇති ගොඩාක් දේවල් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්නත් පුළුවන්. ලෝකෙ ඕනම රටකට වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න ඩයලොග් IDD දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි කළා. වැඩේ හරිද ඩැඩි?
easy cash ලොව පුරා පිළිගත් මුදල් යවන ආයතන රාශියක් සමග එක්වේ. රටසල්ලි එවලේම ඔබේ මොබයිල් ෆෝන් එකට ලබාගත හැකි නවීන හා පහසුම ක්‍රමයක් හඳුන්වා දී. රටසල්ලි ඕනෑම වේලාවක ඕනෑම තැනකින් ඔබට ළඟම easy cash මධ්‍යස්ථානයකින් අරගන්න. වැඩි විස්තර සඳහා 7111 අමතන්න. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ විශාලතම ගනුදෙනු ජාලයට පාරිභෝගික සම්බන්ධතාව ඩයලොග් එටිසලත් හච්. easy cash මොබයිල් එකෙන් ගනු සහ දෙනු. අපේ සිංහයන්ට සුබ පතන්න. Dialogue වෙතින් cricket wish and win. SMS Facebook Twitter හෝ Dialogue web අඩවිය වෙත පිවිස ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම පහසුවෙන් එවන්න. SLC හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම් පරිවිඩයේ හිස්තැනක් ජාතික හැදනුපත් අංකය සඳහන් කර 23:43ට ඕනෑම ජාලයකින් හැකිතාක් SMS කරන්න. ජය ග්‍රාහකයන් 77 දෙනෙකුට සියලු පහසුකම් සහිතව ආසියානු හෝ 2020 ලෝක කුසලානේ නැරඹීමට වරම්. තවත් වටිනා තෑගි රැසක්. ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ සානම්බර අනුග්‍රාහක Dialogue.
හලෝ අම්මා ඔයා කොහෙද?
මම මේ ළඟ විනාඩි 5ක් වතන.
ලබා ගන්නා සහ ලැබෙන ඇමතුම් දෙමාපියන් අනුමත කළ අංක 4කට පමණයි. SMS සහ ඉන්ටර්නෙට් නැහැ. හදිසි ඇමතුම් සඳහා SOS බොත්තම සහ දරුවා සිටින ස්ථානයේ දැනගැනීම ඇතුළුව ආරක්ෂිත පහසුකම් රැසක්ම. Dialogue සුරක්ෂා ජංගම ආරක්ෂක උපාංග සමගින් ඔබේ දරුවාගේ ලෝකය සුරක්ෂිත කරගන්න.
ඩයලොග් සුරක්ෂා නිසා පුතාගේ ආරක්ෂාව ගැන මට බයක් නෑ.
සියලුම Dialogue පරිපෝෂක සේවා මධ්‍යස්ථාන වලින් ලබාගත හැකි. Dialogue අනාගතය ආදායි.
Hello Amma, where are you?
I'm almost there. Give me 5 minutes.
Outgoing and incoming calls restricted to 4 parent-approved numbers. No SMS or internet, SOS emergency button, location tracking, and many more security features. Secure your child's world with Dialogue Suraksha.
It's such a relief to know that he's always safe with Dialogue Suraksha.
Available at all Dialogue customer care centers island-wide. Dialogue, the future today. Introducing the Ultra 99 postpaid package from Dialogue. Say everything you want to say with the ultra benefits of extra talk time, extra SMS and extra data at a monthly rental of just 99 rupees only. Dialogue, the future today.
දෙවිල් කාලා දයියා වෙන දයියා පොරක් එළියට එන මේක අපි සෙට්ටලා දෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ මේක අපි සෙට්ටලා දෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ දයියා වෙන්න මැගී දෙවිල් කන්න.
From Nestle.
Yeah, where can I get a data sim? Meh. I say, old chap, where might a fellow find a data sim card? Yannako.
You're from Sri Lanka, right?
How did you know?
Why don't you use Dialogue data roaming? Unlimited data for $5 a day.
Unlimited data for $5 a day and...
Data unlimited, my patience isn't.
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialogue roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
Sawadika! Can you give me data sim?
Massage?
No, data sim.
Massage, very good.
No, data sim.
You are Sri Lanka? Why you no use Dialogue data roaming? Unlimited data, $5 a day.
Unlimited data for just $5 a day? What?
Yeah. Unlimited, same massage you want?
Me?
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialogue roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
අපේ කැමැත්තටම බෑනේ. රටින් අයියගෙනුත් අහන්න ඕනේ.
Daddy. IDD? මේ Dialogue IDD daddy. දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි.
අනේ ඩැඩි.
ඉතින් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න වැඩියෙන් hina වෙන්න. වැඩි රටවල් ගානකට වැඩියෙන් සම්බන්ධ වෙලා වැඩි විස්තර දැනගන්න. වැඩි වෙලාවක් වැඩි දෙනෙක් එක්ක වැඩක් ඇති ගොඩාක් දේවල් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්නත් පුළුවන්. ලෝකෙ ඕනම රටකට වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න Dialogue IDD දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි කළා. වැඩේ හරිද ඩැඩි?
Easy Cash ලොව පුරා පිළිගත් මුදල් යවන ආයතන රාශියක් සමග එක්වේ. රට සල්ලි එවලේම ඔබේ මොබයිල් ෆෝන් එකට ලබාගත හැකි නවීන හා පහසුම ක්‍රමයක් හඳුන්වා දී. රට සල්ලි ඕනෑම වේලාවක ඕනෑම තැනකින් ඔබට ළඟම Easy Cash මධ්‍යස්ථානයකින් අරගන්න. වැඩි විස්තර සඳහා 7111 අමතන්න. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ විශාලතම ගනුදෙනු ජාලයට පාරිභෝගික සම්බන්ධතාව Dialogue එටිසලත් හච්. Easy Cash මොබයිල් එකෙන් ගනු සහ දෙනු. අපේ සිංහයන්ට සුබ පතන්න. Dialogue වෙතින් cricket wish and win. SMS Facebook Twitter හෝ Dialogue web අඩවිය වෙත පිවිස ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම පහසුවෙන් එවන්න. SLC හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම් පරිවිඩයේ හිස්තැනක් ජාතික හැදනුපත් අංකය සඳහන් කර 23:43ට ඕනෑම ජාලයකින් හැකිතාක් SMS කරන්න. ජය ග්‍රාහකයන් 77 දෙනෙකුට සියලු පහසුකම් සහිතව ආසියානු හෝ 2020 ලෝක කුසලානේ නැරඹීමට වරම්. තවත් වටිනා තෑගි රැසක්. ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ සානම්බර අනුග්‍රාහක Dialogue.
හලෝ අම්මා ඔයා කොහෙද?
මම මේ ළඟ විනාඩි 5ක් වතන.
ලබා ගන්නා සහ ලැබෙන ඇමතුම් දෙමාපියන් අනුමත කළ අංක 4කට පමණයි. SMS සහ ඉන්ටර්නෙට් නැහැ. හදිසි ඇමතුම් සඳහා SOS බොත්තම සහ දරුවා සිටින ස්ථානයේ දැනගැනීම ඇතුළුව ආරක්ෂිත පහසුකම් රැසක්ම. ඩයලොග් සුරක්ෂා ජංගම ආරක්ෂක උපාංග සමගින් ඔබේ දරුවාගේ ලෝකය සුරක්ෂිත කරගන්න.
ඩයලොග් සුරක්ෂා නිසා පුතාගේ ආරක්ෂාව ගැන මට බයක් නෑ.
සියලුම ඩයලොග් පාරිභෝගික සේවා මධ්‍යස්ථාන වලින් ලබාගත හැකි. ඩයලොග් අනාගතය ආදායි.
Hello, Amma. Where are you?
I'm almost there. Give me 5 minutes.
Outgoing and incoming calls restricted to 4 parent-approved numbers. No SMS or internet, SOS emergency button, location tracking, and many more security features. Secure your child's world with Dialog Suraksha.
It's such a relief to know that he's always safe with Dialog Suraksha.
Available at all Dialog customer care centres island-wide. Dialog, the future today. Introducing the Ultra 99 postpaid package from Dialog. Say everything you want to say with the ultra benefits of extra talk time, extra SMS and extra data at a monthly rental of just 99 rupees only. Dialog, the future today.
දෙවිල් කාලා දයියා වෙන දයියා පොරක් එළියට එන මේක අපි සෙට්ටලා දෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ මේක අපි සෙට්ටලා දෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ දයියා වෙන්න මැගී දෙවිල් කන්න
From Nestle.
Here we are, can I get a data sim? Meh. I say, old chap, where might a fellow find a data sim card? Yannako.
You're from Sri Lanka, right?
How did you know?
Why don't you use Dialog data roaming? Unlimited data for $5 a day.
Unlimited data for $5 a day and...
Data unlimited, my patience isn't.
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialog roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
Sawadika, can you give me data sim?
Massage?
No, data sim.
Massage, very good.
No, data sim.
You are Sri Lanka? Why you no use Dialog data roaming? Unlimited data, $5 a day.
Unlimited data for just $5 a day?
Yeah. Unlimited, same massage you want?
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialog roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
අපේ කැමැත්තටම බෑනේ. රටින් අයියගෙනුත් අහන්න ඕනේ.
Daddy. Dialog ID, Daddy. දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි. Daddy. ඉතින් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න වැඩියෙන් හිනා වෙන්න. ඒකටම ගානකට වැඩියෙන් සම්බන්ධ වෙලා වැඩි විස්තර දැනගන්න. වැඩි වෙලාම වැඩි දෙනෙක් එක්ක වැඩක් ඇති ගොඩාක් දේවල් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්නත් පුළුවන්. ලෝකෙ ඕනම රටකට වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න Dialog ID දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි කළා. වැඩේ හරිද Daddy?
Easy Cash ලොව පුරා පිළිගත් මුදල් යවන ආයතන රාශියක් සමග එක්වේ. රට සල්ලි එවෙලේම ඔබේ මොබයිල් ෆෝන් එකට ලබාගත හැකි නවීන හා පහසුම ක්‍රමයක් හඳුන්වා දී. රට සල්ලි ඕනෑම වේලාවක ඕනෑම තැනකින් ඔබට ළඟම Easy Cash මධ්‍යස්ථානයකින් අරගන්න. වැඩි විස්තර සඳහා 7111 අමතන්න. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ විශාලතම ගනුදෙනු ජාලයට පාරිභෝගික සම්බන්ධතාව ඩයලොග් එටිසලත් හච්. Easy Cash මොබයිල් එකෙන් ගනු සහ දෙනු. අපේ සිංහයන්ට සුබ පතන්න ඩයලොග් වෙතින් ක්‍රිකට් විෂ් ඇන් වින් SMS Facebook Twitter හෝ ඩයලොග් වෙබ් අඩවිය වෙත පිවිස ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම පහසුවෙන් එවන්න. SLC හිස්තැනත් ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම් පරිවිඩයේ හිස්තැනත් ජාතික හැදෑරුම්පත් අංකය සඳහන් කර 23:43ට ඕනෑම ජාලයකින් හැකිතාක් SMS කරන්න. ජය ග්‍රාහකයන් 77 දෙනෙකුට සියලු පහසුකම් සහිතව ආසියානු හෝ 2020 ලෝක කුසලානේ නැරඹීමට වරම් තවත් වටිනා තෑගි රැසක්. ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ සානම්බර අනුග්‍රාහක ඩයලොග්.
Hello, Amma. ඔයා කොහෙද?
මම මේ ළඟ විනාඩි 5න් උතන.
ලබා ගන්නා සහ ලැබෙන ඇමතුම් දෙමාපියන් අනුමත කළ අංක 4කට පමණයි. SMS සහ ඉන්ටර්නෙට් නැහැ. හදිසි ඇමතුම් සඳහා SOS බොත්තම සහ දරුවා සිටින ස්ථානයේ දැනගැනීම ඇතුළුව ආරක්ෂිත පහසුකම් රැසක්ම. ඩයලොග් සුරක්ෂා ජංගම ආරක්ෂක උපාංග සමගින් ඔබේ දරුවාගේ ලෝකය සුරක්ෂිත කරගන්න.
ඩයලොග් සුරක්ෂා නිසා පුතාගේ ආරක්ෂාව ගැන මට බයක් නෑ.
සියලුම ඩයලොග් පාරිභෝගික සේවා මධ්‍යස්ථාන වලින් ලබාගත හැකි. ඩයලොග් අනාගතය ආදායි.
Hello, Amma. Where are you?
I'm almost there. Give me 5 minutes.
Outgoing and incoming calls restricted to 4 parent-approved numbers. No SMS or internet, SOS emergency button, location tracking, and many more security features. Secure your child's world with Dialog Suraksha.
a relief to know that he's always safe with Dialog Suraksha.
Available at all Dialog customer care centres island-wide. Dialog, the future today. Introducing the Ultra 99 postpaid package from Dialog. Say everything you want to say with the ultra benefits of extra talk time, extra SMS and extra data at a monthly rental of just 99 rupees only. Dialog, the future today.
Devil kala daya ben daya porak eliyata eno make අපි සෙට්ටල devil දාන කාමරේ make අපි සෙට්ටල devil දාන කාමරේ daya වෙන්න Maggie devil කන්න
From Nestle.
Here we are, can I get a data sim? Meh. I say, old chap, where might a fellow find a data sim card? Kiannako.
You're from Sri Lanka, right?
How did you know?
Why don't you use Dialog data roaming? Unlimited data for $5 a day.
Unlimited data for $5 a day and...
Data unlimited, my patience isn't.
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialog roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
Sawadee-ka! Can you give me data sim?
Massage?
No, data sim.
Massage, very good.
No, data sim.
You are Sri Lanka? Why you no use Dialog data roaming? Unlimited data, $5 a day.
Unlimited data for just $5 a day?
Yeah. Unlimited, same massage you want?
Me?
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialog roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
අපේ කැමැත්තටම බෑනේ. රටින් අයියගෙනුත් අහන්න ඕනේ.
Daddy. IDD? මේ dialogue IDD daddy. දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි.
අනේ ඩැඩි.
ඉතින් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න වැඩියෙන් hina වෙන්න. වැඩියටම ගානකට වැඩියෙන් සම්බන්ධ වෙලා වැඩි විස්තර දැනගන්න. වැඩි වෙලාවක් වැඩි දෙනෙක් එක්ක වැඩක් ඇති ගොඩාක් දේවල් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්නත් පුළුවන්. ලෝකෙ ඕනම රටකට වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න dialogue IDD දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි කළා. වැඩේ හරිද daddy?
Easy Cash ලොව පුරා පිළිගත් මුදල් යවන ආයතන රාශියක් සමග එක්වේ. රට සල්ලි එවලේම ඔබේ මොබයිල් ෆෝන් එකට ලබාගත හැකි නවීන හා පහසුම ක්‍රමයක් හඳුන්වා දී. රට සල්ලි ඕනෑම වේලාවක ඕනෑම තැනකින් ඔබට ළඟම Easy Cash මධ්‍යස්ථානයකින් අරගන්න. වැඩි විස්තර සඳහා 7111 අමතන්න. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ විශාලතම ගනුදෙනු ජාලයට පාරිභෝගික සම්බන්ධතාව Dialog Etisalat Hutch. Easy Cash මොබයිල් එකෙන් ගනු සහ දෙනු.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You're here at the 137th Battle of the Blues, and this is a segment where we bring special people who have done special things at the big match. We have with us R. Nirushan, a 3-year colorsman. Welcome, Nirushan.
Thank you.
So he has been instrumental in a numerous number of occasions. Especially, he's remembered for his feat at the big match in 2009, where he scored 104 runs. Put on a 200+ partnership with his partner in crime, Fahim Salim, who was a vice captain at that time. Fahim Salim also has a record for the longest innings, 9 hours plus. So amazing feats by this gentleman. He's currently in the organizing committee. He had many roles back in school. So Nirushan, welcome. First, let's start with your life as a cricketer at St. Thomas's. Just explain to the viewers how you started, how the junior age group treated you, and how you came up the ranks.
Yes, firstly, thank you, Asala, for your kind words. That was very kind of you to remind me of some of the good days back at the school by the sea. I guess my cricket, as with many Thomians, it started off at the small club grounds where I was taught the A's and B's and C's of cricket. Under the watchful eyes of coaches like Mr. Bulankloma, who was a Thomian great himself, Mr. Premadasa Silva, who is also the captain of current Test player Kaushal Silva. They were my first coaches at St. Thomas's, and certainly I still remember like yesterday how they taught me to take guard and what you ask when you mark guard. But time flew by. Fortunate enough to have so many coaches throughout my career in school, starting from Mr. Bulankloma, Mr. Premadasa, then moving on to Mr. Dinesh Kumar Singh, who is currently the first 11 coach for college, Mr. Bodhiya Baduge, and then ultimately ending up at the first 11 stage with Mr. Ranil Labenayak, who is unfortunately not with us anymore. So they were my gurus in cricket, and certainly I was born and bred at St. Thomas's, played all my cricket at college, small clubs, big clubs, those are my home grounds. And fortunately, I progressed in I would say in an accelerated manner through the age groups, which gave me the opportunity to captain, I believe, every single age group possible at college, from under 13, 17, 15, 17, and then the first 11 side. So I was fortunate to grow with a group of players who ultimately ended up playing the big match with me as well under my captaincy in 2009. As for the big matches, I made my debut in 2007 under the captaincy of Ashan Piris, which a lot of people fondly remember as the last Thomian victory. I hope that will be reversed this year. It's been 9 long years since we won, and it will be nice to have a Thomian victory this year as well. Even though I'm from the joint organizing committee, my hearts are still very much with St. Thomas's, so I would prefer to have a Thomian victory in that sense. 2007 we won the big match. 9 we came in as favourites, but we were stunned by a brilliant innings from Charit Fernando, who came in when they were 5 down and scored a century. And then 2009, I suppose rest is history. Everybody knows what happened. We came in as underdogs, bowled out for 99 in the first innings, made to follow on before lunch on day 2. I was back at the crease batting with Salim at 21 for 2 during lunch, and then we had a massive partnership, and from there onwards we put the Royalists under pressure, had them take bad light chasing 199 at 45 for 3. So it was a good old story of the underdog overcoming their challenges and outperforming their rivals. A much fancied Royal side had 9 colorsmen that year. We were left with just 3 colorsmen due to the change in the age groups from 119 to 120, which meant that I had to captain 1 year earlier, but it all worked out well, and as you mentioned, that's fondly remembered by a lot of Thomians as the greatest comeback by a Thomian side after the centenary game, in which the legendary partnership between Mr. Mahinda Halangod and Mr. C.P. Richards is still spoken about. But I'm glad that Salim and I are put in the same category by the current generation as to have put on the greatest partnership at a rock bottom situation. And what was most fantastic was that, as you may well be aware, being a Thomian, the Mondays are holidays only when you win a Royal Thomian. But certainly the year I captained, it was a holiday even though we drew a Royal Thomian. That was how big a challenge it was considered. So all's well ends well, and those were my last memories of cricket at college.
Some awesome memories from Niru. And when you talk about your innings, you spoke about how you all were 20 odd down for 2 wickets and joining Fahim Salim at that time. What was going through your head? I asked the same question or similar question right after a big match, if you can remember.
Yep.
Looking back after a good 6 years, what sort of memories do you look back at that instance?
Funny enough, that's a question a lot of people keep asking me, and you may not believe it, just now a short while ago, another fellow committee member, again a Thomian who played cricket with us, he asked me the same question, and quite frankly, I don't remember exactly what went through my head, but the only thing that was deep down was that we were basically not going to allow the Royalists to beat us. That's it. It was a simple statement that whatever happens, we are not going to be losing this match. And certainly being the last year, it was the last year for Salim as well, we knew that was probably the last time we'll be donning the blue and black cap, batting, and we had to make amends for our mistakes in the first innings. And certainly there was a lot of pressure put on us before the game as well, writing us off. There were discussions about having a 20-20 on the 3rd day, given that there's a high chance that we might lose the match. So it all added up, making us more determined to prove, firstly to prove to ourselves that we can do this, we can overcome the challenge, and also to prove a lot of people out there that Thomians just don't fall like 9 pins. I mean, we started focusing, saying that, okay, we had 5 sessions to go before lunch. On day 2, not much hope, but all we can do is probably play 1 ball at a time. And we literally spoke, Salim and I batted together for about 6 hours. My innings was 6 hours, so I got out before Salim did. So it was a partnership for about 6 hours, and I can tell you that after every single ball of that inning, we spoke to each other. It could be a simple thumbs up. We were mostly defending and leaving balls, but still we just kept reminding ourselves that it was just 1 ball at a time, and however many balls they could throw at us, let them throw at us. So that was the basic plan, and certainly being batsmen and being stroke players, the runs kept coming. Batting at SSC is always a pleasure, especially after lunch, so you don't need to go looking for runs. If you bat time, you get runs, and we are batted time and we got centuries. So century was never in mind, the record partnership was never in mind. but batting time was in mind, and everything that followed was a consequent effect of that. Yeah.
Right. As you can see, the Thomian grit prevailed during that innings with Salim. Niru, tell us a bit about your days as a college prefect. You ended up being the head prefect of St. Thomas's, and that too, a lot more going around. When you look at the big match, there is a cycle parade to organize, the prefects, the coordination, the logistics, all of that rests solely on the head prefect. So being the captain of St. Thomas's and also having the responsibility of leading your school as a head prefect, how did you do it?
That's a good question, but I should clarify one thing. I was never the head prefect when I was made captain, because it was still under 19, so I was appointed the day after the match. But certainly, as you said, it's a huge challenge, and certainly an honor as well to be the head prefect of your school, which is probably the icing on the cake in terms of your schooling career. A lot of people, a lot of cricket captains before I became head prefect have been head prefects as well. A good example is Ashan Perez, who was my first captain. He was the head prefect while he was leading us at a 2007 big match. So it is a huge responsibility, but what a lot of people don't realize, it's a huge team effort. So it could be the 20-odd college prefects or the 100-odd house prefects. Everyone works in unison. So even though the head prefect is probably taking responsibility, he is supported by these very able young men who are leaders in their own sports, brilliant academics, brilliant sportsmen, brilliant all-round people who can handle a lot of things on their own. So that makes life as a head prefect easy. And I can see that transcending school period and going into the joint committee as well, where a lot of people from a lot of backgrounds end up working together to make this one event the biggest event in the biggest social event in the Sri Lankan calendar.
Right, Niru, finally, let's talk about today's match. The Thomians losing the toss. Just quickly tell us what your gut feeling is for this match.
Yeah, it was, I had a brief look at the wicket in the morning, and it looked like it had a decent covering of grass. But the risk of wearing the toss and putting a side in is, firstly, you've got to bank on your fast bowlers to deliver. You've got to deliver some punches in the first hour, which didn't happen. And fortunately, the Thomians managed to weather the storm, not just weather the storm, but they went on to score quite handsomely in the first 50 minutes. I think they had scored 50 runs in 50 minutes by just before the first water break. And they've recently were about 112 for no loss. So that is a risk which the Royal captain took, and certainly as of now, it seems like it hasn't paid off. And from what I heard from the Thomian quarters, they were also looking to win the toss and put the Royalists in. Certainly, I suppose the rationale was that they both felt that the teams were top heavy, so getting a few early wickets would mean you are into the slightly weaker middle orders. And I myself went down that path. When I captain, I won the toss and put them in on what I thought was a good SSC wicket to get some wickets. Had them 30-odd for 2, but then the class of Bhanuk and Kusal Pereira didn't allow us to make any inroads after that. So I hope the Thomians build on this rapid start and get on to a huge total, because mind you, it looks easy to bat. It also means that it's going to take much more longer to get the Royalists out. And they are not a weak side by any means, with the top 5 batsmen getting more than 700 runs. The captain and vice captain scoring more than 1,000 runs for the season. So a lot of work to be done, but certainly the Thomians are on the right track, and I would say it's advantage to the Thomians as it stands now.
Right, thanks a lot, Niru, for those words, and a true legend, a true all-rounder, be it academics, school, his sporting life. He's done it all, and hope you enjoy this big match, and thanks a lot for joining us with this coverage. So we'll be back with another interview shortly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back once again. This is the post-lunch session here at the Singalay Sports Club grounds, the 137th Battle of the Blues. And the Thomians are in command. Johan Mendes having scored 45, and the man of the moment, Rashmika Opatha, on 95. Just 5 away from a magnificent 100. They've taken apart the Royal bowlers, including their highest wicket taker, Lasith Ambuldeniya, who had gone for 29 in his 5 overs. And Royal bowled 30 overs, given away 8 extras. Their fielding was not up to the mark. And to continue with the post-lunch first session is Harun Mawjood and Shashrika Pusagulla.
Thank you very much, Navod. Indeed, good to be back after lunch. Indeed, Royal would have had lots of discussions, several plans being put, for sure. But they have to know that in the end, it'll just be bowling consistently into one line and length. As I'm joined with Shashrika. Shash, what do you think the thoughts would have been at the Royal camp?
Yes, sir. Very simple. Keep things tight. Try to get Johan Mendes on strike as much as possible. That would have been the plan, because they know for a fact that Upatha is uncontrollable at the moment and is closing in upon a milestone as we start proceedings after lunch. Very negative line start up at the start of the second session, Harun.
Yeah, so from what I can gauge, Shashrika, you see a heavily packed offside field. We just see just the three fielders on the leg side. We have a deep square, a long leg and a mid-on, while the rest of them on the offside. So I think the plan in the Royal camp would have been just to keep bowling the nagging line and length outside the off stump and make the batsman drive. Oh, that's a good bouncer, but there again you didn't see the ball carrying very well to the keeper, Shash.
Yes, Haritha Vitanage, the first change bowler for Royal today, ideally should have been the opening bowler, but somehow or the other, with some experiments, Royal sticking to a different option up front. However, he has been quite reasonable compared to the other Royal bowlers. Vitanage, generally a bowler who hits the deck hard, but Upatha has been so dominant that none has been effective.
Poor ball in the first two deliveries, or the first three deliveries has been in all places. Ball one way outside the off stump, the next a bounce, and the third going way down the leg side. So he's got to get his act together with Vitanage. They have to actually put their front foot forward now, because they cannot just play the laid back game. They have to come to the forefront and give some kind of opposition to the Thomian batting. Shot.
What a wonderful stroke there by Upatha, driven beautifully through mid-wicket. I mean, with a straight elbow towards mid-wicket. That's a wonderful boundary by Rashmika Upatha, who moves on to 99. Nervous 99 for Rashmika Upatha, Harun.
Just one more run, Shashan. I wouldn't say, I would take off the word nervous, because he does not seem to be showing any kind of nerves. Seems to be right on top of his game. What a lovely shot. I think the most difficult shot to play in the game of cricket, the on drive. How well he positioned himself to stroke that ball in that vacant gap was absolutely impeccable.
Yes, that's 150 up for the Thomians as well, as we see Rashmika. That's a fabulous 100 by Rashmika Upatha, hitting the ball towards cover point. What a century by this fabulous young player, Rashmika Upatha. The first over after lunch, he brings up a magnificent ton, as we see the crowd gathering in to congratulate him. Tremendous scenes here.
The security has been a bit more strict. Even the prefects aren't allowed to go into the middle, Shash. But we see a few spectators from St. Thomas's coming there to give him a hug and congratulate him. It has been a scintillating innings. I think you can't take anything out of that. A chanceless knock. He's hammered the ball to all parts of the ground, especially his on drive. I think that's been the key feature of his inning. The on drive that he's played many a time has really been very memorable to not only me, but I'm sure for all the other spectators as well.
Harun, what's a big match without crowd invasion? I mean, that's also tradition in a Royal Thomian match, Harun. So we'd expect, even there's so many security right now, the crowd would actually manage a way to run down to the middle and congratulate this magnificent effort by this wonderful young player, Rashmika Upatha.
I don't know, Shash, he's just got his 100 just after lunch. There is so much time left for the Thomians, and by the looks of it, if they don't get him out, he seems to be he'll easily go on to get a double, Shashrika.
Well, if that's the case, Arun, Royal would be in a lot of trouble, because we know the rate he scores in, so The runs have been leaking from the very first over. It's going to be pretty tough for the Royalists to, come back from this situation, Harun.
Exactly, they'll have to hope for something impossible to happen. They need, even if they get a wicket, they'll need a quick 2-3 wickets subsequently if they are to get back into the game. They seem to be down and out currently as we start our post-lunch session. Once again, another expensive over by Haley. There was 7 runs off it. Yeah, 6 runs off that over. So there again, you see the scoring rate. At the end of 31 overs, St. Thomas's 152 for no loss.
I mean, hats off to this young batsman, Harun. I've seen a lot of big matches. I've seen schoolboy cricketers, but this guy is special. This guy is very, very special. So he's got a bright future ahead of him, but right now he should target on getting something big, being recognized by all and sundry. I mean, a fabulous effort by Rashmika Upatha.
So our scorer tells us that Rashmika Upatha has got his century just in 95 balls, so it's more than a run a ball. Sorry, less than a run a ball, and also he's got 14 boundaries and 3 towering sixes, Shashrika.
That's the key to his batting. I mean, not only against fast bowlers that he's very confident and very comfortable, but also against the spinners. Normally a batsman would, prefer either, because one of the two actually, either quicks or spinners, but he seems to be very comfortable with both.
So it's Sandeepa to continue from the commentary box end. He was pretty impressive in the solitary over that he bowled before lunch, Shashrika.
Yes, Arun, his trajectory was very good, and also he bowled on a good line and length. Being a fresher, he's got a good start at the Royal Thomaian. I mean, to keep a batsman quiet in the caliber of Rashmika Upatha, that itself says a lot, especially when he's on 100, Harun.
Exactly, Shash. I said there are no signs of him losing confidence. He's got on top of all Royal bowlers, and when the good ball has been bowled, he has respected the ball and defended on merit, which is exceptional to see. I think it's very rare that you see such batting talent at such a young age, Shashikam, such mature head. He seems to carry a very mature head on his shoulders, so he certainly does have a bright future. I'm just surprised that he wasn't selected to represent Sri Lanka at the Under-19 World Cup this time, Shashikam.
Yes, Harun, me too. I mean, this guy and Sachin the Jayathilaka, definitely two candidates that should have been there on the tour. That's another nice stroke pulled towards deep square leg. He moves on to 101, and thus far the Royalists are actually out of ideas, Harun. I mean, there's nothing much that they could actually do rather than to wait and see what happens. I mean, until the Thomaians make a mistake.
I don't think that would work, Shash. They have to outthink the two Thomaian batsmen here. Gishant cannot just widespread his field and expect something to happen.
Yes,
by the looks of it, it seems to be pretty defensive.
If I was the Royal skipper, I would tell my bowlers, give Rashmika Upatha a single from maybe the very first ball. Spread out the field, give him the single and bowl at Johan Mendes. Bowl to him on disciplined lines and lengths and see what he has to offer, because he is very defensive. He's playing the anchor role. He's not too keen on scoring boundaries. So that could be the strategy for the Royalists, as we see a very defensive field on the offside. So I'm sure the Royal skipper has told them, suggested that.
Exactly, Shash. As you see, Sandeep bowl the shot and it's dropped. It's a no ball. So the catch should have been inconsequential. It was a no ball. It's very surprising when you see a spinner bowling a no ball, especially with such a short run up. There's a shot, cut hard, but a difficult take. I think the ball came really fast. If you can see your screens.
Yes, as we check the replay.
Short and wide, cut hard, and he just had very few seconds to react. I think it was Navin Vidhan Palthina, but anyways, it's inconsequential, Shashrika, as it was a no ball. The next ball, better delivery, and that brings the end of the 33rd over. St. Thomas's 154 for the loss of no wickets.
Harun, the Royalists better be sharp on the field, because I understand that it was a no ball, But I mean, these are chances that has to be taken even at this level, the school level. I mean, these are top 2 teams going around school cricket in Sri Lanka.
Just
So
wonder
you'd
what's
expect
going through Gishan's mind. I'm sure he's lost for plans. They would have ideally had a plan A and probably a plan B, but I don't think none of them has worked actually. You know, he'll have to draft his own plan C if he is to think of a way of getting these 2 guys out, because by the looks of it, it only seems a run out that can dismiss the 2 batsmen.
That's another well played stroke by Rashmika Opatha, punching the ball of a good length, targeting the boundaries on almost every single ball he faces. I mean, I understand he has mixed aggression with defense very nicely, but we up here see as if, you know, he could score a boundary of each and every delivery.
Seems to be very optimistic in his approach, always looking to press forward and go after the bowling, and the next ball is slashed away. There is protection in the deep, fielded by the deep point fielder. So what I think the tactic for Opatha has been is just to bowl wide outside the off stump and make him or let him do the mistake. That's what I think is Gishan's ploy. But for Mendes, I don't think they've got anything sorted, because he does not seem to be threatening the Royal bowlers. But then again, you would like to see a bit more aggression on Mendes.
There again we can see on the screen the bowler angling it across, getting many dot deliveries as possible against Johan Mendes, who himself has moved on to 44, so not that he has been too slow himself, but the Royal is clearly working on a plan which we all can see from up here and from the screens as well. So it's just you know, stopping the inevitable. I mean, not that they are going to bowl, that's a pretty good delivery, that jagged back, but
it's sad to see why the Royalists cannot do that more often. They just have to get it in that area as consistently as possible. You see this, if you see the replay, that's an exceptional line, because you cannot ask anything else from the fast bowlers. It's all about getting it there somewhere around the corridor of uncertainty, because it always keeps the mind guessing, especially the batsman.
yes, Arun, Vitanage seems to be having a very good action, I mean, very good wrist position as well, so he should be able to move the ball. I mean, there's no point in him trying to, you know, just bowl outside the off stump all the time. I understand to Rashmika Opatha with the current situation, him being on 102, but to Johan Mendes, they really need to attack him and try to get him out.
It just seems one-way traffic here at the SSC. There does not seem to be a ploy to at least put pressure on Mendes. The batsman scoring at a very relatively slower pace than Opatha. Once again, a wide-ish delivery is left alone. That's the end of the 33rd over. St. Thomas's 155 for the loss of no wickets.
දයියා පොරක් එලියට එන මේක අපි සෙට් කළ ඩෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ මේක අපි සෙට් කළ ඩෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ දයියා වෙන්න මැගී ඩෙවිල් කන්න
From Nestle.
It's going to be Sandeepa to continue from the press box end. So it's pretty defensive field once again. I think they're bowling to a plan. It's surprising to see there's a sweeper cover as well, Shash. So pretty much all protection is on the leg side. We have a long on, deep mid wicket and deep square. As we see, first ball short. Opatha does not get any contact.
Yeah, bit of a risky shot to play. Harun, ball skidding on a bit. He's better off playing it straight towards long on, or push it down towards deep mid wicket.
Sandeepa, in terms of the Battle of Blues, pretty inexperienced lad. That again short, just easily tucked away to the deep cover fielder.
Yes, Arun, I think the Royal skipper has clearly decided on what he wants to do. He wants to get Opatha off strike which is very important to him at the moment, and get Johan Mendes on strike as much as possible.
It's just that the Royalists have not been able to slow down the scoring. It's always been consistently above 4.5, 5 runs per over, which has been a worrying factor for Gishant. I don't think there's just been 3 maiden overs bowled. And for a 3-day game, you will ideally want more dot balls and maiden overs being bowled if you want to create that kind of pressure. And on the other hand, you have Opatha just going all guns blazing and scoring his runs in boundaries as they take a very cheeky single and easily taken in the end. So you see the shoulders of the Royal boys, it's all dropped. The body language says it all. Especially with the weather not contributing to that factor. It's pretty hot. They have been playing a very long season. So I don't know how the conditioning has been done for the past few weeks to get these boys ready to play a 3-day game.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really blame the conditions, because I mean, these boys have played a season thus far, I mean, in hot, humid conditions. So it's actually not the conditions that's contributing to their downfall, it's also the body language. As he goes once again. Oh my gosh. Harun, I'm lost for words.
That's the chance gone down begging for Royal. What more can you ask from poor Sandeepa? It would have been his first wicket, it would have been Royal's first wicket, and Ramanayaka made a complete mess of that.
Let's watch the replay, Harun.
You see in your screens, the replay, he comes down the track and finds the only fielder deep mid-wicket. He takes a few steps forward and just makes an absolute mess of it. What more can the Royalists ask for? It's just their hopes being shattered even further.
I'm sure Ramanayak is looking for a hole in the ground, Arun, at the moment. He might as well go inside that rather than being on the field. I mean, it's terrible stuff by the Royal fieldsman. As I was saying before, as he's pushed it down towards third man. A very quick outfield. Batsman crossing over for 2 runs. I mean, there's no excuse, Arun. There's actually no excuse for their fielding effort. I understand the batsmen have been batting well, but
that's the end of the 34th over. St. Thomas's 160 for the loss of no wicket.
මුදල් යවන ආයතන රාශියක් සමග එක්වේ. රට සල්ලි එවලේම ඔබේ මොබයිල් ෆෝන් එකට ලබාගත හැකි නවීන හා පහසුම ක්‍රමයක් හඳුන්වා දී. රට සල්ලි ඕනෑම වේලාවක ඕනෑම තැනකින් ඔබට ළඟම easy cash මධ්‍යස්ථානයකින් අරගන්න. වැඩි විස්තර සඳහා 7111 අමතන්න. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ විශාලතම ගනුදෙනු ජාලයට පාරිභෝගික සම්බන්ධතාව ඩයලොග් එටිසෙලත් හච්. easy cash මොබයිල් එකෙන් ගනු සහ දෙනු.
Yes, to join us in, it's going to be Helitha Vitanage once again. Oh, beautifully flicked away. The ice protection in the deep. He slipped there slightly, just coming back to that catch. Shash, as he played that shot, you just thought Ramanayaka was not going to take that catch. You know, he was moving back front, never set himself and steadied himself to take that catch.
Yes,
and in the end made a mess of it.
Harun, he knew he didn't connect it, because especially as I told before, bowler's name, Sandeepa, he's relatively quick. He has got a quicker trajectory, so that's the reason he couldn't get to the pitch of the ball. I mean, that was a clear miss hit by Opatha, but then the field definitely making a mess out of it.
Once again, Mendy's playing the sheet anchor role. I think that's a very costly miss for Royal. I would wonder how expensive that drop chance would be. If he goes on to get a double, that is a serious problem for Royal College, Shashika.
Harun, there's a whole saying, catchers win matches, but in this instance, leave aside winning the match, I mean, they would have had some sort of redemption to start off with.
Run out opportunity, but well sent back by Mendes. It was an early call. So it's just disheartening for these boys. You know, they have tried so hard to get a wicket, and when the opportunity arose, it just didn't happen, and that is as a result of their own fault. It's a player making a mistake, but then again, the bowlers are toiling really hard to break through this opening partnership.
It's a good delivery once again by Vithanage. Johan Mendes trying to drive it through the covers, but really couldn't get any proper connection to that ball, that delivery. But Johan Mendes should understand that runs have flown by off the bat of Rashmi Gopatha, and he should just really play the patience game. He knows how to do that. But I mean, he's after all human as well. He must be targeting his 50.
Mendes is just 3 short away. Just 3 runs short of him reaching his milestone. So Thomians currently scoring at a very fast pace. Probably their target by T would be to get somewhere close to 275. Vishash, at the rate they are scoring, they should be able to get 250 plus.
Yes,
there's
Harun.
ample time left. Probably another 2 hours left.
Yes, Harun. Going back 10 years, I can remember the Royal pair making 200 as an opening stand.
Exactly, Shashai. That's one memorable game that I think both of us cannot forget. We both were part of that encounter. Yes, we were fortunate to be on the winning side, but then again, neither did St. Thomas's deserve to lose at that game. But going back to that match, I think we won the step that took us to win that game was the chase, or the first innings chase that we did on that very first day, where we got 100 plus runs in 20 overs.
Very true.
Which set the tone for us to
Abhi Singhante Subha Patanna, dialogue within cricket, wish and win.
275 plus.
Yes, Harun, as we see the next delivery. A loose stroke again by Johan Mendes.
So,
yeah, Harun, going back to that game again, from a Thomian point of view, I can remember that evening.
That's the end of the 35th over. St. Thomas is 162 for the loss of no wickets. As we get back to if we go back for a commercial break, it will be 2 new commentators to head the proceedings.
Yes, a very good afternoon to all of our viewers. Welcome to www.ThePapare.com and welcome to the first day's play. We are coming to you live from the SSC grounds in Colombo, and it has been a magnificent cricket so far. The Thomians are right on top. A solid opening partnership have put Royal under pressure. The flags are flying, the Papare bands are playing, the music is loud, and it's what atmosphere here down in Colombo. As we say, a very good afternoon to Shaminda.
Good afternoon, Ricky, and good afternoon to all our loyal listeners around Sri Lanka and also around the globe. We have Royalists and Thomians alike supporting their team, although they couldn't be here at the SSC. Wonderful sights if you're a St. Thomas supporter, but for a Royalist, not the best day, Ricky.
Yes, Shamin, it has been trying times for the Royal bowlers. The SSC wicket normally is good in the first hour or so. If you bowl in the correct corridor, if you can get that movement with the overnight moisture, the overcast conditions, everything, then you can get some support. But after the first 1 hour, 1.5 hours of play, the wicket really drives down and becomes a batting paradise. A good bounce, a good carry through, and if you play your shots, you get rewards. So that's what the Thomians have done.
It should be commendable batting effort by the Thomians. Rashmi Gopatha on an unbeaten 106, and the little Johan Mendes has been busy on one end, just too short of a half century. It's been a brilliant opening partnership by the Thomians. They've broken the record for the highest first wicket partnership, which was 136 way back in the 90s. And here at the SSC in 2016, these two young lads have definitely showed the Thomian grit, the Thomian spirit. They've definitely shown a class act in batting. Ganit Sandeepa keeping his end quite busy. That's the end of the over. It's 165 for no loss.
Yes, Shamin, it has been a good partnership because both batsmen have complemented each other. Opatho is the more aggressive type of player. He likes to play shots and go for the runs, while Johan Mendes likes to play some touch cricket. He tries to rotate the singles, just push the ball into the gaps and rotate the strike, and it has been a good partnership where they complement each other. Mendes has given Opatho much as the strike as possible, and straight away they have put Royal under pressure even in that first session before lunch, and the Royal bowlers unable to really penetrate and get that important breakthrough. They depended a lot on their fast bowlers, Ramanayaka, who could not really get the breakthrough, and Amul Denia, who has taken over 100 wickets this season, hasn't really delivered for Royal.
Fielding of Royal also hasn't been up to the mark. They've dropped 2 chances, but then one was a no ball. That was Johan Mendes when he was on 44, and the previous over when Ganit Sandeepa bowled, Rashmi Gopatha was dropped on 106 by Himesh Ramanayaka. So these are the little things that turn the decision around, turn the games around for any school, any team rather. Those are the half chances. Well, in this case, they were full chances in the hands of the fielder, but weren't able to hold on to them, Ricky.
Yes, Shamin, I think fielding is very important, because what happens is it's not just a catch, because once you get a breakthrough, there is always the opportunity for another wicket or two to follow. That has happened in school cricket, because these are young players, inexperienced players. So once you get that important breakthrough, it's pressure on the new batsman, and you always have that slight chance of taking the second wicket or the third wicket, and Royal have missed out.
The Royalists haven't had much. Beautiful cover drive by the little Johan Mendes. Brings up his half century, the experienced campaigner.
Yes, that was a good shot, Shaminda. He used the pace of the bowler. It was wide, it was outside the off stump. He didn't try to hit it too hard. All he did was get his timing right, get his placement right. He was right on top of that delivery, and that was very well played.
Very well played. Congratulated there by the Royal wicketkeeper Thiran Dhanapala. That's the spirit that we would like to see in all these big matches. The camaraderie, but also the rivalry. Fiercely competed, but then also end of the day, we're always going to be good friends. And everything that happens in the match, all the bad things are forgotten. And it's all good that's been taken to the future.
Yes, it's good to see this rivalry, but also the friendship in the middle, because it's a game of cricket and it should be competed in those 22 yards within those boundary lines. And ultimately, the cricket is the winner, whether it's whoever wins or loses. Cricket is the winner. It's a battle between the bat and ball, and these are memories to take back. In fact, the hundreds you score, the 5 wickets you take, all are sweet memories.
Definitely a memorable game for these two batsmen, for certain. They batted brilliantly, complemented each other. A true partnership, I'd say. A true partnership by these two experienced openers for St. Thomas's.
Yes, it has been a solid. There are 2 leading run scorers this season, and both have scored heavily, and they have really done the damage here at the top of the order. I think he got some bat onto it. We'll wait and see.
Yes.
Yes, 4 runs. That was a poor delivery. It was sliding down the leg side, and Mendes got inside of the ball and just got a faint touch away from the diving wicketkeeper, and another boundary to St. Thomas's.
That
ඔබ
අපේ සිංහයන්ට සුබ පතන්න. Dialogue වෙතින් cricket wish and win. SMS Facebook Twitter හෝ Dialogue web අඩවිය වෙත පිවිස ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම පහසුවෙන් එවන්න. SLC හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම් පරිවිඩයේ හිස්තැනක් ජාතික හැදනුපත් අංකය සඳහන් කර 23:43ට ඕනෑම ජාලයකින් හැකිතාක් SMS කරන්න. ජය ග්‍රාහකයන් 77 දෙනෙකුට සියලු පහසුකම් සහිතව ආසියානු හෝ 2020 ලෝක කුසලානේ නැරඹීමට වරම්. තවත් වටිනා තෑගි රැසක්. ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ සානම්බර අනුග්‍රාහක Dialogue.
Well, Shaminda, it has been good going, and what is good to see is a good crowd here on the first day. Remember, this is a 3-day game. Usually you get a bigger crowd on the second and third day, but it's been just the second session. It has been a good crowd in being Thursday. So that is great to see. It's not only the school boys, but we see the old boys as well, and their families coming to support this big match.
So of course, that's what's important, the atmosphere. That's what creates all the hype in the middle. And of course, the cricket just adds to the glamour of the Royal Thomaian. It's the 137th encounter. Lots of history, lots of tradition, and lots of rivalry between these two schools. Two of the oldest institutions in Sri Lanka. Rich history.
Yes, Ganita Sandeep continues to bowl in his right arm off spinners. He has a very high arm action, a very tall lad. You can see the ball when it comes down at you, it comes from a very high angle. He's bowling good line, he's bowling a good length at the moment. He has a defensive field, 4 deep on the onside, or 3 deep in fact on the onside, and 5 fielders overall on the onside. So he's going to bowl a middle and leg lumps line.
Very well guided on the leg side by Rashmi Gopatha. Fielder not doing the best job with the throw there. 2 runs added to the board. The bands are playing, the spirits are high. Lots of camaraderie, lots of rivalry, lots of colour.
Yes, and the wicket, most importantly, is playing very good at the moment. Good for batting. Once you play your shots, the outfield is really fast, and if you can find the gaps, you're going to be rewarded with runs, and that's what the Thomaian batsmen have done so far this today.
Something I noticed today was, Ricky, the crowd invasions. There were none.
Well, it will happen. It will happen. It's going to be happening. And that is all part of the game, all part of a big match. Shaminda today just been the second session and the first day. It will come, it will increase tomorrow and day after, but then it's all part of the fun, long as the cricket goes on. Cricket should not be disrupted, the game should be played, and whoever wins or loses, the result should come.
In my opinion, Ricky, I think there should be a few crowd invasions. It only adds to the spectacular encounter here at the SSC. Gopatha scoring his 50. Not a crowd invasion as such. And then he scored his century. There were a few from the stands who were brave enough to make the sprint. Not the best welcome back at the tent by the security though. And brings us to the end of the 38th over. St. Thomas's 178 for no loss.
Here we are, can I get a data sim? Bah. I say, old chap, where might a fellow find a data SIM card? Kiannako.
You're from Sri Lanka, right?
How did you know?
Why don't you use Dialogue Data Roaming? Unlimited data for $5 a day.
Unlimited data for $5 a day?
Data unlimited, my patience isn't.
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialogue Roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
Yes, Shaminda, the current run rate is 4.68. We have one of our senior scorers of the Scorers Association with us, Chintaka, who is assisting us with the score in Shaminda. And 4.68, he says, is the current run rate. So that's good going by St. Thomas's. Very positive cricket, very attacking cricket. And by scoring 4.68 runs over, they haven't lost any wickets. Now that is the good thing. to see. So they have really kept the runs flowing, wickets in hand, and they are right on top of this Battle of the Blues.
From the outset, the Thomians were on the attack. They looked very positive from the word go. And the Royalists quite edgy, quite rusty, and things are going their way. Honestly, they've had some edges go by.
Yes,
close calls.
And Shamin, that's what I was talking about. Young Johan Mendes. Now he likes to push the singles, play it with soft hands, just push it into the gaps, take the ones, takes the twos, and that's what he did just right now, and gives the strike back to the attack in Opatha. So the Royal Fieldsmen, and being a left-hand, right-hand combination in the center, they have to keep changing their line, their length, their fielding positions. And I think that has gone against the Royalists a lot, because this left-hand, right-hand combination has really unsettled the Royal bowlers.
Yeah, I like this approach by Gishad, and he was quick to go to his bowler, his most experienced fast bowler. Once again, just to say, get your field in place, bowl your field, do the basics right.
Opatha is
consulting him with what field he wants.
And Opatha is
very important to have the field that the bowler wants, Ricky.
Yes, and Opatha is on a Nelson at the moment, 111. They're taking their time, as I said, Shamin, the captain, the bowler, senior players taking their time in adjusting the field. A lot of talk here and there. There is a slip in position, and there is one fieldsman now going on to the leg side. It's a sort of a leg slip position. I wonder what this tactic is. We know that Opatha likes to play off his pads, play towards square leg mid-wicket, but it's going to be a very, very interesting field. Now, if he's going to bowl with that fieldsman there, he has to bowl on middle and leg stump line, and he has to have enough cover protecting the boundary. There is a fine leg, there is a square leg, quite very square. There is a mid-on, there is a mid-wicket as well who is coming to position. So we are going to be interesting to see what length and what line is going to bowl.
I think it's obvious it's going to be quite body line attack. Going to bowl to his body, short of a length, just to get Opatha on the back foot, because he didn't seem too comfortable on the back foot from morning. He's been either playing defensive on the back foot or quite happy letting it go or ducking it. So I think Himesh Ramanayaka is trying to attack Opatha on his body, hopefully get it up to the rib cage, get him to maybe pull a ball or two. There we go again.
Yes, that was a good one. That was a shortish delivery, and it was well directed right over the stumps. Opatha had to duck, had to sway. He wasn't looking comfortable, like you said, Sharminder, maybe against the short ball all morning. He sort of fell back, and he was a bit troubled by that bouncer. That was a good delivery though by the bowler Ramanayaka.
I like what Himesh is doing here. He knows that Opatha is not the most comfortable. He's weak. So on the back foot, attacking a body line could be good, but then this field is quite obvious. It makes things obvious. Maybe slip in a Yorker to surprise the batsman.
Now that's what he was trying for in that last delivery. Now bringing in that sort of a leg slip. He's trying to bowl a leg stump line and make Opatha sort of flick it away uppishly. That probably one will come, that leg slip away, but it's a...
Then again, Ricky, if he does flick it over the fielder, he's not going to get that fielder involved. He's either going to go past him or into the gap between deep mid-on and deep fine leg.
Yes, it's very interesting. I would have thought I would have that field much more square, more towards the square leg region than having him in a leg slip position, because I think it's going to be a waste.
He was halfway down the track. He's quite comfortable leaving it Opatha. Still on a Nelson, quite jittery. St. Thomas's on a solid foundation here at 179 for no loss.
Yes, just a one slip in a position, and going through the emotions at the moment. Royal hoping and trying to get a breakthrough.
Slow Yorker there by Ramanayaka, well deceived. And St. Thomas's 179 for no loss. We have a change in commentary. It's Amitade Abenayaka and Kosala taking over.
Good afternoon, viewers. Good afternoon, Kosala. Thomians sailing away with 179 for no loss. Been put into bet by the Royalists with Opatha, Rashmika Opatha on 111 and Johan Mendes on 58. Batting very comfortably.
Yes, good afternoon to everybody for just logging on to ThePapare.com, the leading sports hub in the country, from which you are part of the universe you are in. It is a very good afternoon to you. The 137th Battle of the Blues between Royal and St. Thomas's. This is, I think, the longest standing encounter between two teams.
That's right. That's in Sri Lanka, and in the world it's the second. There's an encounter in Australia, Adelaide, which is 139, I think. So this is the oldest in Sri Lanka.
And it is uninterrupted.
Uninterrupted, yes.
It's going to be the off spin of Ganit Sandeepa. Bowling to Johan Mendes. Johan Mendes pushing away and picks up a quick single.
That's good running. That's good running between wickets because it is packed offside field. Just stepped in short extra and took a quick single. A good fast call, responded very well by Opatha.
Well, Amit, this has been very good batting by these two. Johan knows his limitations, knows his capability, what he needs to do. He knows that Opatha is the more aggressor in this partnership. So he's been trying to make sure that Opatha has the bulk of the strike in this partnership.
You're right, Kosal. I think at the start what Johan did was he just got his eye in and gave the strike to Opatha, where he opened his scoring with 5 fours. He got to 20 with 5 fours, and thereafter he has continued from there. Whereas on the other hand, Johan has been pushing the singles. The loose ball has been putting it away. Both batting extremely well. As we see Sandeep going away from us. We had the mini battle last weekend, Kosalan, where the Thomians won the match by 10 wickets. Thomians got 335 for 7. Royal were all out for 183, and then second innings bowled out for 117.
And finally, Opatha gets out of the dreaded Nelson. He's 112 now. This is the, I think it's a record opening partnership in these encounters for St. Thomas's.
Yes, I think the earlier was 136, so they have gone way past that.
Opatha was let off by Ramanayaka after he had reached his 100. Hopefully, Opatha will want Royal to pay for that, and on the other hand, Royal will not want them.
Opatha has been batting extremely well, except for that one rush of blood, and he lost concentration. But fortunately, Ramanayaka missed him. Unfortunately for the Royalists, who have been toiling all day, trying to get a Thomian wicket or two.
Well, on the other hand, no, Samit, the Royal strategy has been very poor. The bowlers have not bowled in good areas. They've been bowling either side of the wicket. They've not really put any pressure on the Thomian batsmen, and they've let a lot of loose balls.
And once again, he comes to drop the ball, and clears the rope. It's 6 runs.
Super hit. Came down the track. He watched the ball very well. He saw the flight. He knew that it was a tossed up delivery, and Opatha coming down the track and getting underneath that and clearing mid wicket with a big distance. That's a good hit. He was eyeing that mid wicket area for a long time. St. Thomas is 188 for none at the end of the over.
වෙන දයියා පොරක් එලියට එන මේක අපි සෙට්ටල ඩෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ මේක අපි සෙට්ටල ඩෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ දයියා වෙන්න මැගී ඩෙවිල් කන්න
From Nestle.
Amit, mind runs back to a very famous game which had happened 75 years ago to date in 1941. And obviously you will be very interested to talk on that because in fact it was played in 1941, and it is a game where your dad had some personal milestones. We'll talk about that after this. As Ramanaka is getting ready to bowl to Johan Mendes. There is a change in the field. The wicketkeeper now is having a discussion with the Royal captain, Pandita Ratna. He wants some adjustments done. 2 slips, a gully, a cover, extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a square leg and a fine leg. As Ramanaka steams in from the Torrington end. Going back to that match in 1941, Amit?
Yes, Kosal, I think my father was able to get 7 wickets in the first innings and then capture 2 wickets. Of course, unfortunately, the Royalies held on to the game with a superb 54 runs not out by Jilla, and it had been a very interesting match. And also Mr. Gunasekara, who's the famous Mr. Gunasekara at Royal College, who served the school for many years, was also in that team for Royal. And Gamini Salgado, who played for Royal that year and subsequently captained Royal next year, and where the Royalists won the big match, was also in that team. Tomians had people like Mr. Sarvanamuttu, Mr. Mollamure, all went on in their careers to become lawyers and be public servants of the country.
Johan Mendes gets a single down to the sweeper coverage, and he moves on to 60, 61, 118 to Rashmika Upadhyay. It's 188 for Nancy Thomases after being put into bat by Royal. Normally, Amit, when you put a side into bat, you expect to at least have 1 or 2 wickets before lunch, but that's not gone Royal's way.
That's right, Kosal. I think one was the wavering of the line, and then of course one chance that gone a begging. So that might have made a difference if Ramanaka was able to hold on to that chance. It was not a difficult chance, so unfortunately for him, he dropped it. And fortunately for Upadhyay, he's on 118 still batting, taking strike to Ramanaka. 41st over in progression, and it's over 4 runs per over, so the Tomians have been going at a steady pace. Once again short.
Very interesting feel, Amit. We got a slip and a leg slip. So I think what Ramanaka is trying to bowl the short pitch delivery at, there you go,
and
bending his back. And Upadhyay was equal to the task. He was trying to glide it over the slip court.
And he will expect him to hook and take a miss hit sort of, and then try and take him down because there's a deep fine leg and a deep square leg. Of course, we see Mendes walking up to him and having a chat with Upadhyay, giving him a little bit of advice. He's the vice captain, Johan Mendes, 3rd year colorsman. Once again a quick single, well called by Mendes. He ran to the danger end and safely home.
Well, the Tomians do have a lot of batting to follow as well.
Yes, there is the captain Jayatilaka, who's been with the runs. Also Kodituakku, Gunatilaka, all capable batsmen. Jayatilaka has got over 750 runs, Kodituakku 704 runs, Gunatilaka 691 runs this season. So all capable batsmen for St. Thomas's, as we see Ramanaka once again from the SLBC end. Good call, very well responded, and a single for the Tomians.
Well, the good thing has been, even with the boundaries and sixes flowing for the Tomians, they've not hesitated to take the ones and twos. They've worked the ball around. They've taken a lot of short singles. They put the fielding captain under pressure, whether you want to have a deeper field or whether you...
Yes, it is the March Madness for Papare.
The social media platforms for ThePapare.com. You can log on to Facebook, Twitter, and many other ways of logging on to Papare.com and ThePapare.com and going through all these live streaming. It is the leading sports hub in the country, where they bring you the action from where it happens and when it happens. End of the over, it's 191 for none.
Data SIM.
Massage?
No. Data SIM.
Massage, very good.
No. Data SIM.
You are Sri Lanka? Why you no use dialogue data roaming? Unlimited data, $5 a day.
Unlimited data for just $5 a day?
Yeah. Unlimited, same massage you want?
Me?
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with dialogue roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
There is a change in the bowling, but while the field is getting ready, it's the left arm spin of Ambuldenia. Now this is the concern that Royal are having. Ambuldenia with over 100 wickets in the season has not been able to really put the brakes on the Thomaian openers. He's bowled 6 overs, 29 runs, a solitary maiden, but no wickets.
Kosala, he has bowled over 600 overs for this for this season. So that's probably a long spell. I don't know whether he's carrying an injury or whether his arm is dropping a bit, bowling so many overs at schoolboy level. Of course, he's the leading wicket taker for Royal.
And again, Johan Mendes playing with very soft hands, pushing it around, picking up the single. He's batted extremely well. He's played a very sedate, very well compiled innings. He's calculated his innings very well. He's made 63. And Opatha is 119.
Yes, Thomaians have rotated the strike, hit the loose balls, and then rotated with the single. So that is good for the Thomaian batting. Also, Kosala this year celebrates 40 years of the 1976 Thomaian team, which was the schoolboy team that year, captained by Shashi Ganeshan and his brother Aji also represented. And it had players of the nature of Guy Dialvis, Salia Hangama, Ishaq Sahabdeen, a double international, played hockey.
Well, very famous names when it comes to the Sri Lankan sporting circle. Obviously, the late Guy Dialvis, wonderful servant of cricket when it came to St. Thomas and also to Sri Lanka. Played his cricket on the same venue for his club cricket at the SEC.
Once again a misfield and the batsman quickly scampered through for a single.
And if I'm not mistaken, Guy is one time the coach of the Sri Lanka women's cricket team.
That's right, coach. And even Salia Hangama represented SSC.
As we take a look at the replay of that previous delivery, a misfield, and the batsman scampering home for a quick single. The good thing between these two batsmen have been they've responded their calls. There have been no yes and no's. If it's yes, it's yes. If it's no, it's no.
And that has helped the Thomaian cause, and the score says it all, 193 for no loss.
So undoubtedly the highest partnership for the Thomaians. I think the highest overall partnership is about 250.
Kosal, I think it's 218 for the first wicket, but
there's 218 between S. Senrath and Maligaspe in 2006.
Thomaians are coming close to that, 193 for no loss, with Johan Mendes on 63 and Opatha on 120 not out.
So it's interesting to see whether they can elude that total. 254 is the highest partnership for any wicket. That's between Yasas Dharmaratna and Anushka Polonovita, who made 165 in 1996.
And that's the end of the 43rd over. St. Thomas's 193 for no loss.
Hey,
දින 60ක්ම ක්‍රිකට් උණුසුම නොමිලේ අත්විඳින්න. ඔබත් අදම ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන් සම්බන්ධතාවයක් ගෙදරගෙන යන්න. සෑම නව සම්බන්ධතාවක් සමගම සියලුම ක්‍රීඩා channel දින 60කට නොමිලේ. පසුගියුම් සම්බන්ධතාව රුපියල් 3990ට. per day TV සම්බන්ධතාව රුපියල් 4990ට. මෙම දීමනාව මාර්තු 31 දක්වා පමණයි. වැඩි විස්තර සඳහා 1777 අමතන්න. ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ටෙලිවිෂන් රසාස්වාදය.
A change of strategy by the Royal fast ball. Is going to go around the wicket. He's trying to angle it in now to Opatha. We're expecting a lot of short balls most probably, because if you look at the field, we got a deep square, a deep fine, a leg slip, a short mid wicket and a mid on.
Opatha.
But it's too obvious when you set the field like that and you bang, bang, bang. I would have liked Ramanaka doing something different, trying to bowl a off or something.
Probably he to try that with this field also and see what happens and how Opatha responds to that. Because as you said, it's too obvious. So I think Opatha batting at 120 will be able to handle that.
A very big gap between cover and extra cover on the offside. So Ramanaka needs to bowl at that angle of the body as he runs towards us from the Torrington end bowls. Well, Opatha was equal to the task. He got it between the wicket keeper and the leg slip down to the boundary for 4.
Very well hit by Opatha, and he moves up to 124.
The intent was right. Bang it short, and Opatha says, I got enough gaps to put it away. He's moved to 124. 197. 16 boundaries and 4 sixes.
This is the third century for Opatha this season. He's got 2 before. He's got 832 runs at an average of 32 with 5 50s and 2 centuries previously. Adds it up to 3 with this century at the big match.
Ramanaka, the spearhead of the Royal pace attack, not doing justice to that. Bowling his 11th over. He's gone for 42 runs. And that's gone up in the air. There is a fielder getting under there. This time they get Opatha, the slow ball, doing the trick on that occasion. Ramanaka, I think this is the first time he tried one of that. The slow ball. Opatha's head up in the air. So the highest first wicket stand of 218 stands still because Opatha becomes the first Thomaian batsman to be dismissed in the 137th Battle of the Blues. Caught by...
So Thomaians lose their first wicket. Opatha, fine knock, walks back. Little bit loose of concentration and a slow ball. Caught at short extra. A brilliant knock.
16 fours and 4 sixes in that knock of 124 made by Rashmika Opatha. And there you go, the slow ball doing the trick, head up in the air and straight up Askaya. The fielder judged it to perfection and made sure that he held on to the catch. The Thomaians lose their first wicket, and that of the Centurion Rashmika Opatha for 124. Well, at least he was trying to do something different from what he was doing, and the slow ball succeeded.
Yes, Kolosal, I think the Royal should have been doing this right through the morning session. Also varying the pace and trying something different to keep the batsman guessing.
Rings come onto the field as the new batsman walks out to the centre.
That's Dilendra Gunatilaka walking into the centre at the dismissal of Rashmika Opatha. 124.
So he's got 691 runs this season. He's made 100 with 550s. So he'll also want to continue from where these openers left off. Johan Mendes is 62 not out. Eight bowlers used by the Royal captain, and finally his main strike bowler succeeds for Royal in Ramanayaka.
New batsman Gunatilaka taking strike, a guard to Ramanayaka, who's just been successful.
Good crowd in Amit on day one. Obviously, as expected, both boys stands going full. And
Yes, Coach, I think for the first day this is a good crowd. Probably we'll see it improving towards later in the afternoon. And tomorrow and Saturday we'll see a full house.
And the other thing in this encounter is that people from overseas make it a point to be at the big match. They make sure that they make a visit to Sri Lanka to be involved in the Battle of the Blues.
As we see Ramanayaka once again from the straying away, and the wicketkeeper Dhanapala misses.
But it's a more aggressive approach now by Ramanayaka. He seems to be having his tail up because we all know that 2 more quick wickets can put the Thomians back on the back foot, because we've seen the 43rd over in progress and they made 190, so they're going at over 4 runs and over. So Royal need to make sure that they don't give away a lot of runs, because this is a 3-day encounter and Royal will have to really play their best of cricket if they let St. Thomas off the hook.
As we see Ramanayaka once again to Mendes. Gently guided away to sweeper cover area. Batsman crossover for a single. Thomians maintain in the right hand left hand combination, which is going to be difficult for the bowlers, plus the fielders also changing sides. It's good cricket from a Thomian point of view.
But also it gives a lot of pressure to the umpires to keep on changing. As we mentioned, it's the first time, I think it's also a record to see 3 brothers from the same family officiating. Ravindra, Kottachi, and we got Kapila Kottachi, who is the third umpire. So the Kottachi brothers in the thick of action in the 137th Battle of the Blues.
We see the prefects, Royal College prefects and stewards parade in the ground with the school flag, which is a tradition that we see at these big matches. And
now this is a bad move by the Royal captain. I think they should attack a little bit more towards the new batsman. They've gone on a very defensive field to the new batsman Gunatilaka. Drives handsomely to extra cover, no chance of a run. That marks the end of the over. Mendes is 64, Gunatilaka is yet to get off the mark. 124 is what Rashmika Upadhyay made. He was the batsman. Out to Ramanayaka is 199 for 1. Time for a change in voices.
So promoted in the batting order, Dinendra Gulandiraka, the Thomian wicketkeeper, is in at number 3. Number 3 is usually your team's best batting position. 199 for 1, the Thomians. Ambuldania to the Thomian vice captain. Mendes is batting on 64. Rashmika Upadhyay, the 124, was out with a soft dismissal caught by the Royal captain Gishat Panditharatna of Ramanayaka. Batted for 193 minutes, hit 4 sixers and 16 fours, facing up to 131 deliveries. Established a Thomian record for the first wicket. Partnership as Ambuldania bowls. Warm welcome and very good afternoon to Shamil Akbar.
Well, hi, Mr. Haridha, senior commentator here at ThePapare.com. Well, the fierce knock by Rashmi Gopatha up front throughout the past, well, say 3 hours of play, just dismissed a while ago, maybe a couple of overs back. And now we have the number 3 batsman promoted up the order, Dinendra Gunathilaka, who has been a very strong batsman, scoring over 650 runs, almost 700. At average of 31.41 with 1 century and 5 half centuries under his belt. And in the meantime, we have the other opener, Johan Mendes, playing his natural game, and it is a wicket. Well, did I put the commentator's curse on him?
Well, usually it happens after a huge partnership. Both batsmen are dismissed. Mendes getting out of the crease, and Abuldani are doing extremely well to get that ball outside, and Thiran Dhanapala reacted briskly. So after being 197 for no loss, St. Thomas's are now 199 for 2, and the Royal flags are everywhere at the moment. A good knock from the Thomian captain, out for 60 after a tremendous effort since being put into bat.
Yes, the flags are going all around the ground.
See, he was dragged out of the crease outside his off stump, and superb work by Dhanapala. No questions about it.
Definitely. Just as I said that he was doing good even after the dismissal of his opening partner, Rashmi Gopatha, we straight away saw a wonderful delivery, or more than saying a wonderful delivery, I'd say a very tactical approach by Lasith Ambulvenia, Royals leading spinner, and getting him out of the crease, and Thiran Dhanapala, the vice captain of the side, the wicket-keeper, doing the rest and getting him out at 64. Well, and now we'll have two new batsmen at the crease, and let's see how the Royalists will cope up with the 2 new batsmen, the 2 new Thomians up in the middle, and the runs is 199 for the loss of 2 wickets. They've lost their second wicket with just 1 run short of the double century of their side.
So this would put St. Thomas's on the defensive for a while. I would believe this is Ravindu Kodituaku who is coming out to bat. Kodituaku, regular opener, has scored over 700 runs with 104 fours. And he could bat. Really very safe player. Now all of a sudden the scoreboard looks promising for a Royal, who could probably be looking to pick up another wicket.
Yes, and the captain goes back to the strike bowler, Himesh Ramanayaka, who got the wicket of Rashmi Gopatha in his previous over, and here he goes facing Gunathilaka.
Short lifting. He's trying to bowl a little bit on the intimidating side. No harm done because of a new batsman and a fresher, Gunathilaka, but he's a dashing batsman.
Well, Gunathilaka can be dangerous. If you look at his strike rate, it is 74.94. The second best, of course, after Rashmi Gopatha. Rashmi Gopatha having a strike rate of 88.04 before the match. And here we go, Ramanayaka once again over the wicket.
Oh, missed by the batsman and the wicketkeeper. Dhanapala will be very disappointed. It bounced just in front of him and he probably took his eyes off. Awkward take, but 4 extras takes the total past 200 for the Thomians.
Well, unfortunately, the awkward bounce once again resulting in 4 byes. And St. Thomas's College are 200 up. 203 runs for the loss of 2 wickets here at the first day of the 137 Battle of the Blues.
That would hurt Panditharatna and especially Ramanayaka. He's bowling with a fair amount of pace at the moment.
Again, short and wide, but directly to the fielder.
If you remember, Amit Abhinayaka spoke about a 1976 Thomian team that was led by Sasi Ganeshan, and there was a host of my classmates who played in that particular team. The late Gaidi Alvis, the late Dayalan Subramaniam, and Lakmal Disoisa. In fact, Lakmal and Supa played rugby too for St. Thomas's. Then there was also Sali Ahangama and Geetal Rajapaksa. They were opening bowlers. Suraj Dandenia, who is now the president of badminton. Ajit Amarasekara, he was prep school boy, head prefect. A whole host of them. In fact, Pelham Jurians, a journalist, I'm told that he's not too well these days. Get well, Pelham, if you are listening. Lalit Ratnayaka, unfortunately, during the prime of his wonderful years, he left us.
Well, good memories all those, aren't they?
Oh yes, very good ones. Now, Arita was our second 11 captain. He was also part and parcel. Arita, a legal eagle, one would call him. Yeah, that side. Then there was also a top rugby side led by Shane Pinder. Beat everybody else during that time. Good bouncer to end the over. St. Thomas's 203 for 2 sent into bat.
වෙන දයියා පොරක් එළියට එන මේක අපි සෙට්ටල ඩෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ මේක අපි සෙට්ටල ඩෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ දයියා වෙන්න මැගී ඩෙවිල් කන්න
From Nestle.
It would have been the first double 100 opening partnership for the Thomians if it was made. Fortunately, it didn't happen that way.
Well, unfortunately, just 3 runs short when Opata fell. And straight away, more pressure on the new batsmen, Ravindu Kotituaku and Lasith Ambuldenia. The record-breaking spinner from Royal to continue his spell. Promising drive, just ending up at the fielder.
Crowd has increased and plenty of big happenings.
Yes, and going into the big match, we saw a lot of preparations by both the schools, both within school and outside school in their social media pages, and even today we have a huge number. It is a house full at the boys' tent, both Royal and St. Thomas's, and they are indeed having a wonderful time with all the ThePapare music and of course meeting their colleagues and having fun at the big match.
Gunatilaka is a free scoring batsman, but this is a good tussle between bat and ball with Lasith Ambuldenia, first bowler to take 100 wickets this season.
Well, Gunatilaka, the batsman who was promoted to number 3, is yet to get off the mark, and he's facing off Lasith Ambuldenia at the moment.
This is a good comeback by Royal. They've not only picked up 2 wickets, they've cut down the rate of scoring, and the Thomians trying to re-establish themselves. 100 overs a day It's a lot. Not even half the overs have been bowled up to now. Good over from Lasith Ambuldenia. Total on a 204 for 2. So the joint organizing committee, they've done a wonderful job. The co-chair, Dr. Hiran Vimalratna and Iransaka Pereira. I don't know whether all of them are there. I don't think so.
Well, we of course saw the warden of St. Thomas's and the principal of Royal College. Of course, the principal of Royal College at his very first big match as the principal of Royal, Mr. B.A. Aberatha. And yeah, changing the bowling, we have Duvindu Hettiarachi. He bowled quite decently in the first session, and he is for the first time in the second session.
Yeah, and just looking back at the big matches played at this venue in the Thurston Isipatana big match, which was the first, and ThePapare.com was covering that. Thurston opener Kasun Aberatna got 100. He got 147, just missed out on the big match record. And in the Anand, the big match, the Anand opener, Rahal Lavishka he was, I thought. Yeah, Rahal Lavishka, he went 84. And in this third big match, the Thomian opener, Rashmi Gopatha got into 100. Good batting track.
Well, doesn't seem that the first session is hard to bat at all, looking at those stats, does it? Well, the previous 2 years at the Battle of the Blues encounters, we saw Royal struggling in the first session after being put into bat by the St. Thomas's, who won the toss at both the occasions. But this time St. Thomas's College, after being sent into bat by Royal, they have played the first session and I'd say that they won the first session, not losing any wicket. And well, now things are settling down for Royal, I'd say. 2 wickets in quick succession, and 2 new batsmen yet to settle down in the middle.
There have been 4 debut hundreds in this big match. 2 by St. Thomas's, David Ponnai in 1967 and Manoj Mendis in 1992. Sumitra Varnakurasuriya in 1980, and 6 years earlier Jagat Patyaraj in 1974.
Well, good stop there by the fielder. Definitely saving 3 runs for his side.
Four batsmen have got more than 1 century at the Royal Thomian. Neil Joseph, 1925 and the following year. Dulip Mendis, 71 and 72. Manoj Mendis, 92 and 93. The following year, he made 76. Could have been the only batsman to have scored 3 consecutive hundreds. He was run out for 76. And Ashan Peiris, 2005 and 2007.
Good ball was in there for a while, but fortunately for the batsman, there were no close-in fielders in the ring on the leg side, and he works it away for a run.
Thomas's have skipper Jayatila to come in. He's a voracious striker of the ball. Represented the school in 3 major sports: cricket, rugby and water polo. Strapper young chap he is. Good all-rounder.
Well,
a very solid bat.
Well, seeming solid, both the Thomian batsmen. Kodiduako, of course, another high run scorer for St. Thomas's College this season. 704 runs at 27.08 with 104 50s under his name.
Good slip fielder, Ravindu Kodiduako. open for most of the season. The harmless bouncer ends the over. The total on 206 for 2. So St. Thomas is spending some time in the middle after that hectic partnership. Some really poor fielding by Royal helped the Thomian openers in their quest to get to a decent total. They did manage to get to 297. Dismissed within 2 runs.
Well, one might say that it was unfortunate that they couldn't complete their 200 partnership.
Game is about glorious uncertainties.
But well, it was a dream start for St. Thomas College, wasn't it?
11 extras on the board. That's well struck by Gunathilaka. Dancing down to the pitch of the ball. Brilliant hit.
4 runs, the first boundary we've seen in a while. Maybe the first boundary in this partnership, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's not the boundaries, it's just the way you get about. But Gunathilaka, if he bats for a while, will find the boundary on more than a few occasions. Free scoring batsman.
Yes, and the most dangerous batsman, with the second highest run rate, the strike rate, in fact, of St. Thomas College after Rashmi Gopata.
He's hit over 100 boundaries and 17 sixes and 116 fours, says the statistics.
Definitely, that's around 45 more sixes more than Rashmi Gopata. Well, definitely loves playing the ball down the ground, or along the ground, I'd say.
You mean 40 odd more boundaries than Gopata?
Yeah, 40 odd more boundaries, more 4 runs, more fours.
Plenty of sound, crowd increased, very engaged, involved, enjoying the cricket, which is good out in the middle.
Definitely, and I'm sure this crowd will be there at the one-day encounter, which is to be held next week, and that is at the International Cricket Stadium.
It will be a day-night affair.
The day-night at the Colombo our Premada Stadium known as Kettarama.
So 48 overs completed, 210 for 2. The batsman out, Opata for 124, Mendis for 64. Wicket shared by Ramanayaka and Ambuldania. Shamir, it's time for us to take a break.
Thank you, Harita. Thank you, Shamil. Yes, the Thomians, after a record 197 run partnership for the first wicket, lost their 2 openers quite quickly. Opata for 124 and Mendis for 64. Setiarachi now continues once again, short of length, defended by Ravindu Kodituaku, who is on 2. Thomians 210 for the loss of 2 wickets. Their 49th over, as I'm joined in commentary by Kosala.
Yes, now the 210 for 2 after that mammoth opening stand of 197. They lost the second wicket at 199. Royal gaining some momentum and coming back trying to come back into this game. This is good. That's a good line. There is an appeal. Umpire Rohit Kottachi says no. Is that umpire Ravindra Kottachi? Rohit Kottachi. So the two Kottachi brothers out there in the centre, Ravindra and Rohit.
You can see the replay quite close. Playing away from his body was Kodituaku. almost giving Royal the third wicket. Packed offside field for him, 2 slips, backward point. Pulled away brilliantly by Kodituaku. First boundary for him.
Well, that was a drop shot by Hettiarachi, and Kodituaku rocked back on the back foot and hit him into the mid-wicket region. Perfect stroke. There you can see it on the replay. Short and beautifully executed. Played it in front of the wicket and got the maximum out of it. It might have released a little bit of pressure on the Thomian batsman, but Royal need to attack more. Another wicket or two before tea. We'll assume that Royal have come back into this game.
Absolutely a rebuilding phase for St. Thomas's. This is when you need to strike, as once again Kodituaku drives handsomely on the offside but straight to the fielder, and going back on the record partnership for the first wicket. Previous was in 1936 by N. Sheffer, who scored 54 not out, along with W. Jayadilaka, who scored 72 not out. It was a unbroken stand of 136, eclipsed by Johan Mendes and Opatha. They went at close to 5 runs per over. A hectic partnership from them. Tiarachi now, once again, back of a length defended. And going back on the century by Rashmika Opatha. This was the fastest century in terms of deliveries faced by a Thomian. He scored in 95 balls. The previous best was 101. It was by Bhatia Karunaratne in 1997. He scored 116 then. I would love to see a short leg in place. A pitch delivery.
That's a beautiful stroke. It's not easy to play the on drive. It's one of the most difficult strokes in the cricket book. But Kodituaku playing it perfectly. Back past the bowler and into the gap of mid-on. Down to the boundary for 4. 218 for 2. There you go.
But almost a chance there.
But a full flow of the bat. It's very hard for the bowler on his follow through. 218 for 2 at the end of the over.
Kodituaku, even though he has been sedate throughout this season and in the last season, he's known for his aggressive batting as an opener. So he knows how to score runs and score those runs quickly, along with Dilendra Gunatilaka, who loves to score all his runs in boundaries.
But now they're maintaining a run rate of over 4 runs and over. I don't think they'll be worried much about getting the runs. They will want to keep the wickets intact. We'll want to keep the wickets intact and try and get the maximum runs. Maybe put Royal in before close today.
Again comes down the track.
Chance of a run out. The appeal, it's a good pickup, a good throw, but the batsman had gone through comfortably. Kodituaku and Gunatilaka running with the call, no hesitations. 219 for 2.
Thomian running have been good since the start of play, as you can see, to the pitch of the ball, taking it on the full. throw was on the correct end, while Kodituaku was equally up to the task, not watching the ball but concentrating on his running. Ganit Sandeepa, the 8th bowler to be used by Royal today, and he's the second highest scorer. Wonderfully driven there once again.
That's a lovely looking cover drive. Perfect copybook stroke from Kodituaku.
Absolutely, he scored one in the previous over as well, but both of them straight to the fielder.
And again unable to beat the infield.
I think this is a very good field. Not giving away that easy single, putting the pressure on the batsman. That's what you need. Short of length, but once again straight to the man. That's Ramanayaka fielding there. Two or three maiden overs right here would certainly put the pressure on these two Thomian batsmen who are looking to score runs quickly.
And again, Kodituaku playing that cover drive to perfection, but still unable to pierce the field.
That's the end of the over. 219 for the loss of 2 wickets, St. Thomas's.
Dialogue within cricket wish and win SMS Facebook Twitter ho dialogue web අඩවිය වෙත පිවිස ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම පහසුවෙන් එවන්න SLC හිස්තැනත් ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම් පරිවිඩේ හිස්තැනත් ජාතික හැදනුපත් අංකය සඳහන් කර 23:43ට ඕනෑම ජාලයකින් හැකිතාක් SMS කරන්න chat ග්‍රාහකයන් 77 දෙනෙකුට සියලු පහසුකම් සහිතව ආසියානු හෝ 2020 ලෝක.
Once again a short delivery rising up on the batsman by Hettiarache. He's been troubling the batsman with his short deliveries. A lively bowler.
Well, he's bowling his 11th over, 10th over. Oh, good. On this occasion, Jatalika trying to flash at that outside the off stump. Since the departure of the two openers, things have got very quiet out there in the centre now.
Indeed, that happens. 197, Mammoth 197, first wicket stand between the two. And as history would suggest, almost immediately the other partner would also get out, as it happened here as well. Jan Mendy stumped by Dhanapala. Brilliant delivery. Jagging away from the batsman who was playing inside the line, and Dilendra Gunatilaka, who didn't look comfortable against the bowling of Hettiarache, goes out for 7.
Well, I think it is a big error made by Gunatilaka. He went back to a delivery that pitched almost on a good length, and he was undone by that delivery that came back. He didn't get back and across. There you go, playing away, big gap between bat and pad, no foot movement at all, and Gunatilaka had to play the price of that. I wonder what type of a shot he was trying to play. Nevertheless, Royal pick up another wicket. It's 219 for 3.
The Royal Prefects running around the grounds, celebrating that victory as the camera pans.
So immediately you see the Royal Prefects running around with the Royal flags as soon as they follow the third Thomian wicket. Quick glimpse at what had happened in the 137 Battle of the Blues, which began at the SSC this morning. Royal won the toss, sent St Thomas into bat. St Thomas got off to a fly with a mammoth opening stand of 197 between Johan Mendes and Rashmika Opatha. Opatha was the first to go when he was out caught by the captain Padmanathan Panditharatna, of the bowling of Ramanayaka for 124. Johan Mendes followed in quick succession when he was stumped by wicketkeeper Thiran of the bowling of Amul Denia for 64. And now we had Dilendra Gunatilaka being clean bowled by Hettiarachi for 6. Out there in the centre is Kodituakku. He's unbeaten on 10. He's now been joined by
it's Johan
Delon Pires.
I'm sorry, it's Johan Pereira.
Johan Pereira.
Johan Pereira, yes. It's Johan Pereira, the 15-year-old who was part of the under-15 Division 1 Championship winning side for St Thomas's last year.
Well, I think it is a long time since they won a title in a junior level.
Well, they won in 2013 the under-17 championship. That was after a very long time, yes.
The junior under-15?
Yes. No, under-15 was after 32 years.
32 years.
Yes. Under-17 they won in 2013.
Yeah, I can remember that the match was played at Moore's Grounds, the final.
And even that under-17 championship win was, I think the last time they won was in the late 90s.
I can remember this under-15 side because I followed them in a few games. They also had a very good prolific opener for them in the championship side in Hapuinna. Played in the mini battle, I suppose.
Yes, he scored a blistering 80 odd in just 40 odd deliveries in that match that paved the way for the Thomians to win the mini battle after 2 years, losing 2 years consecutively. He had the opportunities to play in this, but during the season he didn't perform, and that ends another successful over for Hettiarachi. 219 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Hello, Amma. Where are you?
I'm almost there. Give me 5 minutes.
Outgoing and incoming calls restricted to 4 parent approved numbers. No SMS or internet, SOS emergency button, location tracking, and many more security features. Secure your child's world with Dialog Suraksha.
It's such a relief to know that he's always safe with Dialog Suraksha.
Available at all Dialog customer care centers island-wide. Dialog, the future today.
Thank you, Kosala and Nawad. Taking over with me here in the commentary box is Haritha Pereira with me. Good afternoon to you, Haritha.
Good afternoon. You are very happy, Shami?
Sights of relief for us was a desperate wicket and a desperate breakthrough for the Royalists, and they've got 3. It's a bonus. And Royal back in the game. 219 for the loss of 3 St Thomas's. The SSC is starting to look like the Royal Thomian now, Haritha.
Yeah, Johan Pereira coming ahead of Sajitha Jayatilaka as Kodituakku explodes. Great shot this. Thomians have a few good strikers of the ball like Ravindu Tilakaratna also to come in.
And also Sajitha Jayatilaka, he will be one of the batsmen for the St Thomas's team that will up the gear and put on some quick runs for the Thomians, and most probably they would look at a total of around 350 to 400 runs, which will pile on today for sure. They've already notched up the halfway mark of the score, and they'll only go from strength to strength. They have the upper hand in the Royal Thomian, and they want to establish their dominance in this game.
Shamin, I get the impression that you think St Thomas will bat on the entire day?
I don't think they'll bat the entire day, Haritha, but I'd like them to see declaring and putting Royal into bat maybe half an hour, 1 hour into the end of the day, because it's a 3-day game. There's enough and more time. It's 100 overs today, 100 overs tomorrow, and on the final day it'll be 105 overs. So lots of cricket, 305 overs to be bowled.
So if my arithmetic is as good as yours, Royal will have to play very badly from now on for St. Thomas to get that much and then declare 1 hour before. Oh no, seriously. They've come back. They've come back well. They need to get this momentum going, Royal.
Slip of the hand there by Ganit Sandeepa. Dead ball call. Bit of laughter in the middle.
He's one of your top bowlers, isn't he?
He is. Pasandu has, Ganit rather has taken 43 wickets and bowled 280 overs. So he's quite an experienced bowler for the Royalists. He's the experienced off spinner for the team. He's played 18 matches. It brings to us the 52nd over and 224 for the loss of 3 St. Thomases.
Introducing the Ultra 99 postpaid package from Dialog. Say everything you want to say with the ultra benefits of extra talk time, extra SMS and extra data at a monthly rental of just 99 rupees only. Dialog, the future today.
So Doindu Hettiarachchi to bowl from the Torrington end. He's had a good season thus far. He's captured just 12 wickets off his 12 matches. He's bowled 112 overs. He is one of the frontline fast bowlers for the Royalists. He usually shares the new ball with Himesh Ramanayaka. But today, Royal College opting to go for a surprise package with Ronuka Jayawardena opening the bowling with Himesh. How are your thoughts on this tactic used by most teams going into the big match to bowl a non-strike bowler the first few overs?
Tactic. I thought that was a big miss. No, I get your point, Shami. What happened was it didn't really work. Not that he was expected to take a huge breakthrough. It's just that they wanted to use him to get that ball a little bit old. But what happened was there were runs leaking from the other end. With all that is over, you've got 3 wickets for the addition of 22 runs. Now back in the game.
But of course, the amazing opening partnership for the Thomians. A loud shout. It looked high to me from the commentary end. But we'll watch the replay.
Probably going down leg side too. But nevertheless, a very good shout indeed.
There we see the replay. Pitched in front, definitely high. Going over the stumps. It hit the batsman Kodituaku over the knee roll. So, and this wicket has showed a lot of bounce from morning, Haritha.
Yes, that is exactly what you wanted to sort of exploit. It didn't happen that way. One of the main reasons was that Johan Mendes gave very good support to Rashmi Gopatha, who was attacking. And this is the regular opener, Ravindu Kodituaku, who had to sit out and wait for a long time until the first wicket fell. But Johan Pereira will have to play a major role in the revival of the Thomian fortunes. Oh, that's nice. That's a beautiful shot, camera work.
So of course, all the boys joining in on the fun. The big match is a time for the old and the young.
The Hettiarachchi bowling, isn't he?
This is Hettiarachchi Doindu.
Working out a fair amount of pace, Shami.
He has this slingy action and he gets the ball to nip away from the left-handed Kodituaku. Kodituaku is second-year colorsman, so he has a feel of the Royal Thoming. He knows what the atmosphere is like. He knows what is expected from him. He's faced 18 innings for 545 runs in the school's cricket season, and lots will depend on him to make sure that St. Thomas's go from strength to strength in this commendable batting inning.
Lot more noise, lot better attendance. Oh, this is not just a cricket match, it's a massive, mega social event.
It's definitely one of the biggest social events in Sri Lanka. It's one of the biggest calendar events in the sporting calendar as well for Sri Lanka. It's not just the Royalists and the Thomians. We have supporters from all walks of life coming in to cheer the boys, and that brings us to the end of the 53rd over. St. Thomas's on 224 for the loss of 3.
කැමැත්තටම බෑනේ. රටින් අයියගෙනුත් අහන්න ඕනේ.
ඩැඩි. IDD. මේ ඩයලොග් IDD ඩැඩි. දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි.
අනේ ඩැඩි.
ඉතින් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න වැඩියෙන් hina වෙන්න. වැඩි රටවල් ගානකට වැඩියෙන් සම්බන්ධ වෙලා වැඩි විස්තර දැනගන්න. වැඩි වෙලාවක් වැඩි දෙනෙක් එක්ක වැඩක් ඇති ගොඩාක් දේවල් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්නත් පුළුවන්. ලෝකෙ ඕනම රටකට වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න ඩයලොග් IDD දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි කළා. වැඩේ හරිද ඩැඩි?
අපේ කැමැත්තටම බෑනේ.
Thomas's have not made a 400 in this big match series, the best being 399 for 9 declared in 1996. 10 years later, Royal made the top total of 432 for 7 declared. I don't think that will be rivaled by this batting performance. I don't think St. Thomas's will bat to 400.
I would definitely encourage the team to go on for a 350 as soon as possible, because they have the wickets in hand, they have the attacking batsmen. St. Thomas's have their batting deep in their lineup, in the likes of Tilakaratna, Pires, and Nala Peruma, also the skipper to come in, Satya Jayatilaka, an attacking and aggressive, hard-hitting batsman. So St. Thomas's has the batting to accelerate. They always have that ability to switch gears, and it's important for the Royalists to make a quick breakthrough and put the pressure back on to the Thomians, because right now they seem quite comfortable. Another single on the offside, played smartly on the back foot by Johan Pereira.
Wherever you are, logged on to us, the live streaming from Maitland Place, the Sinhalese Sports Club ground, the venue for the 137th Battle of the Blues between Royal and St. Thomas's, the longest running unbroken sequence of cricket matches played in this country, the second oldest among schools in the world. Eight bowlers have been tried by the Royal captain, including himself. Royal come back into this game. St. Thomas is finding a little bit difficult to push the rate of scoring. .225 for 3, St. Thomas's put into bat.
Sawadee-ka! Can you give me data SIM?
Massage?
No, data SIM.
Massage, very good.
No, data SIM.
You are Sri Lanka? Why you no use dialogue data roaming? Unlimited data, $5 a day.
Unlimited data for just $5 a day?
Yeah. Unlimited, same massage you want?
Me?
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with dialogue roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
So we're back with the live pictures here at the SSC. The blue ribbon cricketing encounter in Sri Lanka. The 137th Battle of the Blues, powered by Dialogue, our main sponsor. It's very interesting. I have the two souvenirs with me.
Which is the better one?
I'm a Royal. I was in the Royal Suwania committee, so
Okay.
I'd always say that the Royal Suwania is always better.
Okay. That taken, right.
So that's out of the picture. But then, one thing I always like about this Suwania is the caricatures.
You liked what was written about you too? That's the Thomian batting card. Okay, the fastest 100 number of balls taken. That'll be 4. 4 to Johan Pereira, leaking runs.
Johan Pereira is just 16 years old. He has lots more years to come, and he'll only add experience for him. But then today, as a fresher, he's doing quite a good job. He hasn't had the best season during the school season. He averages just 19.5. But today, he's stuck in there and given good support to Kodituaku. And I'm reminded that Kodituaku scored 95 runs last year at the Royal Thomian, and he was run out on 95.
Yes. You know what was the most costly run out? Manoj Mendis had got 100 in his debut year, followed it up with another 100. He was on 76 and he was run out. Could have been the only player to have made 3 consecutive hundreds. He looked good, but this game is all about glorious uncertainties. I was talking about Rashmika Opatha's 100 number of balls, one of the quickest. The most grueling innings has been the 9-hour 165 by Fahim Salim for the Thomians. You know, there have been a few batsmen who have scored hundreds in schoolboy cricket. A double 100 in the second innings. Have you heard of something like that? There's a record. There's one Mangala Dharma Prema. He's a journalist now, a cricketer of Kingswood College, Kandy. He scored 100. He scored a double 100 in the second innings, mind you. It's a Sri Lanka record, school cricket record. Great batsman, right-hander, hard-hitting bat. His brother also played, and his sons. He's now attached to the Lakbima newspaper as the sports editor.
So St. Thomas's on 229 runs for the loss of 3. Himesh Ramanayaka keeping things quite tight, I'd say, but not successful in picking up a wicket. He has just 1 wicket against his name. He's conceded 34 runs of his 11 overs bowled. Lots of action. Beautiful pictures coming to you courtesy www.ThePapare.com, the leader in Sri Lanka sports.
The Trinity Anthonian big match has been postponed by a week because of the demise of the Askiria Chief Prelate, and Sunday being declared National Day of Mourning. The match was to be played at Askiria, and that land belongs to the Askiria temple.
The Trinity Anthonian game, I believe, was the 99th encounter. Would have been the 99th encounter had it been played tomorrow and the day after, and next year it'll be 100 years. So lots of 3-day cricket
and
from next
hopefully
year.
played over 3 days.
Hopefully played, yes. Will be
And
hosted by St.
ThePapare.com
Anthony's
will be covering
College.
that.
Of course, of course. We are the leader in sports. We will bring to you the passion, and we will be sharing the passion all across Sri Lanka and abroad, across the globe, to make sure that you don't miss a single ball and a single minute of the intense action here unveiling in front of us during the month of March.
$229 for 3 with Kodituaku and Pereira at the wickets. the official scorer for Moroto Sports Club. There's also Chamara Pereira, who's doing the scoring for the Sri Lanka Broadcasting Corporation commentary facility. And on the scoreboard, on the giant scoreboard for St. Thomas's, Tushara Kure, Turkey Fernando for Royal. You know him, Turkey?
Of course, of course. A dear friend to most of the Royal cricketers. Uncle Durkee is someone you'd always want to meet after the end of the game. He'll break your inning down. He'll tell you how many fours you scored and how many sixes. Didn't have many for me though. I'd only have the fours, didn't have the sixes.
Yeah, I'm sure he would have told you how many catches you missed.
Not really. I didn't miss too many catches.
That's because you didn't attempt any.
That was a low blow. That was a low blow.
Is that so?
But of course, Uncle Durkee is a fond friend of most of the Royal cricketers of the recent times. And I remember in 2013 when we won the Royal Tomian, he had the scorebook laminated, photocopied and given to all the players. It was something I still cherish, and most of the players that year cherish. A beautiful memento to keep with you as you grow old.
And you're not that old either. Caught you offside.
Blindsided. So March Madness, courtesy www.thepapare.com. We have a concurrent streaming going on in the Jaffna Peninsula as St. John's take on the Jaffna Central. It's the 110th encounter, one of the oldest cricket fixtures in the country.
There's something like 18 schools play cricket in the Jaffna Peninsula, and all of them have a ground of their own. See, Tambuldania, obviously he wants more than just one wicket. Cool Milo, always welcome.
Ambuldania is the highest wicket taker for Royal. He's also the record holder for the highest wicket taker. In a season, he took 70 wickets last year, and this year he topped it up with 115 wickets.
He has a record for picking up the most number of wickets through his career of 5 years or something like that. Yes. How many years have he played? 5 years, eh?
He was in the first 11. A handsome shot played there by Kodituaku. Just over the ropes, straight over Lasith Ambuldania. He's been pelted around the ground today, Ambuldania, although he is the highest wicket taker and the main strike bowler for Royal. So a spot up bowler for the Royalists, and the scoreboard ticks on to 225 for the loss of 3.
This is a good shot, coming down the track, getting right underneath it, and a safe shot. Lofted it over the bowler's head. That's a very safe area. Cleared the boundary. So far 5 sixes in the Tomian innings, 4 of them by Rashmi Gopatha. He made the top score of 124. 64 for Johan Mendes. Dinendra Gunatilaka promoted in the batting order. Made 8. Wicket each for Ramanayaka, Ambuldania and Hettiarachchi.
Haritha's eyes were locked on the screen as those beautiful spectators coming in to watch the Royal Tomian. Haritha was just glued to the screen here, Haritha.
Yeah, I enjoy life. You had taken your shades off, you had a better look and a better sight.
The shades are for a better cause. It's easier to go around the ground and
Johan Perra doing the right thing, just palming the strike over to Ravindu Kodituaku. Oh, this is the ideal setup. They've just got together once again. 17 runs between these two batsmen. Not a long time more for tea. "62 overs will have to be bowled, or rather 42 overs will have to be bowled after this one." I like Ramanayaka. He's bowling with a lot more fire, but it's just lacking the direction a little bit to make the batsman play.
Gishad seems to be out of options for the bowlers. He's been operating pace from one end and spin from the other. We had Ambuldenia bowl from the Torrington end in the morning, but then he was quick to change ends, and he's been bowling from the tennis court end. Sandeepa and Malit Karyavasam also opting to operate from the tennis court end, so clearly there must be something on offer off the wicket for the spinners from the commentary box end, which is the tennis court end as well.
You see, Ramanayaka is spraying the ball outside off stump, outside leg stump, like on this occasion. That's not going to help him. That's a waste of energy at this stage.
Ramanayaka has a good defensive field on the offside, so he can always bowl on middle and off, or maybe even bowl just short of a length and just outside off stump and invite the batsman to play on the back foot and hopefully get one sneak past the edge. Just like that, just like that. A loud appeal behind the wickets. Dhanapala seemed interested. Turned down by the umpire, however.
Dhanapala is a safe pair of gloves behind the wickets. He's done well through the season.
He's the deputy, and he has taken 34 catches and 14 stumpings. So that's 48 victims for the season out of his 21 matches played. He's also one of the chief run scorers for the Royalists. He scored 1,115 runs during the season. He scored his 1,000 just before the skipper, Gishad, who is notched up 1,026. So a lot depends on the skipper and the vice captain when they come into bat. That's the end of the over. 236 for the loss of 3, St. Thomas's.
Here we are, can I get a data sim? Meh. I say, old chap, where might a fellow find a data SIM card? Kiannako.
You're from Sri Lanka, right?
How did you know?
Why don't you use Dialogue Data Roaming? Unlimited data for $5 a day.
Unlimited data for $5 a day and...
Data unlimited, my patience isn't.
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialogue Roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
Welcome back with about 15 minutes to go for the break in tea. The post-lunch session providing even Stevens. They went into lunch at the total on 146 for no loss. So 90 runs have been added since lunch. But Royal have managed to pick up 3 wickets. It's Ambuldenia who is currently bowling left arm round the wicket. He's the leading wicket taker for Royal, but has not been impressive today. He's picked up a wicket, but a lot was expected of the left arm spinner. As he comes in and bowls, and this is down the leg side. It's going down. It will have the legs to take it all the way. It's 4 byes. St. Thomas's will take it. 240 on the board. At the crease is Ramindu Kodituaku and Johan Pereira. Kodituaku's made 21 and Johan is on 6. And Ambuldenia continuing to spray all over the place. Good afternoon, Navin. Navoda rather.
Good afternoon, Kosala. Yes, the Thomians once again closing in on 100 runs for the session. But the crucial thing is they've lost 3 wickets. the two openers, the well-set batsman, Opatha for 124 and Mendes for 64. And one of the attacking batsmen was promoted up the order as the one-down batsman, Dilendra Gunathilaka. Looked a bit shaky and was ultimately clean bowled by Hettiarachchi for 6. Namuldenia getting some spin off the wicket, but very well left by the 15-year-old Johan Pereira. Once again, he's promoted up the order just to stabilize things and let Kodituaku do the scoring. 240 for 3, Kodituaku on 21 and Pereira on 6. Thomians would be happy with another 100 runs for this session, but the 3 wickets and the loss of the scoring rate quite a bit from around 5 to 4 would be a concern for them as Embuldeni ends another over.
දින 60ක්ම ක්‍රිකට් උණුසුම නොමිලේ අත්විඳින්න. ඔබත් අදම ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන් සම්බන්ධතාවයක් ගෙදරගෙන යන්න. සෑම නව සම්බන්ධතාවක් සමගම සියලුම ක්‍රීඩා channel දින 60කට නොමිලේ. පසුගියුම් සම්බන්ධතාව රුපියල් 3990ට. per day TV සම්බන්ධතාව රුපියල් 4990ට. මෙම දීමනාව මාර්තු 31 දක්වා පමණයි. වැඩි විස්තර සඳහා 1777 අමතන්න. ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ටෙලිවිෂන් රසාස්වාදය.
Welcome back once again to the Singley Sports Club grounds, the 137th Battle of the Blues, as Himesh Ramanayaka comes into bowl to Kodituaku, defended on the back foot. Well, I don't know whether the viewers saw it, but just before we went for a commercial break in that last over, there was a heated exchange in the middle of the pitch between Thiran Dhanapala and Lasith Embuldeniya. Lasith Dhanapala wasn't at all pleased with the line that Embuldeniya was bowling way outside the off stump. Bit of a heated exchange there. You need to keep your cool among your teammates.
That's good. Standing up tall and punching it between the gap of point and gully down to the boundary. A lot of room offered by Ramanayaka. And Kodituaku says, thank you very much, I'll put it where I want it. 25 to him, 244 for 3. There you go, standing tall on the back foot, into the gap, perfectly placed, 4 runs.
.98 runs for this session for St. Thomas's in the 59th over. That's the site of the Nelum Tower, still under construction.
Now that we might be in for a very long session in the final session, because we expect to bowl 100 overs in the day and we have only had 58.
This time Ramana,
no chance of a run. So we might have about 60 to 61 overs completed before tea. So we have another 39 remaining.
Absolutely, it will be a long third session if light is good for either of the teams.
Also, the maximum that you can stretch is half an hour. 6:15 is the closing time. So whatever overs you have to bowl, had to bowl before 6:15.
And the Royalists bowling with one spinner and a fast bowler from the other end is not helping cause. As once again Ramanayaka bowls the slow delivery. That was the delivery that got the wicket, the prized wicket of Rashmika Opatha, skying it high as it was.
A slow ball.
Yes, I was about to say that. Easily taken by Gishat Panditharatne to break that record. Partnership of Mammoth 197. Two slips and a wideish gully in place. Driven nicely, straight to the fielder.
Now, Koditoko has been doing this on numerous occasions. He's been driving very well. He's been hitting the middle of the bat, but unfortunately, he's been hitting it straight to fielder.
Yes, indeed, and that's the site of the OTSC, the Old Thomians Swimming Club stand, the grandstand there. Still not much of a crowd there. Still a Thursday. It will get packed on the Friday and the Saturday. Hit into the deck card, but going down the leg side, and that ends another Ramanaik over. 244 for the loss of 3 wickets on Thompsons.
අපේ සිංහයන්ට සුබ පතන්න ඩයලොග් වෙතින් ක්‍රිකට් විශ් ඇන් වින් SMS Facebook Twitter හෝ ඩයලොග් වෙබ් අඩවිය වෙත පිවිස ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම පහසුවෙන් එවන්න SLC හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම් පරිවිඩේ හිස්තැනක් ජාතික හැදනු පත් අංකය සඳහන් කර 23:43ට ඕනෑම ජාලයකින් හැකිතාක් SMS කරන්න ජය ග්‍රාහකයන් 77 දෙනෙකුට සියලු පහසුකම් සහිතව ආසියානු හෝ 2020 ලෝක කුසලානේ නැරඹීමට වරම් තවත් වටිනා තෑගි රැසක් ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ සානම්බර අනුග්‍රාහක ඩයලොග්.
Change of bowling here for Royal College. Ganit Sandeepa coming in to replace Lasita Muldenia, the star bowler for Royal. Ganit Sandeepa, of course, the second highest wicket taker this season with 43 wickets. Bowling to Johan Pereira. Coming down the track, driven well by Pereira. Misfielder loves an easy single.
Well, that is the pressure that you create on the field when you run with the stroke, and on that occasion you can see Johan Pereira running with the stroke, put the pressure on the fielder. So this is a change in the bowling. We've seen the off spin of Sandeepa been brought in. Now he's been the most economical bowler. He's only given 10 runs from 9 overs. Sorry, 32 runs.
Confusion there, yes and no, but Johan Pereira was quick to get back to his mark. An early call by Ravinda Koditoko. Yes, as you were saying, Royal were guilty of quite a few misfields early on, giving them easy singles, as well as the Thomian opening batsmen were running perfectly in the opening session, putting the pressure on the fielders. Couple of misfields going down to the boundary.
In general, Royal have fielded very badly in this encounter so far. Ramanaik dropping a very straightforward catch. The ground fielding has been very poor. They're not cut off a lot of boundaries. They give a lot of singles.
Yes, indeed. And Johan Mendes was dropped early on in the second session, but it wouldn't have been much, as it was a no ball as well, but you need to take those catches at slip. And soon afterwards it was Ramanayaka who dropped Opatha. And
luckily Opatha couldn't make that miss very costly.
He was really angry with himself when he was going down to the dressing room.
Oh, that's a nice stroke off the back foot, but we'll only get a single to Johan Pereira. Johan Pereira has only played 10 matches this season.
Hello, Amma. Where are you?
I'm almost there. Give me 5 minutes.
Outgoing and incoming calls restricted to 4 parent-approved numbers. No SMS or internet, SMS emergency button, location tracking, and many more security features. Secure your child's world with Dialog Suraksha.
It's such a relief to know that he's always safe with Dialog Suraksha.
Available at all Dialog customer care centers island-wide. Dialog, the future today.
Well, after that over, the umpires declared it was time for tea, time for a break. St. Thomas's scored 101 runs in this session, but lost 3 wickets. That of Rashmika Upata for 124, caught by Gishad Panditratna of the bowling of Himesh Ramanayaka. Very well disguised slow ball. A record partnership from those two. 197, breaking the earlier one, which was unbroken stand of 136 between Sheffer and Jayatilaka in 1930. 197, and in 100 the score was 199 when Johan Mendes was stumped by Thiran Dhanapala off the bowling of Lasith Ambuldenia for 64. In came Dilendra Gunathilaka and Ravindu Kodituaka, the 2 men, but after a shaky start Gunathilaka was out for 6 and the score was on 219. And since then, Johan Pereira, the 15-year-old for St. Thomas's, the fresher, along with Kodituaku, who was run out on 95 in that last big match, the 136th Battle of the Blues, have ended this second session on 247 for 3. Kodituaku on 26 and Johan Pereira on 8. Successful bowlers, Himesh Ramanayaka, 15 overs, 1 for 52. Lasith Ambuldenia 12 overs, 46, and picked up 1 wicket. And the other, one of the impressive bowlers today, Duvindu Hettiarachchi, 11 overs, 34, picking up the wicket of Dilendra Gunathilaka. So do join us again in another 15 minutes time for the third session of the first day of the 137th Battle of the Blues, brought to you live and exclusive on ThePapare.com, Sri Lanka's #1 sports hub, live from the Sinhalese Sports Club grounds.
Introducing the Ultra 99 postpaid package from Dialog. Say everything you want to say with the ultra benefits of extra talk time, extra SMS and extra data at a monthly rental of just 99 rupees only. Dialog, the future today.
Devil kala daya ben daya porak eliyata eno meka api settala devil dana kamare meka api settala devil dana kamare daya wenna Maggie devil kanna.
From Nestle.
Here we are, can I get a data sim? Meh. I say, old chap, where might a fellow find a data SIM card? Kiannako.
You're from Sri Lanka, right?
How did you know?
Why don't you use Dialog data roaming? Unlimited data for $5 a day.
Unlimited data for $5 a day and...
Data unlimited, my patience isn't.
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialog roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
Sawadee, can you give me data SIM?
Massage?
No, data SIM.
Massage, very good.
No, data SIM.
You are Sri Lanka? Why you no use Dialog data roaming? Unlimited data, $5 a day.
Unlimited data for just $5 a day?
Yeah. Unlimited, same massage you want?
Me?
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialog roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
අපේ කැමැත්තටම බෑනේ. රටින් අයියගෙනුත් අහන්න ඕනේ.
Daddy. IDD? මේ dialogue IDD daddy. දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි.
අනේ daddy.
ඉතින් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න වැඩියෙන් hina වෙන්න. වැඩියටම ගානකට වැඩියෙන් සම්බන්ධ වෙලා වැඩි විස්තර දැනගන්න. වැඩි වෙලාවක් වැඩි දෙනෙක් එක්ක වැඩක් ඇති ගොඩාක් දේවල් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්නත් පුළුවන්. ලෝකෙ ඕනම රටකට වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න dialogue IDD දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි කළා. වැඩේ හරිද daddy?
Easy Cash ලොවපුරා පිළිගත් මුදල් යවන ආයතන රාශියක් සමග එක්වේ. රට සල්ලි එවලේම ඔබේ මොබයිල් ෆෝන් එකට ලබාගත හැකි නවීන හා පහසුම ක්‍රමයක් හඳුන්වා දී. රට සල්ලි ඕනෑම වේලාවක ඕනෑම තැනකින් ඔබට ළඟම Easy Cash මධ්‍යස්ථානයකින් අරගන්න. වැඩි විස්තර සඳහා 7111 අමතන්න. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ විශාලතම ගනුදෙනු ජාලයට පාරිභෝගික සම්බන්ධතාව ඩයලොග් එටිසලත් හච්. Easy Cash මොබයිල් එකෙන් ගනු සහ දෙනු. ඔබ අපේ සිංහයන්ට සුබ පතන්න. Dialogue වෙතින් cricket wish and win. SMS Facebook Twitter හෝ Dialogue web අඩවිය වෙත පිවිස ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම පහසුවෙන් එවන්න. SLC හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම් පරිවිඩයේ හිස්තැනක් ජාතික හැදනුපත් අංකය සඳහන් කර 23:43ට ඕනෑම ජාලයකින් හැකිතාක් SMS කරන්න. ජය ග්‍රාහකයන් 77 දෙනෙකුට සියලු පහසුකම් සහිතව ආසියානු හෝ 2020 ලෝක කුසලානේ නැරඹීමට වරම්. තවත් වටිනා තෑගි රැසක්. ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ සානම්බර අනුග්‍රාහක Dialogue.
හලෝ අම්මා ඔයා කොහෙද?
මම මේ ළඟ විනාඩි 5ක් උතන.
ලබා ගන්නා සහ ලැබෙන ඇමතුම් දෙමාපියන් අනුමත කළ අංක 4කට පමණයි. SMS සහ ඉන්ටර්නෙට් නැහැ. හදිසි ඇමතුම් සඳහා SOS බොත්තම සහ දරුවා සිටින ස්ථානයේ දැනගැනීම ඇතුළුව ආරක්ෂිත පහසුකම් රැසක්ම. Dialogue සුරක්ෂා ජංගම ආරක්ෂක උපාංග සමගින් ඔබේ දරුවාගේ ලෝකය සුරක්ෂිත කරගන්න.
ඩයලොග් සුරක්ෂා නිසා පුතාගේ ආරක්ෂාව ගැන මට බයක් නෑ.
සියලුම Dialogue පාරිභෝගික සේවා මධ්‍යස්ථාන වලින් ලබාගත හැකි. Dialogue අනාගතය ආදායි.
Hello Amma, where are you?
I'm almost there. Give me 5 minutes.
Outgoing and incoming calls restricted to 4 parent-approved numbers. No SMS or internet, SOS emergency button, location tracking, and many more security features. Secure your child's world with Dialogue Suraksha.
It's such a relief to know that he's always safe with Dialogue Suraksha.
Available at all Dialogue customer care centres island-wide. Dialogue, the future today. Introducing the Ultra 99 postpaid package from Dialogue. Say everything you want to say with the ultra benefits of extra talk time, extra SMS and extra data at a monthly rental of just 99 rupees only. Dialogue, the future today.
දෙවිල් කාල දයියා වෙන දයියා පොරක් එළියට එන මේක අපි සෙට්ටල දෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ මේක අපි සෙට්ටල දෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ දයියා වෙන්න මැගී දෙවිල් කන්න.
From Nestle.
Here we are, can I get a data sim? Bah. I say, old chap, where might a fellow find a data SIM card? Kiannako.
You're from Sri Lanka, right?
How did you know?
Why don't you use Dialogue data roaming? Unlimited data for $5 a day.
Unlimited data for $5 a day and...
Data unlimited, my patience isn't.
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialogue roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
Sawadika! Can you give me data SIM?
Massage?
No, data SIM.
Massage, very good.
No, data SIM.
You are Sri Lanka? Why you no use Dialogue data roaming? Unlimited data $5 a day.
Unlimited data for just $5 a day?
Yeah. Unlimited same massage you want?
Me?
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialogue roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
අපේ කැමැත්තටම බෑනේ. රටින් අයියගෙනුත් අහන්න ඕනේ.
Daddy. IDD? මේ Dialogue IDD Daddy. දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි.
අනේ ඩැඩි.
ඉතින් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න වැඩියෙන් hina වෙන්න. වැඩියටම ගානකට වැඩියෙන් සම්බන්ධ වෙලා වැඩි විස්තර දැනගන්න. වැඩි වෙලාවක් වැඩි දෙනෙක් එක්ක වැඩක් ඇති ගොඩාක් දේවල් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්නත් පුළුවන්. ලෝකෙ ඕනම රටකට වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න Dialogue IDD දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි කළා. වැඩේ හරිද ඩැඩි?
Easy Cash ලොව පුරා පිළිගත් මුදල් යවන ආයතන රාශියක් සමග එක්වේ. රට සල්ලි එවෙලේම ඔබේ මොබයිල් ෆෝන් එකට ලබාගත හැකි නවීන හා පහසුම ක්‍රමයක් හඳුන්වා දී. රට සල්ලි ඕනෑම වේලාවක ඕනෑම තැනකින් ඔබට ළඟම Easy Cash මධ්‍යස්ථානයකින් අරගන්න. වැඩි විස්තර සඳහා 7111 අමතන්න. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ විශාලතම ගනුදෙනු ජාලයට පාරිභෝගික සම්බන්ධතාව Dialogue එටිසලත් හච්. Easy Cash මොබයිල් එකෙන් ගනු සහ දෙනු. අපේ සිංහයන්ට සුබ පතන්න. Dialogue වෙතින් cricket wish and win. SMS Facebook Twitter හෝ Dialogue web අඩවිය වෙත පිවිස ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම පහසුවෙන් එවන්න. SLC හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම් පරිවිඩයේ හිස්තැනක් ජාතික හැදනුපත් අංකය සඳහන් කර 23:43ට ඕනෑම ජාලයකින් හැකිතාක් SMS කරන්න. ජය ග්‍රාහකයන් 77 දෙනෙකුට සියලු පහසුකම් සහිතව ආසියානු හෝ 2020 ලෝක කුසලානේ නැරඹීමට වරම්. තවත් වටිනා තෑගි රැසක්. ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ සානම්බර අනුග්‍රාහක Dialogue.
හලෝ අම්මා ඔයා කොහෙද?
මම මේ ළඟ විනාඩි 5ක් උතන.
ලබා ගන්නා සහ ලැබෙන ඇමතුම් දෙමාපියන් අනුමත කළ අංක 4කට පමණයි. SMS සහ ඉන්ටර්නෙට් නැහැ. හදිසි ඇමතුම් සඳහා SOS බොත්තම සහ දරුවා සිටින ස්ථානයේ දැනගැනීම ඇතුළුව ආරක්ෂිත පහසුකම් රැසක්ම. ඩයලොග් සුරක්ෂා ජංගම ආරක්ෂක උපාංග සමගින් ඔබේ දරුවාගේ ලෝකය සුරක්ෂිත කරගන්න.
ඩයලොග් සුරක්ෂා නිසා පුතාගේ ආරක්ෂාව ගැන මට බයක් නෑ.
සියලුම ඩයලොග් පාරිභෝගික සේවා මධ්‍යස්ථාන වලින් ලබාගත හැකි. ඩයලොග් අනාගතය ආදායි.
Hello, Amma. Where are you?
I'm almost there. Give me 5 minutes.
Outgoing and incoming calls restricted to 4 parent approved numbers. No SMS or internet, SOS emergency button, location tracking, and many more security features. Secure your child's world with Dialog Suraksha.
It's such a relief to know that he's always safe with Dialog Suraksha.
Available at all Dialog customer care centers island-wide. Dialog, the future today. Introducing the Ultra 99 postpaid package from Dialog. Say everything you want to say with the ultra benefits of extra talk time, extra SMS and extra data at a monthly rental of just 99 rupees only. Dialog, the future today.
දෙවිල් කාලා දයියා වෙන දයියා පොරක් එළියට එන මේක අපි සෙට්ටල දෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ මේක අපි සෙට්ටල දෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ දයියා වෙන්න මැගී දෙවිල් කන්න
From Nestle.
Here we are. Can I get a data sim? Bah. I say, old chap, where might a fellow find a data sim card? Kiannako.
You're from Sri Lanka, right?
How did you know?
Why don't you use Dialog data roaming? Unlimited data for $5 a day.
Unlimited data for $5 a day and...
Data unlimited, my patience isn't.
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialog roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
Sawadika! Can you give me data sim?
Massage?
No. Data sim.
Massage, very good.
No. Data sim.
You are Sri Lanka? Why you no use Dialog data roaming? Unlimited data, $5 a day.
Unlimited data for just $5 a day?
Yeah. Unlimited, same massage you want?
Me?
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialog roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
අපේ කැමැත්තටම බෑනේ. රටින් අයියගෙනුත් අහන්න ඕනේ.
Daddy. IDD. මේ dialog IDD daddy. දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි.
අනේ ඩැඩි.
ඉතින් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න වැඩියෙන් hina වෙන්න. වැඩියටම ගානකට වැඩියෙන් සම්බන්ධ වෙලා වැඩි විස්තර දැනගන්න. වැඩි වෙලාවක් වැඩි දෙනෙක් එක්ක වැඩක් ඇති ගොඩාක් දේවල් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්නත් පුළුවන්. ලෝකෙ ඕනම රටකට වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න dialog IDD දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි කළා. වැඩේ හරිද daddy?
Easy Cash ලොව පුරා පිළිගත් මුදල් යවන ආයතන රාශියක් සමග එක්වේ. රට සල්ලි එවෙලේම ඔබේ මොබයිල් ෆෝන් එකට ලබාගත හැකි නවීන හා පහසුම ක්‍රමයක් හඳුන්වා දී. රට සල්ලි ඕනෑම වේලාවක ඕනෑම තැනකින් ඔබට ළඟම Easy Cash මධ්‍යස්ථානයකින් අරගන්න. වැඩි විස්තර සඳහා 7111 අමතන්න. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ විශාලතම ගනුදෙනු ජාලයට පාරිභෝගික සම්බන්ධතාව ඩයලොග් එටිසෙලත් හච්. Easy Cash මොබයිල් එකෙන් ගනු සහ දෙනු. අපේ සිංහයන්ට සුබ පතන්න. ඩයලොග් වෙතින් ක්‍රිකට් විෂ් ඇන් වින් SMS Facebook Twitter හෝ ඩයලොග් වෙබ් අඩවිය වෙත පිවිස ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම පහසුවෙන් එවන්න. SLC හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම් පරිවිඩයේ හිස්තැනක් ජාතික හැදනුපත් අංකය සඳහන් කර 23:43ට ඕනෑම ජාලයකින් හැකිතාක් SMS කරන්න. ජය ග්‍රාහකයන් 77 දෙනෙකුට සියලු පහසුකම් සහිතව ආසියානු හෝ 2020 ලෝක කුසලානේ නැරඹීමට වරම්. තවත් වටිනා තෑගි රැසක්. ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ සානම්බර අනුග්‍රාහක ඩයලොග්.
Hello, Amma. ඔයා කොහෙද?
මම මේ ළඟ විනාඩි 5න් උතන.
ලබා ගන්නා සහ ලැබෙන ඇමතුම් දෙමාපියන් අනුමත කළ අංක 4කට පමණයි. SMS සහ ඉන්ටර්නෙට් නැහැ. හදිසි ඇමතුම් සඳහා SOS බොත්තම සහ දරුවා සිටින ස්ථානයේ දැනගැනීම ඇතුළුව ආරක්ෂිත පහසුකම් රැසක්ම. ඩයලොග් සුරක්ෂා ජංගම ආරක්ෂක උපාංග සමගින් ඔබේ දරුවාගේ ලෝකය සුරක්ෂිත කරගන්න.
ඩයලොග් සුරක්ෂා නිසා පුතාගේ ආරක්ෂාව ගැන මට බයක් නෑ.
සියලුම ඩයලොග් පාරිභෝගික සේවා මධ්‍යස්ථාන වලින් ලබාගත හැකි. ඩයලොග් අනාගතය ආදායි.
Hello, Amma. Where are you?
I'm almost there. Give me 5 minutes.
Outgoing and incoming calls restricted to 4 parent approved numbers. No SMS or internet, SOS emergency button, location tracking, and many more security features. Secure your child's world with Dialog Suraksha.
It's such a relief to know that he's always safe with Dialog Suraksha.
Available at all Dialog customer care centres island-wide. Dialog, the future today. Introducing the Ultra 99 postpaid package from Dialog. Say everything you want to say with the ultra benefits of extra talk time, extra SMS and extra data at a monthly rental of just 99 rupees only. Dialog, the future today.
Devil kala daya ben daya porak eliyata eno meka api settala devil dana kamare meka api settala devil dana kamare daya wendu Maggie devil kannu
From Nestle.
Yeah, where can I get a data sim? Bah. I say, old chap, where might a fellow find a data SIM card? Kiannako.
You're from Sri Lanka, right?
How did you know?
Why don't you use Dialog data roaming? Unlimited data for $5 a day.
Unlimited data for $5 a day and...
Data unlimited, my patience isn't.
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialog roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
Sawadee-ka! Can you give me data SIM?
Massage?
No, data SIM.
Massage, very good.
No, data SIM.
You are Sri Lanka? Why you no use Dialog data roaming? Unlimited data, $5 a day.
Unlimited data for just $5 a day? What?
Yeah. Unlimited, same massage you want?
Me?
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialog roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
අපේ කැමැත්තටම බෑනේ. රටින් අයියගෙනුත් අහන්න ඕනේ.
Daddy. IDD? මේ dialogue IDD daddy. දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි.
අනේ ඩැඩි.
ඉතින් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න වැඩියෙන් hina වෙන්න. වැඩියටම ගානකට වැඩියෙන් සම්බන්ධ වෙලා වැඩි විස්තර දැනගන්න. වැඩි වෙලාවක් වැඩි දෙනෙක් එක්ක වැඩක් ඇති ගොඩාක් දේවල් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්නත් පුළුවන්. ලෝකෙ ඕනම රටකට වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න dialogue IDD දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි කළා. වැඩේ හරිද daddy?
Easy Cash ලොව පුරා පිළිගත් මුදල් යවන ආයතන රාශියක් සමග එක්වේ. රට සල්ලි එවෙලේම ඔබේ මොබයිල් ෆෝන් එකට ලබාගත හැකි නවීන හා පහසුම ක්‍රමයක් හඳුන්වා දී. රට සල්ලි ඕනෑම වේලාවක ඕනෑම තැනකින් ඔබට ළඟම Easy Cash මධ්‍යස්ථානයකින් අරගන්න. වැඩි විස්තර සඳහා 7111 අමතන්න. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ විශාලතම ගනුදෙනු ජාලයට පාරිභෝගික සම්බන්ධතාව ඩයලොග් එටිසෙලත් හච්. Easy Cash මොබයිල් එකෙන් ගනු සහ දෙනු. අපේ සිංහයන්ට සුබ පතන්න ඩයලොග් වෙතින් ක්‍රිකට් විෂ් ඇන්ඩ් වින් SMS Facebook Twitter හෝ ඩයලොග් වෙබ් අඩවිය වෙත පිවිස ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම පහසුවෙන් එවන්න. SLC හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම් පරිවිඩයේ හිස්තැනක් ජාතික හැදනුපත් අංකය සඳහන් කර 23:43ට ඕනෑම ජාලයකින් හැකිතාක් SMS කරන්න. ජය ග්‍රාහකයන් 77 දෙනෙකුට සියලු පහසුකම් සහිතව ආසියානු හෝ 2020 ලෝක කුසලානේ නැරඹීමට වරම්. තවත් වටිනා තෑගි රැසක්. ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ සානම්බර අනුග්‍රාහක ඩයලොග්.
Check.
Hello and welcome back once again. We are here at the heart of the city of Colombo. Colombo 7 Maitland Crescent. Singley Sports Club grounds, the venue for the 137th Battle of the Blues. It's post a tea session on day 1. The Thomians are 247 for the loss of 3 wickets. Early in the morning, it was the Royal skipper Gishat Panditharatne who won the toss and opted to bowl first on what looked like a greenish track, helpful for the fast bowlers, but they missed the trick as the Thomians posted 146 runs for no wicket at lunch. And there on in, it was Rashmika Upata who scored 124 and Johan Mendes 64. Both of them got out, when the score was 97 and 99, 197 and 199 respectively. Bowling card, as I said earlier, it was Ronak Jayawardena who started off, who wasn't bowled in this season, who hasn't bowled much in this season. 2 overs for 10 runs. Himesh Ramanayaka was the successful bowler. 15 overs, 1 for 52, picked up the wicket of Himesh Ramanayaka. Lasith Ambuldeniya, star bowler for Royal, 1 for 46 in his 12 overs, and Duvindu Hettiarachchi 1 for 34 in 11. And I'm joined in commentary by Damit Veerasinghe. Very good afternoon to you, Damit.
Good afternoon, Navod. Very good afternoon to all the Tomians and the Royalists watching this live coverage from ThePapare.com, Sri Lanka's #1 sports sub. The 137th Battle of the Blues, St. Thomas's College dominating proceedings here at SSC grounds. Rashmika Opada, the man of the moment, 124 runs. Now, where do you rate that century by Rashmika Opada?
Absolutely one of the best attacking hundreds we've seen in the Battle of the Blues, at this 137th Battle of the Blues. And I'll let you on a secret, Damit. For the last 1 to 2 weeks, I had a gut feeling that Rashmika Opada would come good, because he has the talent, he has the skill with immense elegance, and he has almost all the strokes. And he proved to be the vital factor for the Tomians after the coach Dinesh Kumarasinghe opted to open with him. He hasn't been opening much. The opening partners were Johan Mendes and Ravindra Kodituakku. So he took first leash and scored a brilliant century that has sent Tomians up on top. As the first delivery by Hettiarachchi, wide outside the off stump. Pereira trying to slash hard at it. He's been the anchor role just before tea, letting Kodituakku score the runs.
It's a great platform here for the captain Sachitha Jayatilaka. Probably he'll be next in the batting order. After this good start, I think St. Thomas's College should go on to post a score above 350, and that's the first run after tea. A leg by to the Tomian score. The score moves on to 248 for 3. Massive crowd here at SSC grounds.
And Amit, it's still day 1 on a Thursday, so it'll build up as the 2 days progress, especially on the Saturday.
Yes, it was very sunny and humid early on. Now the clouds have slowly gathered around the ground. A great atmosphere for electrifying cricket here at SSC.
And we'll hope that the clouds doesn't interrupt play, because the Royalists need to bowl 40 overs before the close of play today. 100 overs today, 100 overs tomorrow, and on the third day it'll be 105 overs.
Lot of cricket yet to be played here at SSC grounds. Ravindra Kodituakku is 26. He knows how to play long innings, the young left-hander.
Once again a slash outside the off stump. Once again missing, this time Kodituakku.
Yes, but I see a bit of urgency by the Tomian batsmen after the tea break. They are well placed here in this game, 248 for 3, but 2 wide slash shots by these 2 batsmen just after the tea break. The first over after the tea break smells something interesting coming in from the Tomian camp.
I think 350 would be the minimum that the Tomians would be looking for after that great start by Mendes and Opada. And mind you, it was a record first wicket partnership for the Tomians, eclipsing the unbroken 136 run stand between Shaffer and Jayatilaka. way back in the 1930s.
Very good short ball there by Dundu Hetiarachi to complete the 61st over. St. Thomas's College 248 for 3. Royal College fought back valiantly the second session. I think it was a Steven session for the both teams. The first session was won by St. Thomas's College, no doubt about that. But in the second session, I think Royal managed to crawl back, but in the end, St. Thomas's College, they notched up over 100 runs.
That's the crucial one, Damit, because if they had scored around 60 to 70, I think that session would have gone to Royal with those 3 wickets. But since Thomian scored again another 100 in that session, it was a balanced session overall as Sandeepa now comes on to bowl. Down the track comes Pereira. There's a man out at the boundary, straight to him.
Yes, Navod, and Royal College, they would need to win a session here. If they can win this session, they can bowl out the Thomians below 350. That will be their session. This third session, it's all about the mental game here at Royto, the 137th Battle of the Blues. Quickest shot delivery, just 5th stump region there. Kodituaku trying to cut it too close to his body.
Ball keeping a bit low there. We've seen some good bounce as well for the faster bowlers on this wicket. So again, this time on the back foot, punched away. First 4 in the post-tea session comes to Ravindu Kodituaku, and the score moves past 250 for the Thomians.
Excellent shot there by Kodituaku. Neatly bisected the offside region field. There was no chance for the cow point fielder left of him. Ganit Sandeepa, he needs to give some air to the ball, prompt Kodituaku to come down the track and hit him over the middle fielder. Instead, he's just bowling flat. There's another single.
Just 2 men on the leg side. Free scoring shots on the leg side would give you runs there. Score moves on to 254 for the loss of 3 wickets. We are in the 62nd over. Wonderfully worked behind the point region by Johan Pereira, and he picks up 2 singles. Some urgency, as you said, Damit, from these 2 batsmen. They need some quick runs. I thought since they lost those 3 wickets in that session, they only scored 100. Ideally, they would have loved to have added another 30 to 40 runs in that session.
The Thomians have now scored over 250 runs. Now they know how this track plays, and they know that they need to take wickets. They need to take 20 wickets, so they need time. They need their bowlers to bowl maximum number of overs, probably 15 overs today or 20, but before that they need to score 350. That's a good delivery there to end the 62nd over. St. Thomas's College 254 for 3. Ravindu Kodituaku 31, Johan Pereira 11.
වෙන දයියා පොරක් එලියට එන මේක අපි සෙට්ටල ඩෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ මේක අපි සෙට්ටල ඩෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ දයියා වෙන්න මැගී ඩෙවිල් කන්න
From Nestle.
ඩෙවිල්
Duindu Hettiarachchi will continue the bowling for the Royalist with 3 fast bowlers in their ranks. I think Royal will continue to bowl a seamer and a spinner from both ends, just to eat up the time as well. Just a mind games, tactics used by the Royalists. They don't want their both spinners to take to the cleaners. Duindu Hettiarachchi has been impressive after taking the wicket of Dilendra Gunatilaka.
Stops in his tracks is Hetiarachi.
Just another reminder to all the viewers watching this game. If you have any event, your institution, your business company, anywhere, if it's a sports event, just call us up on the number on your screen. The ThePapare light covering all the events of the corporate and neatly tucked away by Ravindra Kodituaku for another single.
Like you were saying, Damit, I was most impressed with Hetiarachi, especially after the lunch, because he has been bowling his heart out after a very torrid first session for the Royalists, where nothing worked for them. They were wavered, but Hetiarachi have been hitting the deck hard, generating some space, and also picking up that wicket of Gunatilaka.
Johan Pereira seems to be the aggressor here. The word from the Thomian camp would have been to rotate the strike. 3-4 runs, probably with singles. If you can get the extra boundary, it's a bonus for the Thomians. Coach Dinesh Kumarasinghe would be eyeing the 350 mark for sure, with such as Jayatilaka, Romesh Nala Perumal and Ravindra Tilakaratne to follow.
Brilliantly played there by Johan Pereira, and equally well fielded down at the boundary, keeping the runs to just 2.
It was pure timing now, pure timing. He just neatly put the bat onto the ball. Half volley there by Dundu Hetiarachi. Johan Pereira seems a very good batsman, a young player, still 15 years of old.
Yes, he has done well. Part of the under 15 Division 1 side that won the championship last year for the Thomians. The fast bowler, the opening fast bowler for St. Thomas's as well. On 13 now. Slower delivery. Watchfully played by Pereira. And the Thomians still have Jayatilaka and Nalla Perumal, two recognized batsmen up in their ranks, and Jayatilaka can use the long handle as well as Ravindra Tilakaratne. From what I've heard from coach Dinesh Kumarasinghe is that they bat until number 10, including Delon Pires. So they bat deep, and so does Royal College. So the Thomians would be eyeing a score of 350 plus. Quick running between the wickets, mix up, but a close call there, but somehow Kodituaku manages to get back. Brilliant fielding once again by the two fieldsmen.
Yes, that's Malik Karyavasam and Gishat Panditratne. Karyavasam filling down the boundary line. Hectic day for Royal College. They had to do most of the running in the field where Rashmika Opath and Johan Mendes were batting.
Well, Damit, if you can remember last year, Ravindra Kodituaku was run out when he was on 95 as he chucks it on his leg side. Once again, poor fielding. It has been the bane for Royal College from the start of day 1, giving away quite a few extras, especially from those misfields, as it ends another over. 260 for the loss, 262 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Introducing the Ultra 99 postpaid package from Dialog. Say everything you want to say with the ultra benefits of extra talk time, extra SMS and extra data at a monthly rental of just 99 rupees only. Dialog, the future today.
Ganit Sandeepa will continue from the tennis court 10. This will be his 12th over. away 43 runs. Almost 4 runs per over by the right arm off spinner. Even though it's been a 3-day game, St. Thomas's College have scored runs at a good rate. Flying edge and runs down to the boundary line for another boundary for Johan Pereira. The score moves on to 2-6-6. Luck favors the brave. Johan Pereira tried to go over the extra cover fielder, but the leading edge flew above the cover fielder for another boundary.
As you can see the replay, Pereira coming down the track, he slashed it hard. That allowed the ball to scoot over. Man at backward point. Well, another boundary for the Thomians. But what concerns me, Damit, is that after tea, the sun hasn't come out, still behind the clouds. As once again, on the offside, punched away, quick single taken.
Sensible batting there by Johan Pereira. He got the boundary in the first ball of the over. Single. The next ball, if they can manage another 4 singles, it will be a good over, 9 runs per over. So
yes, and they are closing in on the 50-run partnership, that just 2 runs away. These two came together when the score was on 219, when Dilendra Gunatilaka was out for 6. Kodituaku has scored 34. Pereira on 20. Into the gap. Wonderfully done and equally well fielded.
good cricket there by Ravindra Kodituaku. I could just sense another big shot coming from Johan Pereira. Just 6 runs from 3 balls. Might take the aerial route. Inside edge onto the pad.
Close one there. If it had missed, it would have been a loud appeal for an LBW. Quick single taken, and that's the 50-run partnership between Ravindra Kodituaku and Johan Pereira. These two came at a tricky situation for the Thomians, having lost 3 quick wickets after the 197 mammoth partnership between Opatha and Mendes.
Yes, Kodituaku has contributed 25 runs to this partnership, while
oh, what a catch! Brilliantly taken! Wonderful reflexes by Ganit Sandeep. Kodituaku coming down the track, trying to hit it past the bowler, and a brilliant catch. They've been not taking their catches, but this time one of the hardest catches they've managed to cling on. Wonderfully done by Sandeep as Kodituaku goes out for 35. As you can see the replay, there you go, brilliantly done. Just when the Thomians were looking to accelerate, they've lost a wicket.
excellent catch there by Ganit Sandeep to end the 50-run partnership between Kodituaku and Johan Pereira. Kodituaku made 5 boundaries and a 6 during his 61 ball 35. And here comes the captain, Sachita Jayatilaka.
The unmistakable huge figure of Sachita Jayatilaka, the triple colorsman. Cricket, water polo and a rugger. A hard hitter. who has scored 758 runs this season in 21 innings and an average of 36. He's the only batsman from the Thomian top order to have not scored 100, but he has 750s, the highest by any Thomian, at a strike rate of 69. And as you can imagine, he loves to score sixes, 36 of them, just 58 fours.
But at the moment, Rashmika Opatha has taken the lead. He was 35 before this game, but after scoring 3 sixes today, Opatha is now on 38 sixes this season. Jayatilaka is on 36, but Opatha wouldn't mind if Jayatilaka can overtake him. If he can score another 2 or 3 sixes and light up this inning and give a good finish, St. Thomas's College would be the more happy camp rather than the royalist.
Absolutely, Damit. If Jayatilaka stays on for like 15 to 20 minutes, you'll absolutely see some 2-3 sixes as well. The bowling change as we speak. Himesh Ramanayaka coming on to replace Hettiarachchi. They're bowling to a pattern, Royal, from the opposite of the commentary box, and they've been using their fast bowlers, changing between Hettiarachchi and Ramanayaka Valil on the other end. Sandeep and Amuldenia have been bowling. Jayatilaka looking for a quick single.
There was no run there now. Johan Pereira was on his back foot. He was not expecting his captain to come down. And as I predicted now, probably the Royalists will continue to bowl a seamer from the other end, while they will probably bring on Lasit Amuldenia with 2 right-handers in the middle. As we see some dark clouds hovering over the city of Colombo. Do you think they'll interrupt play later in the game?
Well, hopefully not, Damit. Let's hope that it'll just be on the outskirts of the ground and not interrupt play, as the sun now comes out for the first time in this third session. Well, the running between the wickets for the Thomians have been good so far in this match, and especially when you're batting with Jayatilaka, the call needs to be perfect, because if you're trying to send back Jayatilaka, he'll take some time in turning around, the big frame man.
Certainly it is. Now Captain Gisha Panditratna has probably instructed his fast bowler to go short with 2 fielders in the leg side boundary. Slower delivery was the delivery that got Rashmika Opatha a few hours ago. Opatha 124 runs in 131 balls. If you are just joining in with the live coverage of this 137th Battle of the Blues, Royal College won the toss and elected to field first. The openers Johan Mendes and Rashmika Opatha put on 197 runs, but Opatha was dismissed by Ramanayaka in the 43rd over. Mendes was the next to be dismissed for 64 runs by the bowling of Lasit Amuldenia. Dilendra Gunatilaka was bowled by Dumindu Hettiarachchi for 6 runs, and few minutes ago Ravindu Kodituakku fell for 35 runs. At the moment, Johan Pereira is unbeaten on 20 runs with his captain Sachita Jayatilaka. 269 for 4. The School by the Sea completely dominating proceedings here at SSC grounds.
Once again a slower delivery, as you can see the St. Thomas's College prefects waving the flags to a rhythm down at the boundary. Wonderful sight to see. And from the Royal camp,
Great camera work there. Now,
absolutely. Sitting on the edge.
St. Thomas's College winning the battle in the middle, and the prefects also winning the battle at the moment. Sandeep to continue bowling. This will be first ball Jayatilaka will face. Jayatilaka's season will not be finished. He will have to play rugby from next week as well.
Well,
that sums up what is coming from Sachita Jayatilaka.
The first ball he faced, almost a helicopter shot. If he stays for like 10-15 minutes, we'll see some action, some fireworks.
If Jayatilaka can score a quick fire 50, 40, 50, 60, anything, St. Thomas College will gleefully take it and probably end up at a good score around 350, 360. And here we see Sandeep straight away changing the angle.
Once again, dropped catch as the batsman crossover for two. Once again, poor fielding by Royal, letting them down. Powerfully hit by Jayatilaka. See the replay, standing and deliver stuff from the skipper from St. Thomas's. Needs to be a bit more responsible than that. Just the second ball he faced, and getting some advice from the 15-year-old Johan Pereira.
Certainly now poor bit of fielding there by Malit Karyavasam. Jayatilaka will not stop him. Brilliant six there by the Tomian captain.
This time he corrected his mistake, getting underneath the ball and scooting over for a massive six. When he hits, it stays hit. The replay once again, this time full face of the bat, follow through of the bat, and gets a six. Well, I think he didn't listen to what Johan Pereira said. He has his own thinking.
Straight away, Captain Gishat Pandiratna pushes the mid-off and mid-on fielder to the boundary line. No shot offered there. Another mix-up there.
Ball thrown to the wrong end.
No stroke, and there will be no run for the Tomians. Jayatilaka just left it alone. It hit his back pad and went for a single. Straight away again Gishat Panditharatna has brought back the mid-on fielder. No, he instructs the fielder to stay near the boundary line. That's the end of the 66th over. St. Thomas's College 277 for 4. There'll be a change of voices. Kosala Suresh Chandra with Sashika Pusawalla.
දෙවිල් කාල දයියා වෙන දයියා පොරක් එලියට එන මේක අපි සෙට්ටල දෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ මේක අපි සෙට්ටල දෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ දයියා වෙන්න මැගී දෙවිල් කන්න
From Nestle.
Welcome back. Good evening as we come to the third session of day one. This 137th Battle of the Blues between Royal and St. Thomas's, the 137th one to be precise. 67 overs have been done in the day after Royal put the Thomians into bat after a very fruitful and positive start of 197 for the first wicket between Johan Mendes and Rashmi Gopatha, who made 124 and 64 respectively. The Thomians have not capitalized on that, and they're currently 277 for 4. Joining me is Shashika Busigala, who's been a person who's been out there in the centre and knows how it feels to be out there.
Yes, Gosala. I see Ramanayaka coming to board. So I'd say that the Thomians are not safe yet, because from the start that they got 200 for no wickets, and right now they are 277 for 4, and especially with the dropped chance last over, will the Royalists have to pay for it? I mean, such a vital chance of skipper Jaya Tilaka.
Yes, I think the Royalists have to blame themselves, and if those catches were taken, I think the Thomians would have been the ones who will be looking on the back foot.
Very true. I mean, according to the batting order, I don't see much to come after Jaya Tilaka. He's been the key at the bottom order, and he's handled his way through the latter half of the batting order, as we see Ramanayaka bowling against, played rather uppishly towards the third man area. That's a boundary. A streaky stroke by Pereira, but nevertheless gets a boundary.
Well, they'll take it as long as they come, the Thomians, the runs, because I was expecting them to be somewhere on 300 for 2 at this stage, and maybe impose. Now you can see again there you go, going for a very expensive drive. The only good thing that he did was he went at it very hard, and that's, I think, the reason why he got it over the slip cord until the boundary for 4.
Very true. Not half-hearted. He committed himself to that stroke, hence getting a thick outside edge and flying away to the third man boundary. So the score moves on to 281 for the loss of 4 wickets. We are into the 68th over of the day, as we see a slight change in the field. A third man being put by the Royal skipper. Slow ball, Suresh, the one that got Rashmika, the slow delivery.
Well, I think Royal captain is missing a trick here. I was quite surprised why he went into the third man straight away, because it is an uppish stroke. It is not a very convincing stroke. So now what he has done is he's taken the pressure out of the batsman, that he can now freely even try to play strokes outside the off stump.
I agree with you, Suresh, but then again he must be looking at the scoreboard each time a boundary goes, because 281 at 4 o'clock would mean they are heading for somewhere around 320, 330. So he's trying to minimize whatever runs possible.
Ramanayaka is into his 17th over. He's gone for 67 runs. 57. He's bowled well in patches, Shashrika. Like he's had a couple of good deliveries. He's bowled all over the place. He's sprayed it all over, and I don't think it's been his best bowling effort.
True. I mean, we can clearly see his potential from up here. I mean, he's a tall, lanky, fast bowler. Hits the deck hard, but then, as you said before, the consistency has been lacking from his end, and as you said before, not in the right areas more consistently. Cross through for a quick single there.
The Thomian running between the wickets has been pretty good. I was quite impressed even in the opening stand between Mendes and Opatha. Though the boundaries are coming, they took a lot of singles between them, and I think that's what unsettled the Royal captain.
I mean, I thought that was a very professional effort by the Thomian pair, especially Johan Mendes, how he rotated the strike and gave the strike to the more aggressive Rashmika Opatha. I mean, clearly they complemented each other very well. One attacking and one playing the anchor role.
Definitely.
It's another short delivery by Ramanayaka that concludes the 67th over of the day. The score moves on to 282 for the loss of 4 wickets. As we see the conditions slightly changing, Kosala.
Yes, well, the sun has definitely gone down, gone hiding behind some clouds. There are a few dark clouds, but not threatening clouds as if to pour down as a rain. But you never know. The predictions for tomorrow and day after is rain.
So not the best news for the Thomian camp, I'd say. But however, I mean, that is uncontrollable, Suresh. You can't actually say that it would rain. You can't make predictions and play cricket. So if it does, you can't help it, but then they got to go out with the right spirit.
Yes, definitely. You need to be positive and make sure that you beat all odds. Whether is just one other factor that comes into play in these type of games. Change in the bowling. We're seeing Hettiarachchi being brought up.
Sachinta Jayatilaka, such an imposing figure out there in the middle. Tall, big made, Thomian skipper, a triple colorsman in rugby, water polo and cricket. Special talent, this guy.
Very rare you come across these type of players now, Shashrika, because with the commitment that you have for each sport, it's hard to concentrate on 3 sports, but being triple colorsman, that's quite impressive.
That's a pretty impressive shot by Johan Fernando, very unexpected, pushing it along. So the intentions are quite clear at the moment by the Thomians. Rather unexpected. We thought that Jayatilaka would get it going, but then Johan Pires making his intentions clear.
Well, definitely, I was quite surprised. He came charging down at Hettiarachchi and hit a good-looking stroke over extra cover to the boundary. As you said, intentions quite clear. Thomians looking for some quick runs. Maybe we might see the Royals batting within the next half an hour or so.
On a personal point of view, Suresh, I don't think that the Thomian skipper will declare tonight, but knowing Dinesh Kumarasinghe is a very aggressive and positive coach. So I'm having mixed thoughts at the moment, but to be on the safe side, as we see the next delivery, to be on the safe side, Thomians should target 400.
Well, to get to 400, I think they'll have to bat out the whole day. But also on another perspective, like say, if they get to 350 within the next half an hour or so, or 45 minutes, that means you have the Royalists to bat for about an hour or 45 minutes, where you might field 1 or 2 quick wickets, might put the pressure on. Because you see 350 is target, so you need the other side, or Royal, needs to get 200 if they are to make the Thomians bat again. And with 2 days remaining, it's a cat and mouse game. It can go either way.
True, Suresh. I get your point of view as well, but from a personal point of view, I think that the Thomians would prefer batting once. So if Jayatilaka gets in, the target of 400 shouldn't be that hard, as normally he takes some time against the fast bowlers, but once he gets in, boy, does he make it count.
Thomian skipper has had a wonderful season this year. So Thomas is currently playing in the semi-final of the Singer Under-19 Trophy 2-day encounter. In fact, the semi-final will be played over 3 days, and the final also over 3 days. So it will be happening after this big match and the 1 day.
The Thomians have had a pretty good season. They've won, I think, 6 to 7 out tries thus far. Yeah, under the guidance of Dinesh Kumarasinghe, the prestigious Thomian coach, Yalma Mehta has performed quite well. That's a big heave-ho by Jayatilaka. He's looking for the big ones as well. Definite message sent out to the Thomian pair.
I think the bowler saw him taking room and he just fired it wide. He looks a very stockily built character who can hit the ball a long way. He's made 700 odd runs this season. 758. He's not got 100, but he's had 750s, the Thomian skipper. Jayatilaka.
Short delivery, well left by Sachinta. That's the end of the 68th over of the day. Score is on 287 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Where can I get a data sim? I say, old chap, where might a fellow find a data SIM card? Kiannako.
You're from Sri Lanka, right?
How did you know?
Why don't you use Dialog Data Roaming? Unlimited data for $5 a day.
Unlimited data for $5 a day and...
Data unlimited, my patience isn't.
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialogue Roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
Well, Ramanaka has had to do a lot of bowling. Obviously spearheading the Royal pace attack.
He's been the go-to bowler by the skipper. Now the short delivery, he's been bending his back all day long, Suresh. I mean, should be pretty sore by the end of it.
Yes, definitely. He's really bending his back. He's trying to get a lot of bounce off track. You can see again there, short pitch delivery. But now the short pitch deliveries have really been threatening to the batsman. That's the only difference. Like the batsman, I found it very easy to. It's more been a tennis ball bounce.
That's true, Suresh. I mean, just imagine with that height, if he could actually pitch it in the right areas, how deadly he would be as a bowler. But then if you look at his pitch map of sorts, we would see more balls being pitched on his half rather than the batsman.
Yes, definitely. Well spread out field by the Royal skipper to Johan Pereira, who is only 16 years of age. I think the youngest in the side.
Seems to be having a good technique, very compact in defense. It's a nice nibble down towards third man. Moves across for another single. Score moves on to 288.
I've been just told that Delon is also a 16-year-old, so those are the two youngsters in the side.
Delon Peer is the left-arm spinner.
Delon was the captain of the under-15 champion side that won the under-15 Division 1 trophy after 32 years for St. Thomas's. Change in the field for the big hitting Thomian captain, Jayatilaka. There is a fine leg, a deep square leg, and a long on the onside, all on the boundary, while the sweeper come on the offside. But 4 men inside the 30 yard on the offside with 1 man on the on. There's also a slip in place. Ramanaka comes in pose, and Jayatilaka just works it away on the offside. No chance of a run.
Suresh, Sachinta looks to be more comfortable against spinners rather than fast bowlers. I mean, that's why he's been pretty defensive in his approach against the fast bowlers, except for that big hoik he tried over covers. But however, I have a feeling that something's got to give very soon.
Well, I think that might be the reason why Pandita Ratna, the Royal skipper, has opted to go in with pace against Jayatilaka rather than bringing the spinners on.
As pushed down towards long on for a single. I mean, the skipper should definitely have good memories of last year's one-day match where Sachinta scored 60 of maybe 30 to 35 deliveries with about 5 to 6 sixes. So definitely more comfortable against spinners, as you would imagine, batting lower down the order. Well built.
So we look at the backing to come. We got Delon Peris to follow. We got Nalla Peruma to follow. Do the Thomians bat deep down?
Well, they would depend heavily on the skipper, as I said before. Yes, Nalla Peruma and Peris are debutants, so you can't expect a lot, even though they got great credentials as batsmen. However, this partnership is very vital for the end result and score for St. Thomas's.
Yes, I think the Royal captain has done well by trying to curtail the run flow. He's not given boundaries in the last 2 overs. The Thomians have only been satisfied with a couple of singles. Very interesting crowd for day 1. Good crowd in.
Very good crowd in for Thursday, Suresh. Usually you don't see this crowd for a Thursday.
2 boys stands absolutely going pack, and also the other stands having reasonable crowds coming in today. Being day 1 of the 137th Battle of the Blues played at the SSC grounds. Short, rising, left alone by the captain. It's the end of the over. It's 290 for 4.
Kenya muda
දින 60ක්ම ක්‍රිකට් උණුසුම නොමිලේ අත්විඳින්න. ඔබත් අදම ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන් සම්බන්ධතාවයක් ගෙදරගෙන යන්න. සෑම නව සම්බන්ධතාවක් සමගම සියලුම ක්‍රීඩා channel දින 60කට නොමිලේ. පසුගියුම් සම්බන්ධතාව රුපියල් 3990ට. per day TV සම්බන්ධතාව රුපියල් 4990ට. මෙම දීමනාව මාර්තු 31 දක්වා පමණයි. වැඩි විස්තර සඳහා 1777 අමතන්න. ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ටෙලිවිෂන් රසාස්වාදය.
So welcome back. 100 overs expected to be bowled today. I highly doubt if 100 overs could be put in.
And also the light beginning to fade. It's only 4:15. It's very remote. So you might see a quarter of 100 overs be bowled. And also the Royal over rate has been very slow. They're about 3 to 4 overs behind the schedule over rate.
Especially because the fast bowlers have been operating most of the time. However, we should see some aggression by the batsman this over as well. That's blazed away over third man, giving it all he's got once again. Young Fernando Pereira, Johan Pereira. He's got his intentions clear. He knows what to do. If the skipper can't do it, he'll do it.
Well, I think that's what everybody's expecting Jayatillaka to be the aggressor. But if you look at the last 2-3 overs, it's been Pereira who's got the big shots coming in.
Most unexpected, but then he's making it count, which is what the Thomian camp needs at this time of the year. The score moves on to 294 into the 70th over, so 30 overs remaining for the day. Assuming they bat 20 overs, they should get 400 by today, Suresh.
Definitely, yes. Well, what really impresses me is this Royal Thomian when you take the big match. The number of stands you have the thoroughbreds, you have Royal taverns, various groups, various stands, stables, stallions, and I think mustangs. Eight stands that comes into the Royal. So it's so well organized, and even you can see people coming in overseas, especially to watch the big match.
Indeed, Suresh.
That's lovely. That is very well executed. It won't go. Oh, it's well cut off down in the deep. The batsman, that's poor running. They should have run 3 on that occasion. They take only 2.
Knowing Jayatillaka Suresh, he's not much of a runner, as you can see. He fancies hitting the 6s and the 4s. However, getting back to your point, yes, the Battle of the Blues, I mean, it's a very traditional event, as you know, has a history of 137 years. So it has to be well organized, Suresh. It's probably the best college event going on in the world.
Yes, definitely. It's the second oldest or the longest standing encounter between two teams. There is a match been played in Adelaide. That is the highest in the world. They played in Sri Lanka, it's number 1.
So big event, big stage for the boys.
You've been in the forefront in the big stage.
Yes, I've been for 3 years, in fact, in 2005, 6 and 7. But however, I have to mention the best game I played was in 2006, 10 years ago, where the Royalists were winners. And Suresh, would you believe it? The game finished at 6:30 back then, because if you can recall, as we see the next delivery, played aggressively towards extra cover. Oh, it's a mix-up here between the batsman and he's run out.
There was definitely a run. Jayatillaka didn't respond. And Johan Pereira has to make a long walk back to that dressing room. The Thomians lose their 5th wicket at 296.
Well, rather unfortunate. As you see the replay,
you can see there, Johan Pereira went with the stroke. There was a misfielding. Jayatillaka was ball watching, and both batsmen ended up in the same ends.
but he should have known better. I mean, Jaya Tilaka, as we all know, is not the best runner, so he's not keen. Especially the ball was closer to a fielder initially. There was a misfield, and then it ricocheted towards mid-off. But however, a very unfortunate way to be dismissed as a fresher.
Yes, definitely, especially in a big game to be run out. And coming back to that point that you were talking in the best match that you played.
Yes, as you can recall, in 2006 there was a change in time where they extended half an hour, and so actually the game finished at 6:25 in the evening, and there was a huge crowd here in SSC, probably the biggest crowd I've ever seen, as we see Tilaka Ratna coming into bat. Tilaka Ratna, son of the former Sri Lankan cricketer Hashan Tilaka Ratna, and it was a great game, most definitely. Up thus far the best game I played in my life. So these are the memories that you have by playing Royal Tomian, and this is all part of history, and it goes down in history, and it is in history. Suresh, I think if I'm not mistaken, there was only 1 over remaining for the day's play. We concluded, and the Royalists got the score with the over to spare.
So you were in the losing end?
I was in the losing end. In 2005 Tomians emerged victorious. In 6 Tomians lost, and 7 again we got back the shield.
So you go. That is the last time?
That is right. 2007 was the last positive result for the Tomians.
Alright, we're coming back to the on-field situation. 296 for 5. Tilaka Ratna is the new batsman who's joining the skipper Jaya Tilaka. Short greets him with a bouncer, and it also marks the end of that over. 70 overs in the day have been done. 296 to 5 is what St. Thomas has made, and I make way for Ricky and his partner.
දෙවිල් කාලා දයියා වෙන දයියා පොරක් එළියට එන මේක අපි සෙට්ටල දෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ මේක අපි සෙට්ටල දෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ දයියා වෙන්න මැගී දෙවිල් කන්න
From Nestle.
Yes, and welcome back. St. Thomas is progressing well at the moment. 296 for the loss of 5 wickets. Unfortunate run out, and they lost a wicket of Johan Pereira, but the captain is still there, and joining him is Ravindra Tilaka Ratna. So 4.26 is the current run rate. It has been over 4 runs since the morning session, and Tomians have batted with a lot of intent, a lot of aggressiveness, been positive out there, and each batsman who has come into the centre has been looking for runs, putting the loose ball away, rotating the strike, and certainly they are on top versus Royal at the moment. Shaminda?
Yeah, Ricky, the game is definitely started to heat up. Quite overcast conditions, however. The stewards have entered the grounds for St. Thomas's as Gunatilaka picks up another single, dropped in front of cover point.
Yes, Sachit Jayatilaka, he's picking up those singles in between, hitting the big hit. He's known for those big hits, quite strong, big made lad, very powerful down the ground. Loves to play in that mid-wicket to mid-off region. Anything pitched up to him is going to go for it. And Tilaka Ratna now has to play in the support team role. But Royal have come back strongly. They have come back very well. They pick wickets at regular intervals, and that has slowed the Tomians slightly. So a lot more to do for Royal here. They need to be looking for wickets and try to get the new batsman out.
Tilaka Ratna, the Sri Lanka campaigner for the Tomians. As Himesh Ramanayaka goes from the Torrington end and a shimmy down the wicket. He slashed hard. Valuable 4 runs.
That was a good hit. to extra cover, region between extra cover and mid-off. Actually, it was premeditated, Shaminda. He was waiting for it. You can see he was looking to hit that ball wherever it was bowled. He was looking for a boundary, and his placement was good. He got it into the gap, and positive batting by Tilakaratne. 300 on the board, 301 for 5.
Ramanayaka to continue. I think the intentions are quite clear. They're going to gather up some quick runs.
Yes.
Most probably I see a 350 on the board for the Thomians, which would be a very decent and attacking and aggressive declaration for a first inning. It opens up the game and allows the Royalists to take lease of the crease.
Yes, it's they are going to get much runs as possible today. We wonder if we can play all 100 overs today. We wonder if they get through the 100 overs. That's going to be the interesting factor. But St. Thomas's, whatever overs they bat out, they are going to try to maximize this run scoring. And now it's no pressure on St. Thomas's. They can go about their business quite freely, looking for those runs.
As all know that.
There you
massive push up by Jaya Tilaka. Intentions quite clear, as I said before. The Thomians are definitely notching up a gear
and
piling on the runs.
Also, Sachi, he played into the batsman's hands. He gave himself some room. He was looking to hit that ball, and Ramanayaka dropped it short. No one at a deep mid wicket. It was a free hit for Jaya Tilaka. He's changing his angle. Now he's coming around the wicket. So change in the field as well. We see some hands moving here and there from the Royal skipper. Mid wicket has come into the circle. Third man has gone much finer.
Jaya Tilaka hooks it hard out of the ground. A massive 6 to the Thomian boys' stand.
Well,
a greeting and saying hello lads, thank you for coming and cheering us on. Massive pelt by Jaya Tilaka.
Yes, Shaminda, he's going for everything. The bowler changed his angle. He tried to bowl onto his body. Jaya Tilaka gave himself some room and he just swung his bat. He didn't mind where it went, and the ball flew away over square leg for 6 runs. I told you earlier, he's very powerful, and if he finds the middle of the bat, those are going to clear the boundaries.
So 10 runs in 2 balls for Jaya Tilaka. One beautifully crafted pull shot to the boundary. Oh, and this time he pulls it off on the off. Another 4 runs for Jaya Tilaka. The Thomians are really turning it up.
Yes,
giving the crowds much to cheer for.
The bowler is rattled. Ramanayaka, he bowled over the wicket. He went around the wicket, and this time he came over the wicket. He tried something different, though. Credit to the bowler. He tried the slow ball, Shaminda, but it was in the slot for Jaya Tilaka. Jaya Tilaka saw it early. No one deep on the offside, found the gap, and 4 more runs. So this is a wonderful hit in by the Thomian skipper.
Hello, Amma. ඔයා කොහෙද?
මම මේ ළඟ විනාඩි 5ක් උත්තන.
ලබා ගන්නා සහ ලැබෙන ඇමතුම් දෙමාපියන් අනුමත කළ අංක 4කට පමණයි. SMS සහ ඉන්ටර්නෙට් නැහැ. හදිසි ඇමතුම් සඳහා SOS බොත්තම සහ දරුවා සිටින ස්ථානයේ දැන ගැනීම ඇතුළුව ආරක්ෂිත පහසුකම් රැසක්ම. ඩයලොග් සුරක්ෂා ජංගම ආරක්ෂක උපාංග සමගින් ඔබේ දරුවාගේ ලෝකය සුරක්ෂිත කරගන්න.
ඩයලොග් සුරක්ෂා නිසා පුතාගේ ආරක්ෂාව ගැන මට බයක් නෑ.
සියලුම ඩයලොග් පාරිභෝගික සේවා මධ්‍යස්ථාන වලින් ලබාගත හැකි. ඩයලොග් අනාගතය ආදායි.
Tilakaratne tries to clip it on the leg. Hettiarachi bowling from the tennis court end. Ramanayaka's previous over was quite costly. 20 runs off the Ramanayaka over.
Yes, so they're going to go for everything. We see Hettiarachi strained down the leg side. Tilakaratne will be disappointed. He didn't get some bat onto it. He had a run for the offering, but failed to make contact. And now we see a strong offside field. We see extra cover coming into position. The slip has come out. He's gone to mid-wicket. So what line is Hettiarachi going to bowl?
Ricky, I also think that due to the overcast conditions and the light deteriorating really fast, I think it's Gishad's plan to bring in the fast bowlers and hopefully bring down the overs for the day. They would want to go back to the dressing room, refresh, come out afresh tomorrow and start off new. And there'll also be the moisture overnight, so it's also going to help the fast bowlers tomorrow. That's if St. Thomas's doesn't decide to declare.
Yes, it's now it's all down to tactics at this moment. It's a battle between the captains, battle between the bat and ball, and who is going to think wiser and different. Yes, and Tilakaratne should try to rotate the strike at this stage, Shamin. Tilakaratne's job is to get the single and give Jayatilaka, the captain, back on strike, because Jayatilaka is the one who can hit the boundaries. So it's all important that Tilakaratne pushes the single and brings back Jayatilaka on strike.
St. Thomas's 316 runs for the loss of 5 at the end of 71 overs. Etiara Cheese kept his over quite mellow. Oh, did he give a glove on that?
Yes, he's got something onto that Shamin. It's down to the boundary for 4 runs, but another poor delivery by Hettiarachi. Short down the leg side. Tilakaratne went inside of the ball, tried to pull it away, didn't get hold of it. Like you said, a bit of glove and just eluded the wicket keeper. I think he got a hand onto it, a fingertip onto it, the wicket keeper. He had the opportunity of taking that. We can put that down as a half chance as well. But
Dhanapala is quite athlete in the middle. There was a really difficult chance. It's always hard for the wicket keeper to take it on the leg side. Did quite well to get a hand onto it though.
Oh, well
charged.
fielded.
Well fielded by the Royal skipper Gishad.
Yes, that was a certain boundary and good work in the field by Gishad. Certainly stopped 4 runs there. It was powerfully struck by Tilakaratne. He likes to play through the offside, give himself some room and strike it through the offside. That is his zone, Tilakaratne, from cover point towards mid-off.
Doesn't seem much for the bowlers on offer in the pitch. It seems to have died down. The ball is coming beautifully onto the bat, and the batsmen seem to be at ease. Once again tried to craft it on the offside. However, finding the cover point fielder. That's the end of the over, and the umpire calls drinks St. Thomas's on a 320 for the loss of 5. So it seems like it's just a perpetua for the Tomians in front of the Lavos tent. And allow Tora to follow it up. Beautiful pictures coming to you courtesy www.thepapare.com. We
Yes,
bring to you live March Madness throughout the month of March.
Yes,
We had the Joe Pete all fired up last week. Ricky had quite a say in the game.
Yes, some entertaining cricket. We had Isipathan taking on Thurston, St. Peter's taking on St. Joseph's, and then Ananda taking on Nalanda. So we had some wonderful cricket in the last couple of weeks.
That's the St. Thomas's scorecard for you. Top scorer, Rashmi Gopatha, a valuable 124. And followed up by his opening partner, Johan Mendes, who put on an opening partnership of 197. Which is also the record opening partnership for the Tomians in the Royal Tomian encounter, which was previously a 136 back in the 90s. And then Kodituaku put in a valuable 35. Gunatilaka, unlucky, not being able to get to double figures. And Johan Pereira, Once again, a valuable quick fire 3-8 to bring the Tomians to a 320 for the loss of 5.
Yes, it has been two good partnerships, of course. That wonderful 197 for the first wicket really set up St. Thomas's. But they had a 50-run partnership for the fourth wicket as well. And those two partnerships have really helped. So you bat in for long periods. Partnerships are crucial when it comes to the longer format of the game. And 3 days of cricket here in this big match. And certainly those two partnerships have put St. Thomas's on top. The bowlers have tried their best, they tried their heart out, but really could not make amends. And most bowlers have been a bit expensive. The current run rate is over 4 runs per over, Sharminder, and none of the bowlers have really been able to control the Tomian batting.
It's been a commendable inning by the Tomians, masterfully crafted and well poised score for the Royalists. If the Tomians decide to declare, the light is really deteriorating right now.
Yes, we wonder how long we can go off. Chintaku is assisting us with the scoring, says probably another 40 to half an hour to 40 minutes maximum. He says maybe 10 overs maximum, but we have 28 overs remaining in the day, Jonathan.
But then also Ricky, the fact that Gishad is bowling two fast bowlers from the two ends, it means that the overs are going to reduce. The umpires are definitely going to call it off for the day, given the safety of the players.
And I think it's good thinking by the Royal captain, because he's trying to play lesser overs today as possible, using his tactics very well, because he knows Jayadilaka is going to use the long handle strike boundaries, and he wants to reduce the St. Thomas's score on this first day. So good thinking, positive thinking or tactical thinking by the Royal captain.
I wouldn't call it positive, but rather tactic. So Gishad doing some mature work as the skipper for college,
and we see
Jayadilaka as well.
We see 4 fielders, 1, 2, 3, I think 5 fielders on the onside on the boundary line, Sharminder.
Well spread out field, just 2 men in the circle.
So we have 4 on the boundary line on the onside, on the leg side. There's a long one, a deep mid wicket, a deep square leg and a deep fine leg, but no one in the 30-yard circle. And the bowler Ramnack is going to try bowling short and make Jayadilaka go for the pull, go for the hook. But that is the tactic from Royal.
Clearly Royal want to minimize the what seems like a mammoth total by the Tomians. Bit of word there by Jayadilaka's partner Tilaka Ratna. Said could have got a bit of bat on that. Could have run for 4. Royal tour spirit is definitely high. All up there, all good. So www.thepapare.com. Bring you madness in the month of March.
Oh, this is wonderful stuff, but has it been caught? No. He's pushed
Valuable
it over
effort
the
there
line.
by the fielder.
Yes, he pushed it over the boundary line. It was a very good effort indeed. It was touch and go, and he could really keep control inside the boundary line, and that's a 6. But credit to Jayadilaka now. This time he gave himself some room, Sharminder, and he went over the offside. Now earlier in the early over, he went on the onside, but 4 fieldsmen on the boundary line, he changed his tactics and hit it over the offside. And what power! So difficult to hit that over mid-off, and he has done it.
Followed up with a good Yorker by Ramanayaka. Might cost him 2 runs though. Smart fielding there by Ramanayaka. But Jayadilaka is definitely doing his job for the team.
Playing a captain's knock here. I mean, he's playing to the situation. He's really St. Thomas's have got a good score, and what he's trying to do is take that even beyond. And this is some powerful, real powerful striking off the ball by young Jayadilaka. Change in the field for Tilaka Ratna. Deep third man, there's a cover point, a deep extra cover. There is extra cover as well, and a mid-off.
charged down. Unsuccessful to connect Tilakaratne. But Ricky, it shows the pace on this wicket. There's not much pace, there's just bounce. There's good carry to the wicket keeper once again. Not too short, but there was plenty of carry to the wicket keeper. There's a lot of bounce. I wouldn't call it a sticky wicket, but it's a slow but bouncy wicket.
Yes, and it's been good cricket. I mean, there's competition between the bat and ball. Royal are thinking different. They are trying some different tactics, and the Tomian batsmen are taking them on.
Well left by Tilakaratne to bring the end of the 73rd over. St. Thomas's on a 337 for the loss of 5.
දෙවිල් කාල දයියා වෙන දයියා පොරක් එලියට එන මේක අපි සෙට් කළ දෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ මේක අපි සෙට් කළ දෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ දයියා වෙන්න මැගී දෙවිල් කන්න
From Nestle.
Good evening and welcome back. 327 for 5. 31 for the captain Jaya Tilaka and 9 to Tilakaratne. Wickets been shared among the Royal bowlers. A wicket apiece for 4 bowlers, including run out. The light gradually fading. We have 27 overs more remaining in the day, with a final stoppage at 6:15. And this time he's gone hard and high. It's gone in the air. There is a fielder getting under it, and the Royalists continue. They are very poor catching, and let's off the Tomian captain at long off. Very hard to say how he would have missed that one. That is a very easy catch. He got under that and then spilt out.
I think Royals are continuing with the sloppy fielding from morning itself. This time.
But this time, Jadila says, no, I'm going further. And he goes over the mid-off region, long off for 6. It's 325, 35 for 5. And Malinga, this is clean hitting by the Tomian skip.
This is what Jaya Tilak is known for, is big hitting. He has a good reputation for that as well, and is clearly showing it off today at the game.
I hope the drop catch doesn't become costly as Etiarachi bowls, and again he swings this, so it falls in front of the fielder, and the batsman crossover for a single.
I think Jaya Tilak's intentions are clear.
Yes, I think
to go after the bowling.
the only thing that I can't figure out is what the Tomian camp tactic is. Are they inviting the Royals to bat before close?
I'm guessing that's what they would be planning to do. They already have 336 on the board. Since the Royalists look all weary already, I'm guessing the Tomians would want them to have a bat for about at least 10 to 15 overs.
So that means we're looking at a declaration somewhere close to about 5 o'clock. With padding up time, we might have about
10 minutes. 10 minutes
on for that. And this time it's it's brilliantly fielded at point. There's a chance of a run out. A direct hit would have definitely had the Tomian captain. Good bit of fielding, something very rare that we've seen from the Royalists throughout the day. There have been a lot of fielding lapses. They've dropped a few catches. It's not helped their cause. But the Tomians, on the other hand, I think have done relatively well to get to 337 for 5.
They have actually. And I think the Tomians are making it very clear with the singles they're taking and the stroke play. From morning, Tomians have been positive, and I think they're continuing to do that all this time.
Single, the captain. We had a brilliant 124 from Rashmi Gopatha and a 64 from Johan Mendes and Malinga. At one time, you might have been worried that one of your records are going to go down the drain.
Actually not. Watching the two openers bat, they were brilliant. It was good to see after a long time some positive cricket from the openers.
Telegraph drives down to long off, but they don't take the single because Jaya Tilaka says, I want to keep the strike. It's the end of the over. It's 338 for 5.
Here we are, can I get a data sim? I say, old chap, where might a fellow find a data SIM card? Kiannako.
You're from Sri Lanka, right?
How did you know?
Why don't you use Dialog Data Roaming? Unlimited data for $5 a day.
Unlimited data for $5 a day and...
Data unlimited, my patience isn't.
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialog Roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
Jayatilaka on 41 in 21 balls. Really, Jayatilaka has a taste for the royalist here. He's going after everything that he can.
But that's his reputation. That's what he's known for. To dealt the lethal blows. Oh, that's a clean hit. That's just a pickup shot. It's more like a helicopter scoop. Reminds me of MS Dhoni playing the helicopter. Just a pickup. Nothing wrong with the ball. The bowler followed him.
Exactly. This is nice to watch by the Tomian captain. Superb clean hitting.
So the drop catch definitely proving costly for the royalist. 344, 47 to the Tomian captain. A super pickup hit.
That's a beautiful hit by Jayatilaka.
There you go. More like a hockey scoop. Now,
I don't get why Jayatilaka needs water. He's been hitting the ball beautifully.
Just can't understand what the mentality of that. He has not been running.
He has not been running at all.
What is it?
I think the intentions are clear. The Tomians are planning to declare the innings anytime soon.
344, anything beyond 350 always puts the second batting side under pressure because you need to make 200 to make sure that
Yes, exactly. And Royal, having a reputation of having a good batting side this year, has to put up a good show. I think they'll have to be positive like the Tomians.
Yes, the Tomians are positive from there. And obviously they were helped by some very poor Royal bowling. They bowled all over the place, especially Ramanayaka was a bowler well in patches, but and also the fielding was pretty well. I think the main setback for Royal might have been that their main wicket-taking bowler in Ambulvenia, the left-arm spinner, has not gotten. He just picked up a solitary wicket, but he's not really looked the penetrating bowler that they might have expected going into the big game.
I think Ambulvenia failed to raise his hand today.
Yes,
I think a lot was depending on Ambulvenia to get wickets, but the middle.
It does happen, isn't it, Manika? Like say you have a wonderful school season, and then everybody expects you to be the highlight of a big game, and then you suddenly intend to put that pressure unnecessarily, and then you're unable to put your hand up, as you said.
I think that's what Ambulvenia had to go through today. He would have put on a lot of pressure on himself before he started off.
Ramanayaka bowls. Dhanapala just asking the question by the umpire, but the umpires are moved. I think this happened, was it last year or the year before? There was a Royal batsman who got run for it, I think it was Patiran, who got a lot of runs during the school season. Yes. When he came into the big game, again, not as expected, but then he failed in 4 innings.
Exactly, that's where the mental side comes into the game actually. It's how you approach it, and it's basically doing the best what you do and doing what you did in the season.
Well, this time Jayatilaka has worked it around. A diving effort from the wicketkeeper is unable to grab that one. They'll pick up a single. In fact, it's a leg by, signal by Ravindra Kottachi. So, two brothers out there in the centre. That's another historical moment, Monica. Ravindra Kottachi and the two Kottachi brothers, and even the third umpire is Osura Kottachi. The three brothers are the three officials, the Kottachi brothers. So that will definitely go down as a record.
I actually like the way the Tomians approach the game this year. They are being more positive, and the approach has been to take on everything that's thrown at them.
Tilakaratne gets a single. Son of former Sri Lankan batting star Hashan Tilakaratne, who's also a member of the selection committee. 346. The light is definitely fading. And though the scheduled closing time is 6:15, I doubt we having a full quarter.
By the looks of it, looks like we'll have to cut it short today.
Ramanak has been banging it short at Jayatilaka. That's a good move.
I think yes, he has understood what Jayatilaka is trying to do.
They run well. They pick up 2. It's 348. 348 for 5. The captain is 49. The all eyes will be on the Thomian captain to get a 50. The second of the Thomian innings, Johan Mendes, the vice captain, got a 64. Now the captain is on the verge of making a half century.
This is going to be a well-deserved half century for Jayatilaka. He's got it in no time as well.
Only faced 30 balls to get to that 48. Oh, that's a wide, and that's a tennis ball bounce that we've been seeing from Ramanak on many occasions. He's trying to bang it short, and he almost bangs it in his own half.
He should be careful of his toe when he bangs it short like that.
Ramanaka is also the second son of former Sri Lankan fast bowler and bowling coach Champaka Ramanaka. I think if he had his elder brother playing 2 years back.
Yes, he actually did play 2 years back. And both of them have a reputation of being good fast bowlers. But
yes,
that's a single for Jayatilaka. That brings up his 50. It's brilliant knock by Jayatilaka.
Yes, it always is something special to get a half century in a big match, isn't it?
It is, it is. And to get it in the way he did,
it is quite amazing.
It shows the intent of the Thomians this year.
So
they have come all out and they come with intent and they're executing their plans brilliantly.
You can see that the crowds or the supporters is running in with the flags to greet the Thomian captain. I did mention that it's always a good feeling to get a 50 in a big match. How was it when he made 140?
It was even brilliant, to be honest. Going back, watching the Royal Thomian, every single time coming to this ground and watching the Royal Thomian, I mean, it brings back those super memories, those wonderful memories.
And today, when you cherish those memories, being on the commentary box and as a spectator, it really brings something totally different in your life.
It does actually. It shows.
All right, with the half century, the Thomians have declared their innings at 350. So the target that we were talking is what the Thomians have got.
As well.
Has been thinking. So 350 is what the Thomians have made for the loss of 5 wickets. And they will invite the Royalists to take play. Will resume at 10 minutes from now. A quick look at the Thomian batting card after they were put into bat after the Royal skipper won the toss in the 137th battle of the Blues. Johan Mendes and Rashmi Kohapatha opened the innings for the Thomians. They went on to put on a brilliant 197-run partnership before Rashmi Kohapatha was the first to go. Caught Ishak of the bowling of Ramanaka for 124, which is made of 131 balls with 16 fours and 4 sixes. Johan Mendes followed very soon. He was stumped by Dhanapala, the wicketkeeper of the bowling of Ambuldenia for 64. He had 7 boundaries in that knock by Sandeepa. A well-held cotton ball catch. He had 5 boundaries and a 6. 38 run out, very unfortunately, was Johan Pereira. I thought he batted extremely well for a fresher. And Ravindu Tilakaratna was unbeaten on 11. And with him was Sajid Jayatilaka, the skipper, who remained unbeaten on 50. He had 3 fours and 2 sixes, I suppose. So he's had 5 sixes and 2 fours in that knock of 50. 350 is what Mr. Thomas has made with the help of a few extras as well in the total. And in the bowling for the Royalists, which was quite surprising to see Javodan open in the bowling. He bowled 2 overs, none for 10. I was told that he has not bowled in the inter-school season before this. So that is a surprise package. It didn't work for the Royalists. Himesh Ramanaka bowled the most number of overs for the Royalists, 21 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 98. Vitanage, 7 overs, none for 30. Tekiarachi, 17 overs, 4 made, 1 for 66. Amulvenia, 12 overs, 3 made, 1 for 42. Karivasan, 2 overs, none for 10. And Mastaras, captain, 1 over for 10. And Sandeepa, 13 overs, 1 for 8 bowling up. So, what would be the Royal intent now? Obviously, the Thomian intent would be to take much as wickets as well, maybe 1, 2, even 3 if they can get. How would the Royalists go about it?
I think the Royalists should come out positive. They should not try to hang around there, defend themselves. They should come out there and exhibit some positive batting. I think that would be much better, because if they try to hang in there and play negative, the chances of them giving out their wicket to Thomians would be much more.
It's a very tricky situation. Like, say, you're playing for about an hour. Look, either you play for survival or you play for your. But I think I would go with you trying to get the normal game going.
Exactly. When you try to play for survival, the more pressure you put on yourself. Then there is no chance of you playing a normal game either. So to play a normal game, Royalists should come out and bat positively. That's the most important thing the Royalists could do. Come out and play their normal game and bat positively and see how we go.
All right, thank you, Malinga, for joining me on this short stint. Hopefully we'll be back again very shortly when the play resumes. And in 10 minutes from now, let's see how the Royal reply comes. Time for a break.
From Nestle.
Here we are, can I get a data sim? Meh. I say, old chap, where might a fellow find a data SIM card? Kiannako.
You're from Sri Lanka, right?
How did you know?
Why don't you use Dialog Data Roaming? Unlimited data for $5 a day.
Unlimited data for $5 a day?
Data unlimited, my patience isn't.
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialog Roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
Sawadee-krap! Can you give me data SIM?
Massage?
No, data SIM.
Massage, very good.
No, data SIM.
You are Sri Lanka? Why you no use Dialog Data Roaming? Unlimited data, $5 a day.
Unlimited data for just $5 a day?
Yeah. Unlimited, same massage you want?
Me?
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialog Roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
අපේ කැමැත්තටම බෑනේ. රටින් අයියගෙනුත් අහන්න ඕනේ.
Daddy. IDD? මේ dialog IDD daddy. දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි.
අනේ daddy.
ඉතින් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න වැඩියෙන් hina වෙන්න. වැඩියටම ගානකට වැඩියෙන් සම්බන්ධ වෙලා වැඩි විස්තර දැනගන්න. වැඩි වෙලාවක් වැඩි දෙනෙක් එක්ක වැඩක් ඇති ගොඩාක් දේවල් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්නත් පුළුවන්. ලෝකෙ ඕනම රටකට වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න dialog IDD දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි කළා. වැඩේ හරිද daddy?
Easy Cash ලොවපුරා පිළිගත් මුදල් යවන ආයතන රාශියක් සමග එක්වේ. රට සල්ලි එවලේම ඔබේ මොබයිල් ෆෝන් එකට ලබාගත හැකි නවීන හා පහසුම ක්‍රමයක් හඳුන්වා දී. රට සල්ලි ඕනෑම වේලාවක ඕනෑම තැනකින් ඔබට ළඟම Easy Cash මධ්‍යස්ථානයකින් අරගන්න. වැඩි විස්තර සඳහා 7111 අමතන්න. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ විශාලතම ගනුදෙනු ජාලයට පාරිභෝගික සම්බන්ධතාව ඩයලොග් එටිසෙලත් හච්. Easy Cash මොබයිල් එකෙන් ගනු සහ දෙනු. අපේ සිංහයන්ට සුබ පතන්න ඩයලොග් වෙතින් ක්‍රිකට් විශ් ඇන් වින් SMS Facebook Twitter හෝ ඩයලොග් වෙබ් අඩවිය වෙත පිවිස ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම පහසුවෙන් එවන්න. SLC හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම් පරිවිඩේ හිස්තැනක් ජාතික හැදනුපත් අංකය සඳහන් කර 23:43ට ඕනෑම ජාලයකින් හැකිතාක් SMS කරන්න. ජැට් ග්‍රාහකයන් 77 දෙනෙකුට සියලු පහසුකම් සහිතව ආසියානු හෝ 2020 ලෝක කුසලානේ නැරඹීමට වරම්. තවත් වටිනා තෑගි රැසක්. ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ සානම්බර අනුග්‍රාහක ඩයලොග්.
කොහෙද?
මම මේ ළඟ විනාඩි 5ක් උත්තන.
ලබා ගන්නා සහ ලැබෙන ඇමතුම් දෙමාපියන් අනුමත කළ අංක 4කට පමණයි. SMS සහ ඉන්ටර්නෙට් නැහැ. හදිසි ඇමතුම් සඳහා SOS බොත්තම සහ දරුවා සිටින ස්ථානයේ දැනගැනීම ඇතුළුව ආරක්ෂිත පහසුකම් රැසක්ම. ඩයලොග් සුරක්ෂා ජංගම ආරක්ෂක උපාංග සමගින් ඔබේ දරුවාගේ ලෝකය සුරක්ෂිත කරගන්න.
ඩයලොග් සුරක්ෂා නිසා පුතාගේ ආරක්ෂාව ගැන මට බයක් නෑ.
සියලුම ඩයලොග් පාරිභෝගික සේවා මධ්‍යස්ථාන වලින් ලබාගත හැකි. ඩයලොග් අනාගතය ආදායි.
හෙලෝ අම්මා, Where are you?
I'm almost there. Give me 5 minutes.
Outgoing and incoming calls restricted to 4 parent-approved numbers. No SMS or internet, SOS emergency button, location tracking, and many more security features. Secure your child's world with Dialog Suraksha.
It's such a relief to know that he's always safe with Dialog Suraksha.
Available at all Dialog customer care centers island-wide. Dialog, the future today. Introducing the Ultra 99 postpaid package from Dialog. Say everything you want to say with the ultra benefits of extra talk time, extra SMS, and extra data at a monthly rental of just 99 rupees only. Dialog, the future today.
දෙවිල් කාලා දයියා වෙන දයියා පොරක් එළියට එන මේක අපි සෙට්ටල දෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ මේක අපි සෙට්ටල දෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ දයියා වෙන්න මැගී දෙවිල් කන්න.
From Nestle.
Here we are, can I get a data sim? Meh. I say, old chap, where might a fellow find a data SIM card? Kiannako.
You're from Sri Lanka, right?
How did you know?
Why don't you use Dialog data roaming? Unlimited data for $5 a day.
Unlimited data for $5 a day and...
Data unlimited, my patience isn't.
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialog roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
Sawadikap! Can you give me data SIM?
Massage?
No, data SIM.
Massage, very good.
No, data SIM.
You are Sri Lanka? Why you no use Dialog data roaming? Unlimited data, $5 a day.
Unlimited data for just $5 a day?
Yeah. Unlimited, same massage you want?
Me?
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialog roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
අපේ කැමැත්තටම බෑනේ. රටින් අයියගෙනුත් අහන්න ඕනේ.
Daddy. IDD? මේ Dialog IDD Daddy. දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි.
අනේ ඩැඩි.
ඉතින් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න වැඩියෙන් hina වෙන්න. වැඩි අටම ගානකට වැඩියෙන් සම්බන්ධ වෙලා වැඩි විස්තර දැනගන්න. වැඩි වෙලාවක් වැඩි දෙනෙක් එක්ක වැඩක් ඇති ගොඩාක් දේවල් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්නත් පුළුවන්. ලෝකේ ඕනම රටකට වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න Dialog IDD දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි කළා. වැඩේ හරිද Daddy?
Easy Cash ලොවපුරා පිළිගත් මුදල් යවන ආයතන රාශියක් සමග එක්වේ. රට සල්ලි එවලේම ඔබේ මොබයිල් ෆෝන් එකට ලබාගත හැකි නවීන හා පහසුම ක්‍රමයක් හඳුන්වා දී. රට සල්ලි ඕනෑම වේලාවක ඕනෑම තැනකින් ඔබට ළඟම Easy Cash මධ්‍යස්ථානයකින් අරගන්න. වැඩි විස්තර සඳහා 7111 අමතන්න. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ විශාලතම ගනුදෙනු ජාලයට පාරිභෝගික සම්බන්ධතාව Dialog Etisalat Hutch. Easy Cash මොබයිල් එකෙන් ගනු සහ දෙනු.
Welcome back with the royal reply to the Thomian total of 350 for the loss of 5 wickets declared after being sent into bat. Royal openers out in the middle. Sachita Jayathilaka in fading light will start proceedings for St. Thomas's. Navin Vidhanapatrana plays forward, plays backward on his back foot and defending. Harun, it's a trying time for the openers.
Yes, not the best of times for the two batsmen to be batting, especially in overcast conditions. And surprising bowling attack, I guess, to bring on Jayathilaka up front. Probably the light must be the factor that has prodded the captain to take the decision.
If play goes on, 23 overs will have to be bowled, but very unlikely. The western skies are full of clouds. No threat of rain, but it's the bad light. That's the question. Jayathilaka, Vidhanapatrana gets going. He's a good attacking bat. He scored over 850 runs.
Having watched a little bit of Royal playing this year, I think by no means are they a very defensive unit. They are pretty aggressive, especially the batting. The top 5 have scored cumulatively more than 3,500 runs plus. You have 2,000.
Much more than that. I mean, the two openers have got 1,500 together.
Exactly. So that's
Ronuka Jayawardena has 300s.
You see the strength of the Royal batting lineup. The top 5, you take the two openers, then you have Pandita Ratna, Dhanapala, and the young 15-year-old Pasitha Surya Bandara.
Super prospect.
Excellent. He's an exceptional player. So they are coming from a good run. They have a lot of runs under their belt coming to the Royal Thomian. So it's just that they need the confidence just to take that game that much away from St. Thomas's.
So it's a pretty heady over to start off with.
It's raining.
And the rain is coming. I thought it would stay away, and the covers are coming on. Royal openers running back to the safety of the dressing room. It's an unfortunate situation.
I think something ideal for the Royalists, for them to actually rejuvenate themselves. They had a tough long day in the field. 350 runs, they bowled 70 plus overs, 75 if I'm not mistaken. And it would have been a toiling 2.5 sessions for the Royalists. So in a way it's a blessing in disguise, I say. Haritha, probably they might be able to take a break, stretch themselves, relax a bit. Probably I don't see any more play that would resume, or play would resume after this, because it looks pretty dark around the grounds, and this should continue throughout. Haritha, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, they'll cover the square. I don't know whether the covers will be used to get the bowlers run-ups covered up, but a fairly big area is being covered. I'm sure the chief curator Michael D'Souza is under a lot of pressure to make sure that this pitch is not in a bad situation. CBS Pereira, the ground manager, together with the chief groundsman Lal Silva, together with the staff, has come up very well, and one of the covers have come and absolutely covered the square. Bowlers run up will be a little bit wet. Yeah, a steady rain. It may just stop now, not exactly in a situation, but it's a blessing in disguise, not for the spectators but certainly for Royal.
Absolutely, Haritha. In terms of mental condition, they must be a bit down and out currently. I'm sure the coaches and the administration must actually encourage them. It's all about motivation. It's all about having the morale up. Yes, they didn't have the best of days on the field. It's all about coming in tomorrow with a fresh mindset and actually going aggressive on chasing this target down.
I've seen you bat. I think the Royal batting up to number 7 is very positive. It's not just because they have scored runs, it's just the attitude and the way they play. They are technically sound batsmen, they are not just absolute sloggers. And if 2 batsmen get set, 2 or maybe 3 get set, I mean even 300 would not be beyond Royal. Just as you say, the mental state, how much you are motivated. The second cover comes out now, covering the entire square of the SSC grounds, but looks like, as you said, there is no possibility of play resuming. Definitely with this poor light, I don't think there is any chance of the rain sort of ceasing because of the cloud cover, and pretty much looks like that's it, with more than 20 overs remaining for the day.
Exactly, I think this has been a consistent event at the Royal Tournament. You see play probably going to about 80 overs, then you not being able to finish off the entire quarter of the day as a result of that light. That's always coming to play in Royal. And I'm sure Tomians, in terms or from their point of view, will be looking to make inroads into Royal tomorrow early morning.
What about a early start tomorrow?
They will have to catch the number of overs that has been missed. So probably a 15-minute early start, probably at 9:45.
Will they start at 9:30 or what?
Not very sure. I think we should get the.
Yeah, okay. I think more likely. I mean, usually you start half an hour early, but because this is starting at that rate, maybe 9:45, and then going out, it's a taxing situation for young schoolboys. I mean, when you are asked to play 100 overs a day, and you are not just looking around and having some fun. This is a massive ground. You need to do a lot of running, batting, bowling, or fielding. And when you have been chasing the leather to the tune of 350 runs in 75 overs, well, you are looking at a huge possibility of almost 5 runs and over. And that's what really taxes you mentally and physically.
Exactly. And these lads aren't coming and playing just one game. They've played 20 plus games this season, and then they are coming into the Royal Tournament. So there's a lot that has been absorbed from their bodies. conditioning and strength training has been an essential part in them being fit and ready to play this game. So it's all about, as I said earlier, getting themselves rejuvenated.
Just for you to know, St. Thomas's were put into bat by Royal, and on the back of a 197-run record, Tomen opening partnership between Rashmika Opatha, who made 124, and Johan Mendes, who was out for 64. St. Thomas's were propelled by skipper Sajid Jayatilaka. He was lucky, but he hit 5 sixes and 2 fours in a belligerent 50 not out. There were other good contributions from Ravindu Kodituaku 35 and Johan Pereira 38. He was needlessly run out. The two failures I thought was Dilendra Gunatilaka, who was promoted to number 3, and then of course Ravindu Tilakaratna, who couldn't get along too much. He was 11 not out. A wicket each for Himesh Ratnayaka. Then there was Duvindu Hettiarachi, then Lasit Ambuldenia and Ganit Sandeepa. The rest of the bowling, 8 in all, including the skipper, couldn't really come off well. One of the covers has come out into the bowlers run up area, so we would get the opportunity to probably cover the bowlers run up. There has been some rain on the ground. It has increased a little bit, and Royal came out to bat after St. Thomas declared at 350 for 5, and after 1 over they were 1 without loss when the rains came, and that is the situation at the SSC grounds. So we thank you for being with us with Papare. Parting thoughts, Harun?
Yeah, it's been St. Thomas's all day long. I guess 350 for 5. That's exactly that they would have been planning. I think if the conditions were pretty good, especially the weather, they would have been targeting 400, because that can be that can actually upset the mindset of the Royalists. 400 mentally can strike you a bit more than 350. That would be the initial plan, especially considering the start they had. But all in all, it's been for St. Thomas's to celebrate their end of the day. Royal College, yes, did have good times in small patches, I guess. Certain phases of play where they held back the run rate a bit, got a few wickets, but then again couldn't capitalize because they were too defensive, I thought.
Okay, that's the situation at the SSC. Play has been suspended because of rain. Very unlikely it will start for the day. Thank you for being with us, but stay with us for the latest, and definitely tomorrow at 9:45 we'll be upon. Thank you very much on behalf of Papare.
Introducing the Ultra 99 postpaid package from Dialog. Say everything you want to say with the ultra benefits of extra talk time, extra SMS and extra data at a monthly rental of just 99 rupees only. Dialog, the future today.
Devil Kala Daya Bin Daya Porak Eliata Make up Settle Devil Dana Kamare Make up Settle Devil Dana Kamare Daya Window Maggie Devil Conner
From Nestle.
Here we are, can I get a data SIM? Bah. I say, old chap, where might a fellow find a data SIM card? Kiannako.
You're from Sri Lanka, right?
How did you know?
Why don't you use Dialog data roaming? Unlimited data for $5 a day.
Unlimited data for $5 a day?
Data unlimited, my patience isn't.
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialog roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
Sawadika! Can you give me data SIM?
Massage?
No, data SIM.
Massage, very good.
No, data SIM.
You are Sri Lanka? Why you no use Dialog data roaming? Unlimited data, $5 a day.
Unlimited data for just $5 a day?
Yeah. Unlimited, same massage you want?
Me?
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialog roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
අපේ කැමැත්තටම බෑනේ. රටින් අයියගෙනුත් අහන්න ඕනේ.
Daddy. IDD. මේ dialogue IDD daddy. දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි.
අනේ daddy.
ඉතින් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න වැඩියෙන් hina වෙන්න. වැඩියටම ගානකට වැඩියෙන් සම්බන්ධ වෙලා වැඩි විස්තර දැනගන්න. වැඩි වෙලාවක් වැඩි දෙනෙක් එක්ක වැඩක් ඇති ගොඩාක් දේවල් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්නත් පුළුවන්. ලෝකෙ ඕනම රටකට වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න dialogue IDD දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි කළා. වැඩේ හරිද daddy?
Easy Cash ලොව පුරා පිළිගත් මුදල් යවන ආයතන රාශියක් සමග එක්වේ. රට සල්ලි එවෙලේම ඔබේ මොබයිල් ෆෝන් එකට ලබාගත හැකි නවීන හා පහසුම ක්‍රමයක් හඳුන්වා දී. රට සල්ලි ඕනෑම වේලාවක ඕනෑම තැනකින් ඔබට ළඟම Easy Cash මධ්‍යස්ථානයකින් අරගන්න. වැඩි විස්තර සඳහා 7111 අමතන්න. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ විශාලතම ගනුදෙනු ජාලයට පාරිභෝගික සම්බන්ධතාව ඩයලොග් එටිසෙලත් හච්. Easy Cash මොබයිල් එකෙන් ගනු සහ දෙනු. අපේ සිංහයන්ට සුබ පතන්න ඩයලොග් වෙතින් ක්‍රිකට් විශ් ඇන් වින් SMS Facebook Twitter හෝ ඩයලොග් වෙබ් අඩවිය වෙත පිවිස ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම පහසුවෙන් එවන්න. SLC හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ සුබ පැතුම් පරිවිඩයේ හිස්තැනක් ජාතික හැදනුපත් අංකය සඳහන් කර 23:43ට ඕනෑම ජාලයකින් හැකිතාක් SMS කරන්න. ජය ග්‍රාහකයන් 77 දෙනෙකුට සියලු පහසුකම් සහිතව ආසියානු හෝ 2020 ලෝක කුසලානේ නැරඹීමට වරම් තවත් වටිනා තෑගි රැසක්. ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ සානම්බර අනුග්‍රාහක ඩයලොග්.
කොහෙද?
මම මේ ළඟ විනාඩි 5ක් උතන.
ලබා ගන්නා සහ ලැබෙන ඇමතුම් දෙමාපියන් අනුමත කළ අංක 4කට පමණයි. SMS සහ ඉන්ටර්නෙට් නැහැ. හදිසි ඇමතුම් සඳහා SOS බොත්තම සහ දරුවා සිටින ස්ථානයේ දැනගැනීම ඇතුළුව ආරක්ෂිත පහසුකම් රැසක්ම. ඩයලොග් සුරක්ෂා ජංගම ආරක්ෂක උපාංග සමගින් ඔබේ දරුවාගේ ලෝකය සුරක්ෂිත කරගන්න.
ඩයලොග් සුරක්ෂා නිසා පුතාගේ ආරක්ෂාව ගැන මට බයක් නෑ.
සියලුම ඩයලොග් පාරිභෝගික සේවා මධ්‍යස්ථාන වලින් ලබාගත හැකි. ඩයලොග් අනාගතය ආදායි.
Hello, Amma. Where are you?
I'm almost there. Give me 5 minutes.
Outgoing and incoming calls restricted to 4 parent-approved numbers. No SMS or internet, SOS emergency button, location tracking, and many more security features. Secure your child's world with Dialog Suraksha.
It's such a relief to know that he's always safe with Dialog Suraksha.
Available at all Dialog customer care centres island-wide. Dialog, the future today. Introducing the Ultra 99 postpaid package from Dialog. Say everything you want to say with the ultra benefits of extra talk time, extra SMS, and extra data at a monthly rental of just 99 rupees only. Dialog, the future today.
දෙවිල් කාල දයියා වෙන දයියා පොරක් එලියට එන මේක අපි සෙට්ටල දෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ මේක අපි සෙට්ටල දෙවිල් දාන කාමරේ දයියා වෙන්න මැගී දෙවිල් කන්න.
From Nestle.
Here we are, can I get a data sim? Meh. I say, old chap, where might a fellow find a data sim card? Kiannako.
You're from Sri Lanka, right?
How did you know?
Why don't you use Dialog data roaming? Unlimited data for $5 a day.
Unlimited data for $5 a day and...
Data unlimited, my patience isn't.
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialog roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
Sawadikap! Can you give me data sim?
Massage?
No, data sim.
Massage, very good.
No, data sim.
You are Sri Lanka? Why you no use Dialog data roaming? Unlimited data, $5 a day.
Unlimited data for just $5 a day?
Yeah. Unlimited, same massage you want?
Me?
Unlimited data roaming for just $5 a day with Dialog roaming. Clearly the best way to roam.
අපේ කැමැත්තටම බෑනේ. රටින අයියගෙනුත් අහන්න ඕනේ.
Daddy. IDD. මේ dialog IDD daddy. දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි.
අනේ ඩැඩි.
ඉතින් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න වැඩියෙන් hina වෙන්න. වැඩි රටවල් ගානකට වැඩියෙන් සම්බන්ධ වෙලා වැඩි විස්තර දැනගන්න. වැඩි වෙලාවක් වැඩි දෙනෙක් එක්ක වැඩක් ඇති ගොඩාක් දේවල් වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්නත් පුළුවන්. ලෝකෙ ඕනම රටකට වැඩියෙන් කතා කරන්න dialog IDD දැන් බෝනස් තවත් වැඩි කළා. වැඩේ හරිද daddy?
Easy Cash ලොව පුරා පිළිගත් මුදල් යවන ආයතන රාශියක් සමග එක්වේ. රට සල්ලි එවෙලේම ඔබේ මොබයිල් ෆෝන් එකට ලබාගත හැකි නවීන හා පහසුම ක්‍රමයක් හඳුන්වා දී. රට සල්ලි ඕනෑම වේලාවක ඕනෑම